Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 British Supermoto and British Superlight Championship here from Three Sisters Circuit here at Ashton in Makerfield near Wigan. It is a bright and breezy Easter Sunday. It's Easter Sunday, so we are always going to be at Three Sisters. I'm Phil G, and alongside me, as always, Danielle Koenig, and we're going to be bringing you even more of the action from our race series this year. We've got our national championships today. And we'll be bringing you Superlights, Super Minis and all of the main classes. And yeah, it's looking pretty decent out there. Track's dry, weather is kind of set. I won't say fair, but it's certainly going to be a dry day.
Yeah, at the moment it's looking dry. That weather's holding out for us. It's definitely fairly breezy, so circuit temperatures aren't the highest. There is our paddock at the moment. There's our holding grid. So out first it will be our adult mini and super mini riders. So there are some 85s, we've got some pit bikes mixed up in there as well. So this will be the first time we've shown these guys on our live stream, with it being the National Day today. So there they are. This class is sponsored by Automotive Solutions, based in York. So that's the sponsor for our first race of the 2026 season. I feel like it's come round quick, Phil.
It has, and obviously this class is one, it's a feeder class. A lot of these guys, these mini bike boys, they're a different breed, and obviously they get to race normally on a Saturday in this class. It's a tarmac only class as well, so it's a short lap and plenty of them, but the racing is still pretty good. And then obviously some of these boys will race in the main British Championship tomorrow, and on maybe bigger bikes or ride it in the other classes. But we've never shown these boys and girls before, so looking forward to do it. I do the on-circuit commentary for all of the stuff that we don't actually broadcast, and some of these races are absolutely top draw. And a lot of these bikes converted to CRF 150s. There's 85cc KTMs and all manner of other things out on circuit. And we got the qualification on that one.
Let's
Danielle?
have a little look for you, Phil. Let's see if I can get qualifying up for these guys. But yeah, as you mentioned, this is a tarmac only class. So these adults on these smaller bikes will not be using our off-road section. We are using one of those today, and the first class that will be shown will be our S3 class a little bit later on. So we have had a rename of the championships as well. So our adult mini and super mini qualifying, let's get that loaded, and we will see who it is that's on pole. I can definitely see that is Stephen Booth there in P2. So on pole it's the number 15 of Joe Milnes.
Ah, right. So is he a man that is? Do I remember him as a Superlight guy as well, or is that?
Yeah, the name rings bells. You're right,
bell.
it does.
And there are some solos parked in with the Superlight, so maybe that would explain a few things. But these guys are going to be running what is a very truncated circuit. Kind of just uses the cut through in the centre, and it doesn't matter that it's a short lap. So they're going to do the cut through there, whereas our track for the main races actually comes back the other way here. So our marshals here at Three Sisters, who always do an excellent job, they will be doing track changes. We've also got our Superlights as well, which again we've not brought to you. I think we've showed you a couple of races in the past, but they are now part of the package that we're bringing you here from Three Sisters and throughout the 2026 season. Thank you for all of our new sponsors who have stepped up for each of these classes for the live stream, and we will give you the thanks for those as their classes come to the line. But this is the Automotive Solutions Adult Mini and Super Mini Race 1.
And looking at qualifying, Joe Milnes looked like he was head and shoulders above the rest out there with a 47.9. Stephen Booth on a 49.9. So a 2-second difference there in our front runners. And then it is like father, like daughter. We've got Ruby Booth in P3. So our rounding out that front row is the number 66 of Leslie Noble. So we've got father and daughter there in the middle of row 1. So these now are all under starters orders as we watch. It looks like we may have a retiree already, unfortunately. Rider just pushing a bike to the side.
Yeah, that looks like that's Les Noble just pushing off to the side of the grid. So 3 riders on the front row, and away we go. And that was a bit of a...
That looks like Wadgy Smith in there as well, or is that Charlie? We've definitely got a Smith.
I think that's Wadgy on that bike. Yeah, it certainly looks
CRF.
like. So he normally races a CRF 450 and some Charlie has raced that bike, but I'm not sure. It certainly looks too big to be. Having said that, and I don't know what it's like for you walking around the paddock, but obviously we've got a lot of young riders here, and seeing some of them have a massive growth spurt over the winter, you're just like, is that really that kid?
No, that's definitely Dad. I've just clocked him out the window. That is definitely Dad out there.
So
there's Ruby Booth there on screen now. So the corner speed these smaller bikes can carry is absolutely insane. So definitely riders to watch.
Do not be fooled by how quick or not these bikes look. When you're actually out on track with them on a full-size bike, you've got the run of them right down the straights, definitely, as we see a change for the leaders. Milnes pops his way down the inside of Ruby Booth into turn 1. But their speed through the corners is absolutely unreal, and the top 85cc guys will run lap times that will put them well into the B group, and sometimes qualify them on the back of the A's for the top guys. They come down past our commentary position then for the second time, and our race leader then.
Yeah, so it looks like Milnes now settling into this race and pulling a gap on the number 86 of Ruby Booth now as they come back round Luna and head down the start-finish straight. So it is Milnes, Booth, and then that looks like Smith there in third.
It will be interesting to see what when he gets back to the pits and he's like probably rode over his head to finish wherever he's going to finish on that bike. He'll probably have a little bit more appreciation for how hard these smaller bikes are to ride. But there is our race leader then, Joe Milnes on the 15. And you can see he's riding more of a knee-down style. These smaller bikes do lend themselves to there. There's Ruby Booth still in second, Smith in third, and Stephen Booth then, he is now up to fourth. Number 45. Right, so we're just starting to see a few shadows, which means the sun is starting to break through what was quite an overcast morning. There we are, look, definitely shadows there. A lot of guys saying that the track was very cold this morning. Obviously, you've been out there practicing. You're a racer today, Danielle, as well as a commentator. So you've been out there on circuit. What are the track conditions like?
Spinning up slightly on the rear. There's still plenty of grip out there. And after Three Sisters had this circuit resurfaced a few years back, there's absolutely loads of grip. You just need to know where to find it. Obviously, with riding the bigger bikes, we are running the off-road. So exiting that off-road section, you've got a bit of a transition section between the off-road and then into the tabletop. That there is quite slippy, but riders just sort of letting the bike move underneath you, spin up that back wheel and try and clean those tyres off as best you can. But these guys probably won't be dealing with that too much. They do cross over where our transition is, but they won't really be on the brakes heading into that.
So getting a bit racy then, and this is daughter and dad going for it. So Ruby Booth in black at the front with Dad Stephen tucked in behind, and she's obviously got a straight line speed advantage. Dad closes up a little on the brakes. But is this a case of if Ruby beats Dad, she's walking home, or?
I don't think so.
And obviously you've been in the same situation as this. Your dad's raced as well.
Yeah.
You've shared the track numbers of times.
We have, yeah. We haven't raced in a few years now. Dad now spends his time in the Holden area, getting everyone out on track, making sure everyone's there in plenty of time for the races. But yeah, I'm sure they'll be loving this, battling it out together, and this won't be the first or the last time we'll see this year, I don't think.
Yeah, you see Ruby's definitely got a bit of a speed advantage down the Rogerson Straight, and the weather is definitely picking up. I'm almost at the point now where I'm going to be minus coat, and where we are in our comms box, it's quite a nice, it is very nice for considering some of the things that we work out of it at some of the other rounds. But once the sun comes out, it does warm up, and I'm definitely going to be getting rid of the coat, I think, in between races. We might even get rid of the jumper as well. But this is this is a tricky bit of the track through here, because it's every time you go into it, you think you can go into it faster until you actually do, and then the curb on the left there rushes up and beats you up.
Yeah. So he's not diving down the inside. Can he get the runner out at the exit? And he has.
Cheeky look across. He's going to drop across the front of him.
Oh.
I think she'll blast past him back on the straight, though.
Oh, I don't know. He's looking very racy around Luna here.
He's quick. And like I say, I think these two bikes are 140 pit bikes with like 10-inch wheels. No, Ruby's got the straight line speed, but this will be gearing, because obviously she is a lot smaller than Dad, although neither of them are what you call exactly big people. They're just on exceedingly small bikes. and as a result, she's got the straight line speed advantage and has managed to. So the thing is, if he can keep popping away at that and getting to a point where he's in the lead coming out onto the back straight, or onto the finish straight, sorry, is he going to be able to hold on to the get to the line? And where obviously we do the on-circuit comms from is over there next to race control on the far side of the circuit. And the number of times we've seen races decided by literally a quarter of a wheel or a sticker in these smaller classes is nobody's business.
Yeah, looks like we're just coming up on a back marker now. I think that is the number 90 of Luke Wright. So there he goes, but both riders getting past him with absolutely no bother. Has allowed the gap back now to Stephen Booth to open up ever so slightly, but out in front, the number 15 of Joe Mills. He has a 5-second gap as they came across the line last time, and it looks like we've got around 6 laps remaining for this race.
So again, Dad's going to try and dive up the inside as they come onto the Rogerson straight, and this is where Ruby's just not able to get that bike to turn as tight, but this time she's got the run, and as a result of that, she's holding on. We'll try and keep an eye open for Kurt when he's going to say, our timing is saying it's 6 laps to go. We're just trying to get our live time into port across. First race meeting of the year, this is where you find out that everybody's done updates and you can't actually check everything until it all goes live. But we've got our live timing then is done through mylaps.com, and it's all the people in the paddock here will be following on that, and that is what we will hopefully get back up on screen for you very shortly. But this is, like I say, it's a bit of a battle, and like I say, Steve will not let her win.
No, absolutely not. This is all fairs in love and racing, and just because it's dad and daughter, there's no, oh, I'll let you have that one. This is racing, so there's no he's just toying with her here. They are going at it.
Yeah, and she will obviously know it's him because he's already passed her once as they come back on out of Luna and onto the start-finish straight. Kirk still ensconced up there by the
and I have to say,
building.
The battle going on between these two is actually bringing their lap times down quite a bit. So on the last lap, our race leader Joe Mills, he did a 47.5, which is his best lap so far. Ruby Booth on a 49.9 and Stephen Booth on a 49.4. So really nothing in it between those two, but they have dropped below the those 50-second lap times that we were seeing in qualifying. So really good to see, and it also is a good indicator that track temperatures are improving as well. Yeah, you can see that lap times are changing. Simon Lehane on the 97, then he's now up to 4th. Wadgie Smith in 5th, Adam Hilton 6th, Craig Louth in 7th, Roman Ratcliffe 8th, Les Noble finally did get going after the fact, and he is 9th, and Luke Wright, who's the first man we saw go a lap down, he is in 10th. Well, I am going to love you and leave you. Yes. I'm going to go and get myself ready, as I can see bikes starting to make their way into the holding area. So I'm going to head out in our C Group Race 1. See me. Yeah, enjoy that. And like I say, Danielle, an accomplished lady racer in her own right. Unfortunately, last year got pipped at the post to the Ladies' Cup by Jess Mitchell, but they've gone back and forth with that for a few years now. And we'll enjoy seeing some of that on film. So Danielle making her way down to pit lane. Her bike is being lovingly tended to by her crew. Let's say normally this is our Saturday programme, and that includes, like I say, the Clubman Championships and our Ladies' Cup races, as well as the Over 45 Championship as well. But Ruby Booth there in second position then on the black bike. There's our race leader, number 15, Joe Milnes, spoiling it for everybody at the front. He got away and into the lead fairly quickly on that KTM. That's the next. Looks like that's a bike that looks fairly familiar to me, actually. As he doesn't look particularly quick out of that corner onto the Rogerson straight, but that bike obviously carrying a good bit of top end speed advantage over the 4 strokes, which you can see as he just blasts out onto the back straight. Last lap then for our race leader Joe Milnes. And there's our timing. So Joe Milnes then 49.5, then from Ruby Booth on the 861 and Stephen Booth on the 86.
See how that battle is going on. But our race leader then, Joe Milnes. The gap was 0.2 of a second across the line between Ruby and Stephen Booth. We'll follow them. We'll follow our race leader around on the final lap, and then we'll hold the shot and see what the battle for second is doing. I think that's Craig Louth that he's. That's Roman Ratcliffe that he's caught and passed on that one. Now he's got an 8-second lead at the moment, but this is very much an entry-level class that bikes can be had for not a lot of money. So there is our race leader. So let's have a look in the background then and see who is going to come across the line in second. Is it going to be Ruby or is it going to be Dad Steve as they come out of Luna? It's close, but Ruby hangs on by not a lot at all. 0.2 of a second. So that's your top three: Joe Milnes, Ruby Booth and Stephen Booth for our first of our adult mini and super minis. And Simon Lehane on the 97, he should be across the line next in fourth, but we still haven't seen any of those guys. They're all coming, wait for our timing to update. So Lehane across the line in fourth, and then it is Adam Hilton fifth, Wadgy Smith in sixth, and then it will be Roman Ratcliffe, Craig Louth, Les Noble and Luke Wright. There is the holding area for our C Group race. So we go out in the morning and we do time practice, and then we basically split all of the groups up based on time. So we put the fast lads in, obviously, into our A Group, our S1 class as it's going to be known as this year. The middle group is in the Bs, and then the C Group will be the rest of the riders. Still some decent lads in here. This Supermoto C Race 1 sponsored by Walker Group. So Chris Walker then stepping up and sponsoring our Supermoto C Group, and obviously Chris very much in the fray for setting up. There's Danielle on the 207, just literally tucking in behind Jess Mitchell in the nick of time. But yeah, Chris Walker then part of the obviously Trips organisation that sponsored this championship last year, but his Walker Group, his building and main company, stepping up to sponsor this class. So thank you very much to him for all of his help and support as always. So the grid for this one then, it will be the Trips KTM of the veteran Simon Bentley, who will be on pole from Ollie Granger, John Oakes and on front row. Then it's Sean Jones, Andy Mayo, Tyler Keel. We've got them on screen now. Stephen Haig, Philip Rigg, Tom Nutter. Some decent riders this: Andy Fulton, Jordan Grant and then Jess Mitchell. So Jess Mitchell qualified 12th. She's our current Ladies' Cup champion. And then Tommy Sayer, Danielle Koenig, Steve Winter, Steve Smith. And again, we've got super vets in here in the 45 plus category. So lots and lots of riders out there. We've got 37 riders on the line for this Supermoto C Group Race 1. And what we do see is that at the end of each of these races, the top three will go up to the next group up on the list. So they will move to B. And we'll get a transition. There'll be three will go up from the front of the next B Group race into A's, and at the end of the day we will have a bigger grid in the A Group, the same size grid in the B Group, and a smaller grid in the C Group, because we will have lost 6 riders. It all evens out, and looking at the splits on the times and the way that is done, I think we've got it pretty much bang on. It's never easy to do, especially on a Saturday. We see riders that will only come and do the one-off day here, rather than ride both days. So this is the circuit that all of our Supermoto guys will be running. As we see Simon Bentley, the man from Nottinghamshire, not in the flush of youth. He's as old as me, and I'm not telling you how old that he's been around a long time, done a lot of racing, purely here for fun and enjoyment. Him and his good lady Cheryl been in the paddock here a long time. We've had some good battles back in the day, and he will lead them out on pole. So we go over this now tarmac tabletop. This has been tarmac for for probably 10 or more years, but it was originally a dirt section with the loose stones that we see them coming off in the centre. It was very, very difficult to get right, but that was all tarmacked over. And this Three Sisters track then, with so many different layouts for it, that it's almost never the same twice. And then obviously we had a car event here yesterday, so that will have laid rubber down in weird places. I've seen a few spots of moisture on the camera lens there from this this camera shot here is right in front of our comms position, and Simon Bentley then just bringing them slowly in. The 186 of Ollie Granger, he's in behind him there on the Husky, and like I say, these guys, some of these guys are newcomers to the sport, and others have been doing it for quite a while. So you get a decent spread of ages, and like I say, a lot of these guys at the front end, obviously Simon Bentley, the 45 Super Vet, so is John Oakes on the Bathmate Husky, KTM, sorry, he's there in third. Andy Mayo, 137, he's sat there in third. He's going to start on the front, on the middle of row 2. And then the number 15 of Tyler Keel, he's an under 21 rider. Tom Nutter, an under 21 rider as well. We've got Andy Fulton and Jordan Grant, who are both riding in the Evo class, which is for older bikes as well. So lots of different classes out on track at the same time, but rider ability and time is what puts them all in this one race together. There's the 19 of Tom Nutter. So he's a guy he came from our mini bike class, and there's quite a few riders over the last few years have moved up from the mini bikes to the full size racers, and acquitted themselves very, very well. So that's why you can kind of the mini bike scene very, very busy, and but you get the chance to move on to the bigger bikes. And a lot of people will come and ride mini bikes on the Saturday and then the big bikes on the Sunday. So red flag at the front of the grid for the first of our C Group races, then brought to you by Walker Group. There is Danielle in the middle of... got a bit of a wave on here. She's got a problem. Getting ready to go. We're waiting for the green flag at the back of the grid. There's Kirk walking down the grid, and we've got a rider there in the centre of the track. Got a bit of an issue, but he seems to be okay now. So Kirk will come along and do the lights. I'm not sure who that is with the red flag. I don't think that's Andy Koenig, because he's down here in the box underneath me. So they're pointing at the lights then, and here we go. The lights will go out and we will be underway. A decent jump then for the 164, the Cranked Up Racing KTM of Sean Jones. We watch everybody in the background. It's all getting a bit busy, but it is old bent leg Simon Bentley who takes the lead into the off-road section. He doesn't want to go too wide onto the loose stones there. And then it's an inside-outside choice. So he goes outside and then inside here. Looks like Jones has gone the long way around. In fact, it's not Jones that's gone the long way around. It's the 186, his teammate in Cranked Up Racing, Ollie Granger, that rides around the outside. So that's a split lane there where the rules state that you do not cross the white line in the centre, so you can't go inside to inside. And it gives us a little bit of passing opportunity. So Bentley then off the off-road section for the first time, and he'll come round past pit lane and underneath our comms position. Everybody safely through. And so Bentley will be kind of like, I can win this, and then the realisation that if he does win it, he's going to be going up to the B group, and he'll start from the back of the grid, and he will be in total obscurity for the rest of the weekend. But he knows how to ride, and showed me some of his battle scars yesterday, and he's got a few injuries, not just through racing, but he's been racing for probably 40 years, motocross and all sorts of stuff. But like a lot of people, he's just we're starting to show our age, shall we say, and Simon just saying he's out there just for personal enjoyment and to get having a weekend with his mates. That off-road section is he's looking very rough already. Normally that we've got to ride it down in the background. I think that's been left from last year, which I've got no problem with it. Got some nice lines through it. Having to start everything from scratch again makes it very difficult. So it's the 137 that's gone down. So that's the 137. That was Andy Mayo, and it was also the 15 of young Tyler Clark, who's moved up to a 250. There's Clark on the number 15 Gas. So he's there, number 41. Sure who that is. And obviously he's just got caught out. Yellow flags in the background down there as well, so somebody gone down. But there's our race leader then, Bentley, onto the start-finish straight, and he's got almost a second lead over Granger as they make their way down into turn 1. Start of lap 3. And it does look like this time. Has he gone inside? Yeah, he has gone inside here. So Granger taking that is, I think that is the quicker route. But you get to a point where you just don't want to follow the other guy. Otherwise, if he has a bit of a a moment, you end up in his accident, and this was where Danielle was telling us that the track is quite slippy as you come off, and the speed that you approach that tabletop at coming from this direction where you've got the hairpin, it makes it a little bit more of a stretch to get over. So all of a sudden it's closing up at the front, and Granger's starting to get the rear of that bike moving around that cramped up racing. I think it's a Husky, you can never tell. Here he's going to have a run down the inside of Bentley. Did Bentley have a look over at him? He's going to move over and show him the long way round. Like I say, I've bang bars with Simon into that corner. He knows how to just put the bike in the right place. Doesn't make it too difficult. Oh, he's gone wide there. Granger has gone tight, so this is where it looks like Granger's going to ride around the outside of him. Bentley's not going to be able to beat him to the inside, so change of the lead then. Ollie Granger moves to the front. I'd say Ollie, more of a youngster, not been riding that long. I think this is his third or fourth season maybe, whereas this is probably about the 20th one for Simon Bentley, so a lot more experience on the orange bike. But the youngster then on the 186 goes to the front of the grid. The front of the race, and so third place Sean Jones, fourth Philip Rigg, fifth the 77 of Stephen Haig, sixth the 16 of Tommy Sayer, seventh the 96 of Lewis Cowper, Jess Mitchell in eighth, Jamie Wilson in ninth, and 10th is Danielle Koenig. So the battle then between Danielle and Jess, about a second and a half, and they'll be wanting points. But our race leader then, 7 to go across the line. It looks like he's going to be moving away at the front. Wait for the timing to update, but he's gone from being on the back of Simon Bentley as they went across the line on the previous lap to a gap now of 1.3 seconds. A little bit of a mistake there. Gap between our third and fourth place riders then, 1.1 seconds. And there's our timing popped up on the side of the screen, if you guys can see that. And so it's a Granger, Bentley, and then Jones, Phil Rigg, and the 77 of Stephen Haig, the man that's helped step up and he was sponsoring a class for this live stream from the first round of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship here at Three Sisters, Ashton Makerfield in Wigan. The sun that had started to break out in the mini bike race has decided to disappear again. So Jess and Danielle then battling for 10th and 11th, but Jess currently 3 seconds to the good. And there's a 164 of Jones being chased down by the number 85 then of Philip Rigg. Now he's a guy that started off this battle. There's Danielle on the 207. She's coming under pressure from the 111 of Jordan Grant. That's another new rider to this championship. Lots of new faces here this weekend walking around the pits at Three Sisters, which is always good to see. And lots of new riders. We've got almost 100 people here this weekend in the solo classes, split across the main ones. We've also got lots of our mini bike guys as well. The 444 there, Gary Manderson. I think that's one of his first rides out. I think he's here with the SHRC, the Steve Hillier team. Oh, rider down. In fact, that's Danielle gone down in the off-road. I don't know if she got taken down. On number 27's gone in there as well. That's Steve Winter. He's going to struggle to pick that up on the face of the jump with an injured hand as well. The marshal coming to give a little bit of assistance. So that's not what we wanted to see. And she's like I say, you can see all the stones on that the face of that jump. No doubt she'll tell us what exactly went wrong there, but it looked like she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Granger then, our race leader then, by 1.7 now from Simon Bentley. Jones and Rigg in third and fourth. As so Daniel missed a few rounds last season due to quite a a nasty hand injury, which is still giving her a few niggles. So she'll be not wanting to having to pick the bike up. There in the background, we can see that the gap then back to Simon Bentley, gone out to 2.5 seconds now, and then a big gap back to Jones and Philip Rigg. So he's a guy that started off in the in this class, and I don't think it's unfair to say rather that he was towards the rear rather than the front, but he's definitely finding his feet, got a better and newer bike as they come past the 88 of Ollie O'Gorman. He's the younger brother of Casey O'Gorman, the Moto 3 rider, and we can see then that it is now raining. You can see the lines on the circuit there. All of these guys are out on slicks. There's no rain on our comms box window. Yes, there is on the other side, so there's a little bit of moisture falling now. Somebody gone down there, so it's only a little bit of rain. We've got riders just all of a sudden looking very, very steady. Somebody gone down. I'm not seeing. Well, everybody's looking like they're touring. I'm not sure whether we've got a red flag. We have. They've given a red flag for rain. I am almost certain that obviously that's a squall that's suddenly come over and soaked the track through. And rather than have loads of people throw themselves on the floor, they have called that race early, which I would assume will mean that it will be a win for Ollie Granger, second Simon Bentley, and third Sean Jones. They certainly won't want to restart this, I would imagine, and we'll give the guys in the pits who are out for our B Group race a chance to throw on some wet tyres. Oh, Three Sisters at Easter, what are you like? It's the 41 of Edward Darnton there that we saw going through. He was the guy I didn't identify. He changed brands. He's on a proper supported TM ride with TM UK Leeds. And so these guys will all go back to the pits, and that will be them done, and that's a good call from Dave Dearden, our race director. There was nothing to be gained from having people chucking themselves at the floor and giving us a delay. We'll give a 5-minute delay then to all of our B Group riders. Now, there's going to be guys in the pits. Is this going to sit in for the day? Are they going to brave a slick on the rear? I would be putting in the same worn rear wet that I've had for the last 15 years. There's some guys out there who are fortunate to have wet bikes. One of those guys there is the number 6 of Dean Clark. But he's obviously going to go and park himself, I think, underneath there. So it's definitely raining here at Three Sisters. I jinxed the job by saying it looked like the weather was improving. It clearly isn't. So we will have a short break to allow. So our B Group riders then have been given 5 minutes. I've just heard that over the paddock PA that they've been given 5 minutes to extra to get their wheels and tyres changed, and it has been declared a wet race, which means that when they come to the line, whatever tyres they come to the line on, they are going to have to complete the race on. So it won't be stopped in the interest of safety because it's been declared wet. So if you brave a slick through either wanting to hopefully have an advantage, then if you make the wrong choice, that is on you. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Our race director walking back in. So we are going to have a few minutes break. I'll talk you through maybe some of the new riders that we've got here in this championship. Certainly people that I've not seen before. Our B Group then, Neil Meelan, who's certainly not a new rider. He's been around here about it for a couple of years now. He is going to head up this B Group, starting on pole from the 145 of Luke Armitage. Luke Armitage is one of the younger riders, under 21. Simon Burgess in third, Chris Lambourne will be in fourth, Blaine Pearson fifth. But you can see there the wind has started to pick up, so we're in the building there with the checkered flags flying from the roof, and you can see that it does not look that dark looking out of the front of that. So this rain has obviously come at us from the rear. All of our camera crew are suddenly putting on their wet weather gear. So we can see that the weather has certainly taken a turn, and I won't say whether it's for the better or the worst. It just depends on what your point of view is. But a short rain delay before we get back underway here at Three Sisters. And this is the beauty of the sport Supermoto, of course, that the weather will change in an instant. That's the number 55 of Ian Yates. Now, that's somebody that I've not seen before. That doesn't mean to say that they've not been here before, just means to say that I've not seen them, but certainly not a name that I'm familiar with. And there was lots and lots of people around the pitch that some of them were guys that had just tacked onto existing teams and groups of riders, and then there's guys here with just bikes and vans that decided to come out and have a go. As a sport, this kind of tucks in between. From a cost point of view, it's a little bit dearer than what you consider to be club motocross, certainly, but way cheaper than road racing and far more sustainable. Crash damage is minimal, to say the least. You're just getting some waterproofing being put on our stuff out here. But we will be getting underway, hopefully, with B Group Race 1. Like I say, our timing schedule here at Three Sisters is always weather dependent, and these breaks in the in proceedings are just part and parcel of what we got. But we've got to give everybody a chance. There was nobody down here in the Oldham area, which at least means that they're all able to do all of their changes back at the ranch, so to speak. The man that was just stood there looking quite concerned in the rain before disappearing on that looked like the GH Horny man Richard May, who I've not seen at Supermoto for a while, so welcome to him. So say weather, tyre change, so the 55 is sitting there, so either he doesn't have wets or he's just going to go with slicks because it's not raining. Now, I will be honest with you, I haven't gone outside. It's certainly not bad. I'm trying to get an idea on the window what the weather is like. And again, this is always the where you've got a mate who's out in the previous race. He will always come back and go, oh yeah, it's not too bad, there's loads of grip here. But one thing I will say is that the first wet on the track makes a massive difference. And then as the rain comes down harder, the grip level improves. And then it starts to dry out and it goes away again before all of a sudden you need yourself on a slick tyre. I can almost guarantee that the number 7 of Jamie Duncan will just have a slick in the back because the rain's not bouncing off the floor, because that's just what he does. But yeah, and if you've never been to one of these races in person, obviously for all live streaming stuff, it's great to sit at home in the comfort of your living room and enjoy what we're bringing to you. Thanks to TNL Sports, our broadcast partners here, for putting on this stream. There we are, look. Well, now I can come away. No, can't see me. I'm behind that box. But yeah, so for putting that on. But come to the circuit. It's a very, very easy place to get to if you're in the north of England at Ashley Makerfield, just off junction 25 of the M6. There is racing here tomorrow as well. Our main British Championship is on tomorrow. We are not live streaming that, unfortunately, but we will be bringing you rounds of the British Championship later on through the year. So I'm expecting that we will be getting a call for riders to get themselves down to the holding area. Yeah, it looks really, really, really dark on camera, but normally the camera actually makes it look lighter. I'm waiting for Danielle to find her way back up here and give us a lowdown on what happened. But like I say, we saw the aftermath of her picking herself up off the floor, and it certainly looked like she got tangled up with a slower rider. But yeah, the traditional season opener then here at Three Sisters. We've been here at Easter for what feels like forever. And between this and Teesside, kind of both the spiritual homes of British Supermoto, now both of the tracks used extensively throughout the season, and they can have the ability to be used in both directions with multiple layouts, which makes them very, very easy to come to and do something different. Looking at the window, it is still mizzling a little bit, so I would be definitely going with a wet front and possibly a very, very well-worn wet rear. Still no sign of any riders down in the holding area. I'll have a bit of a stand-up. A few bikes starting to come through the paddock, and we'll get a call to get these boys out there shortly. Obviously, while the factory teams can swap these things from wets to slicks in pretty much no time at all. Most of these people out there doing their own mechanicking, so you've got to give them a bit of a chance. But I'm looking out of the window and looking down and seeing what we are. Yeah, a few of the other guys then, wet fronts going in But yeah, as I was saying, get yourself here to Three Sisters Circuit. There's the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, Becker, the man who from Automotive Solutions, both of his boys racing as well in the junior classes, and he qualified. Let's have a look. So he qualified in 14th, did Becker, Paul Reynolds. And like I say, he has been a series sponsor again this year, so thank you to him. There's the number 6 of Dean Clark, his son Tyler. We saw him out there in the C Group Race 1. Yeah, it is one of these things that nobody wants to come to the line first and show their hand. There's the, that looks like the 111, the Scotsman Duncan Wright. So where's Duncan qualified? He's going to be next to Paul Reynolds. So just be riding around, just gets a little bit of warmth in the bikes. Bit of air through the radiators as the rest of the riders start to come in. There's Danielle coming up the stairs. I don't know whether to break the news to that we got it all on camera or not yet, so we will do in a minute.
I'm back.
Yeah, so I don't really know what to say. Suffice to say that we kind of got that.
Yeah.
And we kind of got you struggling to pick the thing up because obviously it was right on the face of the jump and everything. So, first of all, are you okay?
I'm a bit sore, but I'll be fine. I'm a big girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
And obviously, are we suffering from acute disappointment more than anything else?
Well, I have my own thoughts on how that overtake should have gone, but that's that.
So I didn't see exactly what happened. Was that a battle of position or was it
battle of position, back marker on the inside, gave the back marker plenty of space to go round them, and then someone nipped up the inside.
And then, and that's the bit that we caught because I was actually looking at the timing.
I will say, I think the word of the afternoon now will be greasy. It is very, very slippy out there right now.
Good call to put the red flag out.
Yes.
It suddenly looked like it had changed, and we saw some lines down the Rogerson Straight, and it will be like that for probably another couple of hours. I was just saying that obviously Jamie Duncan will still have a seat in the back because that's what he does.
I've just been chatting to them now, as before I came up here, and tyre choice I think is going to be a tricky one because it is not wet enough for a wet. Our S1 riders put a wet in now, they're just going to chew it up.
Well, this is where old age and treachery has a 16-year-old wet in the back of the truck.
That's absolutely.
They're literally down to the knuckle of the canvas, and that is exactly the tyre that you need because it will generate enough heat to give you some grip. It will not melt itself in 6 laps.
Yeah.
And in a bit of a back in the day story, I picked a tyre out of a bin. And ran it for 6 meetings for exactly that thing that had been put on for exactly these conditions. It got melted. We cut it all down. And there's a Dealey on the 555, the SHRC Yamaha. We cut it all down, and every time it came back, it was a bit more fried. We chewed it down again, cut it down again, and it was the tool to be on.
It was getting slippy in all sort of our usual places. So on the exit of the tabletop. Definitely spinning up there, and then anywhere you're trying to sort of get the power back on. So after the pit lane and then heading back towards Luna, I think I saw a rider go down there as well. So all the usual places that people with a bit of experience around Three Sisters will know to expect. But like you say, I think an old sort of tired wet would be ideal for these situations at the moment.
There's the number 53 of Simon Burgess, so he's going to be starting on the outside of the front row.
Yep.
There's the number 33. I'm not seeing it.
33, that's Scott Wright.
Oh, is it Scott?
Right.
Yes,
it
did look
Scott.
like it. Yeah, okay, so he's number
new
there.
graphics, so trying to get used to seeing everyone now and all the new liveries.
Yeah, there's 145 of Luke Armitage, so he's going to be starting in second, so he's going to be on the front row next to him, and this is going to be one of the things. So Armitage is a very, very good motocross rider, and I am expecting that he is going to be decent here. The number 44 of Dan Hudson, is it?
Let's have a little look.
Yeah, he's on the TM.
Yeah, I'm having a little look through our B group qualifying. Sebastian Gazlowski, 20th.
Yes.
So he's having a really good ride.
And he's the tot, isn't he? He's the guy that he's out there.
We saw him at Cadwell. He was really fast at Cadwell Park.
On an 85cc gas. Yeah, the 44. I think that is Dan Hudson. See on the second sheet.
Let's have a little look.
Yes, he is. He's there, number 24. We've got a rogue piece of paper in the middle. I don't know what that's doing. So we will be back underway as soon as we can. And but obviously this is just down to everybody here. There's the 82 to James Wood.
Well, I think we were running about 10 minutes ahead. So
yes, and
this is giving riders a chance to sort of make a call on the tyres. It will be probably deemed a wet race, which means once you're out there on the tyres you've picked, that's it. You've made your bed, you lie in it. So we'll just give these riders a chance to get down here. I know they've had, I think, a couple of calls now to make their way to the holding area for our first B group race of the day. A rider that we saw doing really, really well at the end of last season, the 101, Neil Meelan, he's on pole for this one of our over 45 riders. He was looking very, very racy towards the end of last year. And I think he's also maybe done a little bit over winter, so be good to see him. Our top two from each group should also be moving up. So it is really all about that first and second in this race.
Yes.
Moving you up to the A's.
I said it was 3 earlier on, but it is 2, isn't it?
It's the 2.
It's usually the battle for, like I said, the battle for second and third is the one that gets the interest. Right, so we've got some on-track action. These guys are coming out on circuit. And there will be some people in there that will be like riding out onto the circuit and they will know that they're on the wrong tyre.
As soon as you set off, you'll know.
Time, I don't know what that wrong tyre is because it certainly doesn't look... Well, Pecker's got slicks on, which you would kind of expect. And has this blown through? I think it has.
I'll be honest, when we headed out, it was mental rain on the goggles.
Yes, we did. So I did say we'd seen a couple of spots of rain.
It was just mental rain on the goggles, and then it was only towards the end of that race where it did put a bit of a shower down.
And I did see that the leader of that C group race, he did not look fast down the Rogerson Straight at all, and the reason for that is one of the places where you will definitely end up on the floor if you get it wrong. So that was why he didn't look particularly quick down there, because he could see it was raining and I couldn't. But he hung on to the lead at the front and obviously took the win. Not had the official race results on that one yet. But I will say that whatever I called at the time will be what it was. So it was Ollie Granger who took the win from, I think it was Simon Bentley and Sean Jones. So just getting the last few riders to the grid and then we'll set them off on their sight lap.
Yeah, there was your top three with the 85 of Philip Rigg finishing in 4th, 16 Tommy Sayer 5th and the 77 of Stephen Haig in 6th. And then it was the number 80 of Andrew Fulton in 7th with the number 4 of Jamie Wilson in 8th. 9th went to the 96 of Lewis Cowper and 10th was rounded out by Jess Mitchell.
And you were just off the back of her in 11th when... You ran out of talent. No, when you ended up on the floor. So anyway, good that you're okay.
I was just doing some in-depth track inspections for you, Phil. That's all it was. The dirt's really good.
Yeah, and like I say, it's both of us having experience of racing here over the years. And
one thing I will just mention, just where they're coming off the off-road there, that inside line is developing really, really well.
Yes.
It's sort of like more of a clay than the loose sort of chippings you normally see, and it's allowing it to be a little bit of a berm. You can get your front wheel into it and really sort of get round the corner better than it was first thing this morning. So the track is developing well.
But what tends to happen there is as that speed starts to pick up, you then go onto the tarmac a little bit quicker, and then the risk there is a lot higher. So, and this is the sport. This is the what tyre do I need to win motocross? It's a sand tyre or it's not, and it is what it is. But this is the difference, having the right tyre with the right pressure and the right heat, getting the bike to settings what they need, backing it off 3 or 4 clicks on compression and rebound to just give it a little bit more feeling. So Walker Group's Supermoto C coming to the line.
No, this will be our Supermoto B group.
B, yes, you're right. I'm looking at the graphic.
So this will be our B group just taking to the line now. So that is their warm-up lap done and dusted. So we'll just get our riders. You might see a few of them activating whole shot devices. Mine decided it didn't want to work.
Who's the number 25? That's a
Let's
new...
have a little look. 25. Yanislav Stoyanov. I think he is a rider that's come down from Scotland.
Oh, right, okay. There we go. Walker Group, Supermoto B, Race 1.
There we go.
And just ain't really... and he's obviously got himself a bit giddy at the front. He's gone down onto row 1 and he's actually back on about row 6. But
Yeah,
decent
he's in
scene up there.
17th.
Decent scene up there in Scotland, and a lot of those guys come down here and do the British Championship and the National Championship as well. So here we go then. We're going to have get the green flag. Kirky's going to walk to the back of the grid, make sure that everybody's ready. Have we got everybody on row 2? It looks like we're quite light on riders on row 2 there, Danielle.
Yeah, we are missing a couple.
Chris Lambourne is there on the outside of row 1. We're missing Blaine Pearson.
Yeah, we've got Jake Say. I'm not seeing Kyle Casement.
No, I've made it. So away they go, and it is Luke Armitage then that gets the run down into turn 1.
Yep.
And he's going to throw it in. Well, the way he's gone on the brakes there, that's not wet at all.
No.
So he's gone in there pretty hard, got on the brakes and had the bike do exactly what he wants it to do, which is not put him on his ear, which is always a good start. And we will see how this one goes then. It looks like Burgess then sneaks his way up to second place.
Yep, so he's gone inside to outside there.
He hasn't got there.
He's not snuck through.
Oh, and he always got put the wrong side of the tyres there by Neil Meelan. So those guys are mates as well. Well, they used to be. Then it's Prof, the 211, off Chris Lambourne on the Trips KTM. He's there in 4th.
Really slippy on that transition there as you come off the tabletop. As soon as it gets greasy, that is one of the telltales. So you'll see if riders are going to start spinning up, it will be there. And then again, this corner here, just as you can see Luke Armitage exiting there, as they get on the power again, another corner that does sometimes catch riders out, trying to get the power on.
Well, we can't see any moisture, and this was we saw the telltales in that C Group race, Danielle, as they were coming out of there. You could see the moisture and the tracks that the slicks were leaving on it, but this now looks like it's almost a dry track. If Prof's got any sense, he'll be signalling at the rest of his team in pit lane that slicks is fine. Like you say, wets are not going to last very long at all in this one. And but again, you have to make a call. And
Prof going for the outside to inside line there. So Burgess inside to outside, which is really nice that we have got those options here at Three Sisters.
It looks to me like that's not been. There's been nothing done to that since last time. So the berms and everything that were there before, which were quite nice to use, are there again.
Yeah, there are some sort of bumps, especially as you're exiting the off-road. There are some quite sort of serious bumps that sort of can catch you out and sort of catch your front wheel. But all these riders making light work of it. Burgess there, bit of a twitch coming onto the paddock straight. And there is Lambourne on board the 211 Trips Racing KTM. But like you say, it looks like it might have blown itself out, that little bit of rain we had.
It does. So so it is Armitage then at the front, and Meelan is starting to look like he means business. So when you're the rider that's chasing, and certainly in these conditions, well, he's going that fast and not falling off, so I can go at least that fast. It's a real nice thing to have, that you've got somebody to follow and set the pace. And if Armitage goes down, all you've got to do is miss him and then not be going exactly the same speed, and you should be fine. So that's giving Neil Meelan a bit of a nice carrot to chase.
Well, looking at lap times, Neil Meelan is currently the fastest man on track with a 1:12.3, so about 3/10 quicker than Armitage. So we should expect to see that gap closing now between our front runners. A little bit further back, it is the 53 of Simon Burgess, but not really much in it on lap times. Luke Armitage, actually, of our top 3, is the slowest with a 1:12.6. So, like you say, he's no one to chase.
He's at the front, he don't know how fast to go. Burgess was closing in and then made a big mistake in the off-road and lost about 4 bike lengths. So he's already dropped off the back, and he had a bit of a moment there coming onto the Rogers and straight. The moisture on our comms box window is now no more, it's dry. So here we go, Meelan then looking as if he's going to have a run up the inside of Armitage. Armitage has a look across. He's not going to be able to move. He's going to drop it across the front. Meelan. Now that's Supermoto. That was nowhere near as bad as it looked. That was just a nice move by Armitage. Meelan knew he wasn't going to get there.
Yeah, just close the door there, and that'll actually probably spur Armitage on now to know that actually I can go a little bit quicker. The pressure's being put on. But the risk with that is, how much quicker can he go? You don't want to be pushing just that bit too much and then cost yourself a position to move up to our A group a little bit later on.
Yes, so Armitage is a good motocross rider, and Meelan did not lose any time to him at all. Obviously, Neil's got some good off-road experience under his belt as well. We look at our timing then. Lambourne 4th, Blaine Pearson there in 5th, Jake Sayre 6th, Carl Casement 7th, Scott Wright 8th, Michael Craig in 9th, and 10th is Pekka Paul Reynolds. With this battle at the front that's keeping us entertained, and Neil Meelan trying to make a run round the outside. He's going to cut back as they come onto the Rogerson straight. He wants to make sure that he doesn't light the rear end up, but he'll be fancying now that he's going to get up the inside of Luke Armitage as they come onto the start-finish straight.
He is looking fast with that knee-down style around Luna.
But he's run himself a bit wide, and he isn't going to get up the inside early enough. Is he going to get the run? No, he's not. He's already pulled back in. So not this time. And again, as you said, Danielle, he's very much, well, hang on, do I need to throw it up the track? We're going to be up in the A group as long as we stay where we are.
Yep.
Interestingly, choosing not to ride the other line, and that other line does look quite deep, it has to be said.
It's not that bad. I honestly, I think I preferred the inside to outside line in the C group race. Just because it feels a little bit more like you can allow the bike to move under you. That outside to inside, seen a few riders just tucking that front wheel over that berm, me being one of them.
Yeah, so Burgess in the background then starting to close back in, and whilst he's not the fastest man on track in this race, he's definitely getting a little bit closer.
Well, both Meelan and Burgess breaking through to the 111s on that last lap. With Neil Meelan now down to a 111.5, which again 5/10 quicker than Armitage. It seems like it might just be a matter of time if you can get the run here out of Luna. But Armitage putting that KTM exactly where Meelan doesn't need it to be. But can he get up the inside? Not quite close enough.
It's a nice line he's riding. Meelan's got to be a little bit smarter. He might just be keeping his powder dry, or more so he's going to go around the outside of him here. No, he's not. That move always looks like it's on until it isn't. So the lap times that these guys are doing then, 111s, our fastest lap in qualification was a 106. I would expect that both of these guys are going to be 4 seconds off that no matter what the conditions are. So if they're doing 111s, it's dry, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
So the lap time tells me that the track is now pretty much fully dry and not giving these guys any... Well, that's a nice landing there by Meelan. He took a couple of bike lengths out. Got to be careful not to overrun into there and clatter into the tyre wall. It's very, very unforgiving.
Yep.
So they're going to come back down pit lane then. And Armitage, he's going to have his head on a swivel here, but he's the man that's setting the pace. Meelan can go where he wants.
Yep.
Burgess not closing in on that lap, so I think that this is literally it's a two-man battle for the win, and what they're battling over now basically is who's going to start in the one position higher. They'll all want to take the race win, of course, but who's going to start one position higher from the back of the grid in the next A group race, because these guys are the ones, as it stands at the minute, that are going up. Oh, that's a brave move. Is he going to get on the stones? And this is where it gets tricky. As you found, you get offline there. He's gone to the inside. Is he going to go the other line?
He's giving it a go, and I'll be honest,
it's a long way round.
He's looking fairly quick though, but it's worth giving it a go round there.
He's probably lost 2 bike lengths there, but again, if Armitage makes a mistake and he's in the same line, he's not going to be able to capitalise on it.
And Burgess now starting to sort of tag back onto these front two as well.
Sun's out.
It is.
That coat that I nearly took off earlier might have to be coming off. And it is now, it's sunny. So all of our A group boys will be on slicks. Meelan down the inside here. He's going to get a run into him. No, he's not.
No, not quite close enough.
He's not hanging about though. He's not he's not sitting there. He's making Armitage work hard for this first of our B group race wins. Armitage covering off as they go into the left and then right into Luna. Oh, Meelan nearly tucked into the back of him there. He got far too close for comfort. No, Kirk still sat in his chair.
Is he going to go for a lunge up the inside?
No,
he's not close enough.
He's going to go around the outside. He's shaped up to do it before. He's definitely making Armitage work for this one.
Yeah,
and again, he's done the other line. He's letting him see he's there. It's a great thing.
Made a mistake.
Down.
Yep.
Not sure who that was on the gas, and all of a sudden that has broken the toe. And Meelan now is fallen back into the clutches of Simon Burgess. So our race leader, well and truly off the hook. Is Burgess now going to get second wind and come after Neil Meelan on the 101? And there it is. There's the gap. So second place blown out Milan just making the wrong line choice there. You can see the dark clouds in the background there, Danielle. Is that what's just come over us? I think it is, isn't it?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
I think this weather that we've got at the moment might be a little bit inclement as the day gets on. Hopefully it does blow itself out, because there's nothing worse than when you've got sort of riders that are all struggling for tyre choice. It makes racing really, really difficult, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm sure all these riders out there will be able to make the choices. And looking out the window out of the circuit now, it's bone dry. Yes. Absolutely bone dry.
Milan looks like now Armitage takes a long look over his shoulder there, and Milan is closing. Yeah, so the gap that it was is halved. Across the line last time it was 2.3 seconds. Armitage is going to start coming into traffic, so we may have a blue flag or 3, but Armitage is going to be the first guy there, so he's going to find his way through cleanly. And Milan looks like he has got a bit of a wriggle on in the background, and there he is absolutely on a rip. Yeah. As they come into traffic. It's going to be a couple of laps to go, I think.
Looking at our lap times, they've steadied off now with Neil Milan on his last lap doing a 1:14, so about 3 seconds off his race pace that we've seen earlier on. But with 3 laps remaining, it's looking like this is Luke Armitage to lose.
Oh, is he going to get Armitage? Has a look over his shoulder, and all of a sudden, Milan is right back on him in the space of 1 lap. It's gone from 2.3 seconds to 1 bike length. So no doubt there. What the last lap then was a 1:11 from Milan again. 1:11.1, fastest lap of the race for the man on the. Is it Husqvarna or KTM? You tell me.
Milan's on a Husky.
Milan's on a Husky, right?
Armitage looks like that's KTM.
Yes, they're all the same. It's only me that can't tell the difference and looks over the shoulders there. That's Eddie Rushforth on the 62 on the.
Let him have up the inside.
And like I say, this is where all of a sudden it only needs one. You catch somebody in the middle of this corner, and it's all done. And all of a sudden, I'm not seeing Milan there in the background. Will hopefully appear.
There he is.
Yes, he's still close, but not as close. But he's fast round this bit of the circuit, and they are well into traffic now. And here we are.
No, it looks glorious now.
Doesn't it? It's a lovely day.
Absolutely lovely.
So our race leader then comes across the line. So last lap flag then for the 1:45 of Luke Armitage. He's got to try and make a pass. That is the 1:59 of Jason Laycock on the Bathmate Husqvarna. He's going to come down the inside. Oh, that was a nice. Well, that was a pass that he had to make. So this is where Armitage is just going to have to go where they're not going. Oh, and that's unfortunate because he's gone the one way and the back marker has followed him round, and that's put it. He's put a back marker between. He's probably going to put 3 back markers between himself and Neil Milan. There is a blue flag waving, and they are all looking over the shoulders. But
Burgess now. He's all over the back of Milan there with those back markers.
Laycock needs to be shouting. Getting the shout there from Neil Milan. But again, these guys are they're in their own race. Yep. They can't just leap off the track.
Absolutely. There's only so many places you can go, and the issue with being a back marker in a race like this is if you do go too far offline, you can make more of a nuisance of yourself. You'll hit the marbles and you go down.
Yes.
It's best to stay on your line and let the sort of leader there make the choice of where they want to go.
So that has blown it apart. Armitage did some great work through the back markers there going into the off-road. Caught them exactly where he would want to. Put one between himself and Neil Milan, and that was pretty much game over. So a good win then for Luke Armitage on the CF Racing Husqvarna. Milan is going to come across the line in second, and those guys will both go up to our A group for the second race of the day in what is now beautiful sunny conditions here at Sisters.
As quickly as it came in, it is gone.
Yeah, Burgess then across the line in third. As Kirk waves the checkered flag for the rest of the guys and girls coming along on the line. Next, it's Chris Lambourne in fourth, so he will start on the front row again in race 2. Then it's Scott Wright, 8 Dealey. Now he's a man that's not been racing that long in the Supermoto paddock. He comes home in a really good 6th. 7th is the 311 of Jake Sayer. 8th should be Pekka Paul Reynolds, and he comes across the line, takes checkered flag. And the 9th, Craig Forshaw. 10th, Sean Rogerson. 11th, Michael Craig. 12th, James Wood. And 13, In fact, Woody gets pipped on the line by Duncan Wright, then Woody 13th, Baffert 14th, Dean Clark in 15th. So that was our Supermoto Beat Race 1, brought to you by Walker Group.
Yeah, and a good race, really good race. And I think it'll be nice to see Armitage and Milan there up in our A group for race 2. But they should now all be in the holding area for their first race of the 2026 British Supermoto and Superlight season. There we go. So who's that in those bright leathers? I'm having a feeling that might be Andy Mitchell. Or is that Wood? I know they're on the new Triumphs.
Walker Group Supermoto A Race 1 then. And they're already out onto track. There's no messing about there. The guys have all come down. There's the Cove of Blake Wilson, 450. First time out on that bike for them in the race here in the British Championship. And he was... So chasing setup, I think, was what.
Yes.
But look, he's 18th, and I think that's for a man that's come off a couple of seasons of riding 85cc bikes and all of that stuff to jump on a 450.
Yeah.
Oh, Harley Sharp then had a proper moment, big leg off.
Be honest, I'm so excited for this first race of the season.
Nobody knows. Obviously, Chris Hodgson, the 18-time, 19-time champion.
Yeah, I think it was 18.
Whatever.
It's enough.
More than enough. And, you know, congrats to him for everything he's done. He's no longer going to be a permanent fixture here in this championship, but he will, obviously, he said he's going to put in do some races. We've got the return of our 2024 champion over there, the 33 of Jay Smith on what is a ridiculously stock 450 KTM that he's just wheeled out. There's the 94 of Lee Willow Williams. But our pole sitter is none other than a new boy, Max Ingham, the number 11, who is just coming to the line now, I believe. Another man from the Isle of Man. There he comes round.
Yep. It's good to see that we're getting some fresh riders in this class. So a rider that we saw at the tail end of last year doing really, really well, Trips UK rider, the 116 of Harvey Ward. He's in 18th. We've got Andy Mitchell, who on the other end of the spectrum has been in the championship for donkey's years. He's currently sat in 16th. So
yeah, he's there on the Dave Clark Triumph. But yeah, so Max Ingham, then I obviously had to do my commentator duties and kind of go around and find out who the hell he was. Did know the name from British Supersport. He's done a couple of seasons in British Supersport, but a very, very accomplished motocrosser and an enduro rider as well. One of those annoyingly talented people who can turn their hand to anything, which is what Supermoto is all about.
I was going to say, this sounds like it's right up his street. No wonder he's up there.
24 years old, from the Isle of Man, so another one of the Manxmen, of which we've got plenty here racing this weekend. Obviously, Ryan and Jamie Kringle, Max Ingham. We've also got Lee Willow Williams as well. He's kind of he's got the connections out there as well. So it's. He's a short circuit racer, whereas the Kringle boys are more Isle of Man TT types of boys, but certainly all of them capable of winning. And with Chris Hodgson not being here this weekend, there's 8 guys who think they can win this championship. And whilst this is not the full British Championship, all of the riders that are going to be competing for that tomorrow are here today, getting themselves dialed in to the circuit. There's the 217 of Richard Sharp. The man on the trips, KTM, again, another rider that will be fancying his chances. He's won races at this level with the best of the talent. We've also got, with the moving on of Chris Hodgson, there is the bike that took Chris Hodgson to that championship last year. Maybe not the exact bike, but certainly running out of the same stable. The TM UK leads TM of Ryan Kringle. So we saw him last year on a Husky, which was considerably stock to a point, whereas this TM is certainly anything but. Those bikes come out of the crate almost pretty much as a factory bike anyway, but they're being looked after by TSV as well. And top line kit then under the 21 of Ryan Kringle. Alex Mullaney, who qualified in 3rd, he is campaigning the same machines that took him to a few race wins in 2025. He is sat there in 3rd. And Richard Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM, he has qualified on the outside of row 1. It's anybody's guess how this one is going to go. Like I say, I am more than excited. Blakeman there in 4th. Jamie Duncan, the Scotsman, then he is there in 5th. They were putting another swing arm in that bike between practice and the race. Richard Sharp in 6th, Lee Williams 7th, Jay Smith in 8th, and it's Jamie Kringle, Ollie Holmes, Harley Sharp and Dean Hillier on row 3. Now, we apologise for our cameras having a bit of a wobble, but it is blowing a bit of a hoolie out there as well. Yeah. So those guys and girls out there in our TNL Sports camera crew doing an excellent job. And it's a long way. It's a long old view, and the wind is properly blowing, as you can probably hear.
Here we go.
So, yeah, waiting
under
for
starters orders. Oh, that looked like to me a bit of a jump start there from row 2 from the 33 of Jay Smith. So we'll have to see if that was noted by the officials. But it's a good start for Max Ingham, and then that is Kringle and Mullaney.
Oh, Blakeman's gone. He
that's
went.
Mullaney down.
Oh, it's Mullaney. You're right.
It was Mullaney clipping bars with Kringle, and he went flying.
So that's not a good start. So Alex tried to bully his way down the inside of the TM.
And now he's got all the work to do from the back of the paddocks. Back of his grid.
217 to Richard Sharp up there in 3rd. So, well, I'll say excitement, but Mullaney was just trying to hold.
Yep.
Well, I think he was trying to give himself some room on the inside, and he just ran into the back of our race leader, Ingham, or if he didn't, he certainly looked very close. So it is Ingham on the number 11 Husqvarna that leads past our commentary for the first time.
That's allowed Richard Sharp up there into 2nd. So great pass there from him, and then that looks like Richard Blakeman slotting himself into 3rd place. Now the one to watch will be the 100 of Alex Mullaney from the back of the grid.
Well, I think
we'll see how many places he can chip off.
He's going to do well to do anything from there in this depth of field, so that's already not a great look. Great to see that he jumped back up, because that's a collarbone breaker going down there in that way. But so Sharp then not quite getting this clipping over that tabletop. Jamie Duncan there in 3rd.
Richard taking the alternative line, going the inside to outside. Is he able to get the run now on Richard Sharp? Both these riders with a lot of experience in motocross over the years. So we'll be fairly level pegged when it comes to our off-road. Then we've got a little bit of a gap back to the number 7, the Scotsman of Jamie Duncan. And then that looks like the 380 of Jamie Kringle there in 6th place. And then we'll be looking for Lee Williams of High Tech Coatings there in 7th.
Yeah, so race leaders back past our comms position, and it does look like Max Ingham is he's not under pressure. Sharpie is doing his best. So obviously, again, it's a little bit how much grip is that we need to see what the race time is. This will be the first proper lap as they come across the line for the first time. And we'll see what they're going to do. Like I said, they were doing 11s in the B group, so I'm expecting these guys to be doing probably 8s or 9s. And we will find out. So Sharpie just closing in a little bit. Blakeman there in 3rd, goes for the run around the outside. In fact, he's having a proper run round. Is he going to get? I think he's just going to run out of track.
Yeah, like I said, if you go outside of that line there as you're exiting the off-road, you're just straight onto marbles, and it's really, really loose. So that line developing really, really well. Again, another area where it was catching riders out is that transition between the tabletop and back onto the circuit.
But this is a really impressive debut then for Max Ingham. Like I say, I think he did one race towards the end of last year, and he did Mete as well. And just in Supermoto, he says, I can race, I can be competitive, and it isn't going to cost me a fortune. And he is certainly there at the head of the field. And like I say, I think there's 8 guys who think they can win this year. And Max Ingham was not on any of their lists.
Well, so I think he might have put himself on their list after our warm-up round here a fortnight ago.
Yes, everybody did notice, didn't have to run back to the pits and find out who he was, very much like I did this morning. But a really likeable guy, and an addition to the paddock. And it just goes to show that if you've got talent in any other form of motorcycle racing, you can bring it into Supermoto paddock and you can get results. Have a look, see where the rest of the riders are. So Jay Smith, he looked like he was in there as well. He's 15th, so Jay not having a great opening race, but like I say, he's just here, done nothing over the winter other than put some stickers on a new bike and dragged himself here. But it's at 106.2, so that is as fast as they were in qualifying this morning. As the weather starts to improve briefly, Richard Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM, then he's giving Richard Sharp all he can handle at the moment.
He is. So fastest rider on track on that last lap with a 106.223 was the 217 of Richard Sharp. but Max Ingham out in front with about half a second lead on that last lap, and it looks like it's been extended as well. So we'll have to see what our timing updates now as they've come back across the line. So Ingham now taking fastest lap, breaking through into the 105s with a 105.985, and it is now a second back to the 217 of Richard Sharp, who's only got a tenth between him and Richard Blakeman. Again, Blakeman trying that alternative line, and he is neck and neck. He's just not able to get the run on him towards that little jump as they exit the off-road. But definitely doing the right thing, trying those alternative lines.
He will always try something as well with Richard Blakeman. He almost tail-ended our second place man there, Richard Sharp, on the Trips KTM going into turn one, because Sharpie is one of those guys that gets the bike really low and sideways, and Blakeman just had the run on him and almost touched the back of the 217. But they're still in touch with our race leader. It isn't over till it's over, and like I say, Ingham's lead was just over a second across the line. I think it's going to be maybe a little bit more, but those guys have broken away to the tune of 6 seconds from Jamie Duncan.
Well, looking back through our grid, Alex Mullaney has broken into the top 10. He's now sitting in 9th place doing a 106.2. So with that sort of lap time, we'd expect to see him, if possible, able to get maybe into the top 6. That place is currently being held by Ryan Kringle, who's having a good battle with his brother Jamie Kringle. So both those Isle of Man boys out there racing together. But again, it's this battle at the front. Richard Blakeman not able to make that alternative line work for him, going inside to outside on but it was a bit of a wide line there for Richard Sharp as he exited the off-road and then head towards the tabletop.
Yeah, so there's usually a little bit of moisture sometimes running out the bank up into that little chicane. So Sharpie's closing in. So I don't think you can question the fitness of a 24-year-old over a man of Richard Sharp's age, and I'm not going to say how old he is because I don't truly know. Suffice to say, he is our over 45 champion, and that's all we need to say on that one. But Sharpie is a man who can, at the end of the race, he's always got that little bit of something, and he can manage a tyre really well, and he will fancy his chances of closing back in on the number 11 of Max Ingham. We're probably about half distance. You can see Sharpie backing it in from miles away. It's not how it's done anymore, but nobody told Sharpie that, and he still turns the lap times, and he's still one of our top performers.
Absolutely.
And he's definitely broken away. Though Blakeman's still there. If anything goes wrong here, he's going to do. I mean, I think that Blakeman now needs to follow these guys and not lose that time round that loop. A better run out for Sharpie that time. Just trying to get the bike turned a little bit more. He's still not giving this up. You can tell there's a time he's gone, I'm not catching him, I'm done. And you can kind of see, not just him but anybody, his shoulders drop, where you go, do you know what, I'll take the second and I'll try and beat him to the first turn next time. But that is certainly not how Richard Sharp's looking, and he is closing in.
He is. So it was a second gap between them on a few laps ago. We're now down to 0.7 with Max Ingham settling into a race pace of a 106.12 with Richard Sharp doing a 106.10. So really minimal difference between those two. Looks like we've got a battle there between Jamie Duncan and Ryan Kringle. Kringle there, knee down on that TM up the inside. That was a fast overtake there from Kringle.
Yeah, he was closing in on Jamie Duncan for the last couple of laps, and obviously he rides that knee down style road racer, Isle of Man TT rider and the like. So he's got his own way of riding these bikes, and he's battled his way through from about 8th or 9th. So definitely on the move on that TM, and obviously he's got a lot of learning to do. Nothing like anything he will have ridden before, the bikes that he's performed on here in the past couple of years. Certainly not at the level of that TM at Moto Leeds TM. But here is the battle for the top honours as they come to take it's the 155 of Chris Walker. So the Walker Group owner of the Trips team, then he's obviously been off at some point.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember the last number 11 we had leading in our elite class?
I'm going to say Christian Eden or Sam Warren, I can't remember.
Jordan Bannon.
Indeed he was. Bungle.
He was a British champion for us here, and he came up through the ranks from novice, clubman, and then actually taking a win in the British Championship. It might be we see that again, but to be honest, Max Ingham's come in and stuck it right on the top step from day one. So
hey, it's one race, it's one day. It's a long season. And you win your championship on your worst days, and it's the guys that are going to keep banging the points in, week out, who are going to be at the sharp end of this one come November, when we wrap the championship up at our final round at Cadwell Park, our traditional season ender. And again, that's a race that always throws up a few surprises. There's Blakeman then tailed off in still a decent third. He's got 10 seconds to play with over Ryan Pringle, who's in fourth. So this battle at the front is pretty much spread out through the field now. Mulaney has got himself up to seventh, and he will be having words with himself maybe, but it's just one of those deals. You're just trying to make yourself a bit of room, and it's like, well, if I don't make the room, I'm going down anyway.
Yeah.
And obviously the barriers there on the inside of the circuit, meaning that you don't want to be clattering them.
It's that famous adage, you can't win a race on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Like I say, I didn't...
There's Oliver Holmes, number 42, so he's currently sitting in 10th place. I think that is Harley Sharp there that's found a way through on the Trips UK Racing KTM. That's the 817, that is Sharp Jr.
Yeah, so... what a race in 2025 did Harley Sharp. So again, youngster, I think he's 18 or 19 years old, and came through our junior ranks. Not really with any success, it would be fair to say. Just enjoyed being at the races and rode round and was part of it, and that was great. But as soon as he got onto the 250 and then obviously latterly onto the 450, he's been a top level performer, and we've seen him run at the sharp end of national and British Championship races, but obviously moving his way through after not a brilliant start. Max Ingham then currently a second over the line. That's gone up to 2.3, so I think that Sharpie has gone, you know what, I'm sitting in a nice second place, I'll take the points.
Yeah, Max Ingham out there with a 2.3 second advantage now over Richard Sharp, which is no mean feat. And it looks like we've got Kirk there readying our last lap flag. That's Andy Mitchell there on the new DCR Triumph, I believe.
Yeah, he's Andy bought the Triumph out towards the end of last season, and he's now riding under the DCR banner, and him and James Wood. But there's our race leader then tipping it in, and now the length of the Rogerson Straight, a long look over the shoulder from Richard Sharp. He'll know that he will see that Blakeman's gone, and there's last lap flag there for our race leader. So hey, more than impressed. Fastest lap of the race, 105.67.
Just coming up on some back markers. That's Darrell Pennington. I think that might be Paul Groom and Harvey Ward.
Yeah,
just having a little look through there. So he's got his work cut out now to try and get through these riders who are having their own race here in the mid pack.
Darrell Pennington then out there on his, I won't say his dinosaur KTM, but he's certainly not one of the youngest bikes in the class. And
he's out here showing that those machines from the early 2000s are still perfectly capable.
You've got a good bike, it's still a good bike at this level. I don't think the bikes have improved massively in the last 5 years. You still need to be on something decent, but something 5 years old and decent is still good enough. As they come out onto the straight, so have a look at who that is. Is that Blake Wilson? Not quite sure who.
That looks like it might be the number 59 of Dan Billum.
Oh, it is Dan Billum, yeah, in his new colours. Right, there's our race leader in the background. Checkered flag going to wait for him as he goes across the line. There he is, the number 11. He was just tucked in on the back markers, all of them looking quite strange and difficult. So Sayer then taking... Oh, well, Sayer actually managed to finish the race there. That might be something that he's doing. But a race win then for Max Ingham, first time out. Hey, that's fired a warning across the bows of everybody. Richard Sharp in second, Richard Blakeman in third, Kringle fourth.
It looked like Lee Williams just nipped that fifth place from Jamie Duncan across the line there as well. So the high-tech coatings, Husqvarna rider Lee Williams on the 94 finishing in fifth, Duncan in sixth. Then it was Jamie Kringle in seventh. Eighth is awarded to the 817 of Harley Sharp. Ninth, Oliver Holmes, and Jay Smith rounding out our top 10.
Well, there you go. And first race of the year in the books then for all of our main solo classes, and some talking points.
Yeah, absolutely great. Alex Mullaney, of note, he got to 11th in that one after going flying on lap 1. So he's got his work cut out, coming a few rows back for race 2. But I think we are going to take a short break for lunch and allow our riders to grab a little bite to eat. And then we should be back with our junior minis and super minis for their first race.
Yes, we will look forward to seeing you probably in about 25 to 30 minutes after our lunch break, and we will continue to bring you all of the action from round 1 here of the 2026 British Supermoto and Superlight Championship from Three Sisters. Welcome back, everybody, to a beautifully sunny Three Sisters here at Ashton in Makerfield. Now, we're going for the second of our bit of broadcast. Our first race on now is going to be the Junior Mini and Super Minis, and those guys are all down in the holding area. It's a little bit bright and breezy, but at least it's bright. And there are a couple of our top runners then, Archie Reynolds and Edward Darnton there on the TM UK or TM Leeds UK TM 112. It's been an entertaining morning weather-wise. We've had some great racing as well, and this is the first of our junior Super Minis that are waiting to get there out on track. Danielle's just getting herself ensconced in her seat.
All back,
in
ready
your
for
racing finery.
Well, I don't know if the Crocs quite class as racing finery.
Yeah,
but
full leathers and Crocs. There's the fashion police would be obviously horrified.
I've seen worse setups over the years.
Yeah, and I've probably been one of them. So weather then, it has at the moment it has brightened up no end.
It's a little bit chilly still, so the actual circuit temperatures won't be that high, but it's completely bone dry out there.
Yes, just chatting with people in the paddock that were saying, yeah, track's fine. It's talking to Simon Bentley just before I came back up here. He won. He was second in our C Group race, and he said, yeah, it suddenly got really, really slippy, and he says it was mizzling a little bit right from the start. So it's our Automotive Saloonies Junior Mini and Super Mini Race 1. So these guys will run the same track that we saw our first race of the day on. So we've got basically two track layouts, and we will run. We've got this, and we've got some Superlites coming up after this that will also run the same layout. Yeah. So for those of you that haven't seen those, they're our sister attraction, for want of a better word, who will also run the short track that these guys will run. And like I say, these guys will move up either into full-size Supermoto, or they will move into our adult mini bike class, depending on how life treats them on the way through. But we've seen some good riders to
that looks like one of the Nuttall brothers there, just having a little bit of an issue on the grid. Just pulling over to the side. Looks like he's struggling just to get that bike restarted. Well, we just got a couple more riders just to make their way round to the starting grid. Let's have a little look. Do we have the qualifying?
Right, so we've got Curtis and Gazlowski on the front row. Pull that timing up. What's saying?
Look. So our junior mini and super mini qualifying. Number 71 of Brad Curtis should be on pole. And then, as you mentioned, Sebastian Gazlowski in second. Third, Archie Reynolds. And fourth is the 79 of Jackson Bennett. So, riders now heading out into their warm-up lap. We've got a mixture of machines in this one, from pit bikes. We've got those mini GP bikes. And then our more traditional-looking Supermotos with the 85s.
And always an entertaining race. And again, a decent entry. 20 guys and girls on the grid for this one. And we will see how this pans out. So Brad Curtis on the 71. I am not sure that I've seen him before. The bike and the number look familiar, but the name don't ring a bell with me, so that might just be me being a bit rusty. But Sebastian Gazlowski, we saw him at the end of last year looking incredibly racy on the 85 against the big bikes at Cadwell Park, so we're expecting good things out of him. Archie Reynolds then, a really, really good performer as well. His brother Cole Reynolds, who was a tot on a 65 what seems like 5 minutes ago, he is there in sixth behind Edward Darnton, and it's Byron Johnson, Ollie O'Gorman, brother of Moto 3 front row sitter in the last GP at the Circuit of the Americas in Texas, Casey O'Gorman.
He's very good ride from Casey O'Gorman. Yeah. I think he's the first Irish rider to have a front row start.
Yes, he is, for a
very long time.
So obviously that family has speed in their blood, and obviously the whole the global motorcycle racer. 1 minute you're at the Circuit of the Americas, and the next one that you are here at Three Sisters. But Casey Stoner, he always rated that this was the track that put him on the road Grand Prix stardom. If you can go fast round here in any weather, you will race well on any track in the world.
Yep.
And I think there's a quote for that on the in one of the pit buildings or one of the cafes. There's also something similar written by Neil Hodgson. Both of those guys cut their teeth here. Both of them been world champions. So this is where these guys come to learn their craft. And there's 20 of them on the line. And like I say, the Supermoto and the Mini GP bikes, 2 of each on the front row, and away they go. And who's going to get the drop? It looked like a man in second place, which was Gazlowski.
Darnton diving up the insiders there, well, with Reynolds, with Jackson Bennett just getting shuffled back slightly. But it looks like we've got a mixture between our Mini GPs and our traditional 85 Supermotos.
Two very different riding styles as well, which does make it difficult. So Archie Reynolds then, is he back on he's back on a KTM by the looks of it, 'cause he was on a TM last year.
Yep, I think brother Cole is now on his old TM.
Yes, I remember
so I think that's been a hand-me-down.
Yes, as I would imagine most of the things through his racing career have been, but nothing wrong with that at all, because it's all good top-level equipment. So race leader comes round for the first time, then it is the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski on a Mini GP bike now, rather than, it was a gas that we saw him on, and now, nice pass on the brakes then. Up the inside for Brad Curtis on Archie Reynolds.
Yep, are these 2 GP bikes going to run off and hide at the front, or how are our traditional Supermoto boys going to give them a little bit of stick? So the number 5 there of Archie Reynolds is really trying to chase down these 2 GP riders. And then it is the number 41 of Edward Darnton who currently sits in 4th. And I think it'd be rude not to mention Edward Darnton, I think it was last weekend, racing over in Europe as part of the Junior World Championship and finishing in a very, very, very respectable 4th place there. So a huge well done to him. And it does just go to show that this championship is a breeding ground for talent, not just here in the UK, but allowing riders to go on to even bigger championships. So it'll be good to see the TM UK rider Ed Darnton, what he can do. There he is in those blue and yellow leathers.
Oh, here they come, and we've got a change for the lead down the inside into the pit turn, and it is. So Curtis forces his way up the inside, and you have to say that these Mini GP bikes, these are the bikes to be on for this particular layout. Yeah. Expecting that the Supermoto bikes are going to have anything for. I'm not sure what these bikes at the front have got in them engine-wise.
Oh, that is Lucy Craig there, just getting herself nice and out of the way. She's one of our younger riders that's come down from Scotland, racing in their Scottish Junior Supermoto Championship, out there on the number 15. She's taken absolute chunks out of her qualifying time, doing a 1:12 this morning and down to a 1:08. So really good to see her out there just chipping away at it and getting some more experience.
But the speed difference in this class, obviously, you've got guys at the front here who have lived on a mini bike for probably 4 or 5 seasons, against kids that have come up through our what we call our Bambino class, which are the kids that they just get to have a bit of a ride round at lunchtime, get used to being out there on track and being in a racing environment, and they're probably 6, 7, 8 years old and working their way through. And by the time they get to 10, 11 years old, with a couple of years under their belts, they are accomplished racers in their own right. But
absolutely fully fledged racers, and it is a great thing to get them started on at such a young age, getting that track experience. I'm sure a lot of our more senior riders that decide that they want to give it a go and jump straight on a 450 probably wish they've had that experience. So it is a really, really good breeding ground for talent that we've got here in the UK. And you can see both those GP riders now just breaking away a little bit at the front, with the 71 of Brad Curtis now. He had a 0.6 of a second lead on that last lap, but it looks like he has extended that. So we'll see if that has been drawn out as they come across the line down our start-finish straight.
It will feel like this is going to be about a 30-lap race, but it's a very, very quick lap.
10 to go.
Yeah, 45-second lap as opposed to the full circuit, which is a minute 6, so it's 20 seconds a lap shorter.
That's the battle between 4th, 5th and 6th. We've got Darnton, Bennett and Johnson there in the mix.
So Edward Darnton there on the TM UK TM. Like I say, he spent a lot of his time racing a 65, and I know he did last year, I think, on an 85, and then I was moved up to this slightly bigger TM, and finding his feet on that one. And like I say, he was away in the doing the European Championship last week, so it shows you the class, as you said, of these riders here. Jackson Bennett, he's I think he's his 3rd or 4th year in the class, and again, he's a guy that's going to be close to moving up to a 250F next year.
Yep, and we know that is again another family of Supermoto riders. You've got Dad Peter Bennett in our S1 class, and then we also had older brother Kyle that was very accomplished when he used to race with us on a KTM. Definitely always very, very stylish to watch. But again, a good battle, and all these lads really good mates off the bike, so there'll be no love lost. They'll be battling it right to the very end.
Yes, we've definitely got a good array of paddock rats. No, look, the thing is, they are all good mates on and off the track, and they race each other hard. But the fact that they all hang around, I think it's fair to say that the pressure in the Supermoto paddock compared to motocross and road racing is just nowhere near as intense. They all want to win and do the best that they can for the people that are helping them, but the enjoyment of the racing is what brings people here, and these guys going off, and we see them move up to all the classes and going to road racing and all sorts of things. But they always find their way back here whenever they get half an excuse, and that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is definitely tightening up. And Jackson Bennett is well, he's not hanging up. Oh, Darnton getting cut away, and Bennett's going to try and ride around it up the inside. Oh, it's getting tight. That
is a back marker there. I think that is Jackson Nuttall there on the 183. And then it's Josh Walker also there in the mix. So they're currently sitting in 13th and 14th, having their own race. But it is these riders, again, Darnton holding on to that 4th place. He's about 3.8 seconds adrift now from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds.
But again, the back marker's doing a good job not trying to jump out of the way or do anything, just being sensible and allowing the leaders to come through. And now we'll see if Bennett can close that gap back to the back of Edward Darnton on that TM. And the number 41. TM UK leads entry. And like I say, part of that organisation down there that Chris Hodgson rode with. And I've now got Ryan Kringle under that awning to try and bag them another championship.
We've got, again, 6 laps remaining. So out in front, the number 71 of Brad Curtis. He's settled into this one now with some steady 1:45.7 lap times. And again, about a 1:45.8 from the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski. So those two hiding at the front with about a 5-second gap there over the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. Bennett there just sneaking through there on another back marker, and that is allowing Darnton to pull away ever so slightly now. He's broken away from this group just a tad. Yeah,
he's out of shot there as they came into Luna, so all of a sudden that gap was close enough to be close. Darnton's just made his way through the back markers a little bit more cleanly, and as a result then he's managed to ride away from that battle. So the what was a 3-rider battle for 4th place has now become a 2-rider battle for 5th. Oh, a little bit of a tangle there. I'm not sure whether a rider would... Whether we got somebody went down. It was certainly close.
Yeah.
Not seeing any yellow flags as I look out the window, so that's all good. But here is our race leader then, the number 71, and Brad Curtis.
I'll be honest, the setups look absolutely amazing. They look like proper little GP races. If you didn't take the size into consideration and you just saw this shot, you just flick through on YouTube and you open this up, you'd think you were watching BSB. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's good, and these bikes suit the size of this track. Like I say, this is where you need to cut your teeth. And again, when you don't realise how fast these smaller bikes are until you're out there trying to keep up with them on a big bike. And I know you've had that experience as well as I have.
I've had that experience for a fair few seasons now, and I will happily hold my hand up and say I have been smoked by some kids on 85s, and that is fine.
It's bad enough happening in motocross, but in Supermoto you think, well, how hard can it be? But yeah, the corner speed of these smaller bikes on the smaller wheels, and these tyres are so good on these small bikes. The grip levels are unbelievable, and in these changeable conditions that we're having here today, they will get some pretty decent heat into them.
Yeah.
So
they're proper cheeky about it as well.
Yes.
Proper cheeky about it, these riders. So tomorrow for our British Championship, we will probably see some of our junior Supermoto riders taking to the adult grids. And
Yes.
we've seen it before on previous live streams. They don't hang around, they don't mess about. But they make for some really, really good racing.
So the sun is making appearances through the cloud, and we're just hopeful that it will stay as it needs to be. Still no sign of the last lap flag. Curtis then from Gazlowski. They come down the inside of Josh Walker there, and then it's Reynolds, Darnton, and it looks like Byron Johnson has got the better of Jackson Bennett. Then 7th place is Ollie O'Gorman, 8th place is Cole Reynolds, 9th then is Caelan Ratcliffe, and 10th Jensen Cedras. And thank you to all of the sponsors that have stepped up to put some money in the pot to get us again broadcasting these races. So Automotive Solutions, well, the last lap flag comes out. We're sponsoring this race. Also SMR Excavations, the Rogerson brothers, Sean and Ian, putting some money up. The Ian Rogerson Plumbers and Heating, putting some funds together to allow us to bring you this championship again for 2026, and as well DVS and Stephen Hagen, another one of our riders in there, and we've got some help from the guys in our Superlites, who we're going to be showing very, very shortly. I think Mark Bates has put his hand in his pocket to help fund that one. So it all brings the job together nicely, and we really do appreciate all of the people that have come together this year to help continue bringing you the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship. And obviously, if you're out there and you feel like contributing, then feel free to do so. Checkered flag then for Brad Curtis.
It was, and we're just now watching as Kirk there waves the checkered flag, and there is our 2nd place rider. That's the number 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski. He comes across the line 11 seconds adrift, so just dropped off a little bit there. Don't know if back markers maybe had a little bit of something to do with that. But then in 3rd, it's the 5 of Archie Reynolds, 4th, Edward Darnton, and 5th is awarded to the 37 of Byron Johnson. So we'll just now wait for all these riders to come through and take the checkered flag. And that was some cracking racing there, all the way through that class, I'd say. And that was Ellie O'Gorman there, just pipping the number 10 of Cole Reynolds to 6th place as they headed across the line. Then we have Caelan Ratcliffe and Jensen Cedras there in 9th, and it should be the 79 of Jackson Bennett running out our top 10.
Did Bennett go down? So I think Jackson Bennett is tipped off somewhere on that final lap, and he may well be the man that went missing. So that's why Ollie O'Gorman moving from 8th to 6th on that final lap as we look down at our riders in pit lane. Not got a roving camera here this weekend.
Doesn't look happy. You've just won the race, mate.
Yes.
What's up?
There's kids for you, never satisfied. There's Archie Reynolds, he gets the Automotive Solutions KTM lifted up on the box, while the other two just have to sit there because, they're
not getting those on a paddock stand like that.
On a paddock stand like that. And you can see the flags then blowing, and we are apparently we're in the grips of Storm Dave.
Dave.
Yes, or unless
what a British storm name.
Storm name.
Proper. It'd be Dave that's going to mess up our Easter weekend, but we won't let him.
Yeah, hopefully it will take its time in getting here, but we can see that it is blowing a little bit, but not too bad, and it's helping keep the rain away. So here we have our Superlights. Now I don't know how many of them were actually got racing with us this weekend or today. But they are going to be racing. Normally they just do practice and qualifying for their championship on a Saturday.
Yep.
But they're out there going to have a go. And we'll,
I think they're normally, like you say, doing practice, but I think as we've got the live stream on, they've decided to do a little bit of racing for us, which I'm sure they won't be averted to.
No.
And again, this is another circuit that these guys are very, very familiar with. And just for our sort of viewers at home that won't have seen these before, they are, like you say, like a sister class to our British Supermoto Championship. They are the British Superlight Championship, and we have 3 classes of engines, don't we?
Yes, we do. We've got the 151 there. That is that has what is the Rotax snowmobile engine that is in there with an automatic transmission. In fact, the first 2 of those are automatic transmissions, so they are CVT. So they will just literally put their foot on the throttle and all they have to do is steer them, which sounds really easy. These things are so hard to drive. Anybody who's ever driven have got out and they've just gone, I cannot believe how hard that is. Looks like they're going to be doing a reverse grid start, which obviously that's going to make things interesting. Then we've got S6, S9 and S10. S6 being 600cc 4-stroke, S9 being 900s and S10 being the 1000cc's. I think that they're kind of phasing the S9s out because there is now a limited amount of those 900cc engines, and this class brought to you by Mark Bates and Sons Concrete and Mortar and Screens. Superlight Race 1, and obviously Mark Bates should be out there if he's partaking today. The 150 of Duncan Macbeth, he comes onto the rear of the grid, and they're fired off on their site lap.
Yep. So
they're doing a completely.
We're doing the perimeter circuit.
Yep. This is going to be good. So this perimeter circuit here at Three Sisters, this is up over Coward Summit, and there is not a corner that is more aptly named. It is
fast.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've had moments around there that still keep me awake at night 10 years later. And one of these have so much grip. And it really is. No diff in these cars, so it's a locked rear axle, and so the only way that you can actually get them to turn is to get that inner wheel up off the ground and get them to slide a little bit. And as a result, they are certainly something that you have to try very, very hard.
They're so spectacular to watch. So we get a lot of drift cars here at Three Sisters, and I think if we got the spectators that the drift cars get that come and see them sliding around, and they saw these buggies from what they are, I think they'd love it. Genuinely, yes. I think these guys need so much more promotion to be able to show how good the racing is.
We're going to get them on the grid, and so it's Adam Oldroyd, Jeff Wilkes and David Adams, I think is the front row. Can't quite pick the numbers out there. It looks like we've got 10 or 12 of them out there. Duncan Macbeth and George Milnes on the back row of the grid. So it's definitely a reverse grid because Duncan Macbeth and George Milnes are the people that we normally see at the sharp end of this championship. But this is obviously just an exhibition class for them, but not for championship points. No. So they're mixing it up a little bit and taking advantage of the fact that they're going to get some TV time.
I think that might be a little bit of a reverse grid as well, looking with Macbeth there in 11th and Muirhead in 10th. So see if these guys can fight their way through the pits. It looks like we may have a retiree already, unfortunately. Off the front row, that looks like it may be Jeff Wilkes.
So if that's stopped, I don't know whether they're electric starts or not on these. I've certainly not seen anybody getting out and pulling the cord on them, which they used to have to do on these when they first came out, I think. So he's going to be a non-starter. So 2 on the front row then. And we will surely be underway with our first race for our Superlites. Points at the lights, and let's see what we get. And obviously, see who gets the drop. And it looks like it is the 151, which I think is David Adams. As they go into turn 1, and obviously the smaller engine cars just simply do not have the power of the ones that are behind them. That's why it's a reverse grid. It is the slower cars at the front, and the cars are slower. It's not usually it's not just the fact that the drivers may or may not be as experienced. And they're already starting to bustle through. So, bit of contact there in the back. But they're already starting to find their way through. And who's it's going to be leading? It's already Duncan Macbeth from the back row of the grid. How has he done that? Well, he is a multi-time champion in our S10 class, and he has got certainly a massive horsepower advantage over everybody else that isn't in S10. But obviously,
look at that lead already.
Yeah, all the dive up the inside for second. So that looked like that was Mark Bates then. He's the man that's putting up the dollar to put this on the screen, so thank you to Mark. And he's there up into second. That was a dive down the inside of Jeff Wilkes, I think, as they came down into the first turn. And these things do sweep the track nice and clean, it has to be said. And like I say, fixed axle.
I mean, they are
gearboxes.
Very, very handy for whenever we do get some downpours of rain. We send the Superlites out and they clear those puddles for us. It's very, we are very thankful for them being in our championship. And we are always trying to find new circuits for them that sort of suit their sort of driving style, and they're a little bit quicker than what we typically have for a British Supermoto sort of championship. That's why they are running the perimeter circuit, which is certainly a lot quicker, but still using corners such as from basically here, from pit lane round through to Luna.
Yeah, Peter Muirhead then making a pass on the 93 of Derek Warren. And again, Peter Muirhead is a man that he had a big off here a couple of years ago and broke both of his feet, and actually ended up kind of going into the tyre wall at the bottom of the hill there by at the bottom of pit lane.
Did. It was a very, very big crash.
Yes, and to be fair, these guys are pretty good at not throwing it at the scenery, and it was just, I don't know, it was a tangle of wheels or just maybe a failure at some point, but he went into the tyre wall pretty hard. But talking about circuits, these guys have got, they're out at Aintree in a few weeks' time, which is obviously the home of the Grand National. They won't be going over the fences.
I'm off there next week.
But yes, the road race circuit there at Aintree, which is way too big for supermotos, but a good road racing circuit that's been run up here for a long, long time up this neck of the woods. I remember going there in the 70s with my dad. Those boys are going to be out there in the Superlites up there in a few weeks' time, so it'll be interesting to see what they make of that. And they also run around at Pembury that we don't use.
Yep.
Although we have been to Pembury the last couple of seasons. But here's the battle then. So Macbeth has disappeared at the front, 3 seconds in the lead, but this is it now, the number 8 of Muirhead closing in on the 123 of Mark Bates as they come down past pit lane.
Looking up the inside, but just not quite close enough to be able to make a suitable pass there. And Muirhead all over the back wheels of Mark Bates.
Yeah, he is, and Bates in that 123 is trying to make himself wide. You can see the inside rear wheel then lifting off, and that's allowing him to get that car turn. You've got to get the brakes on. Oh, Muirhead getting the rear end lit up. Is he going to have the run into turn 1? He made a dive. Oh, yes, he did.
Lovely pass.
You have no idea how fast that is into there. You stand on the outside of that corner, and you cannot believe the speed that those guys go, and they barely lift on the way into there.
And it always gets me. So Peter Muirhead, absolutely lovely, lovely gentleman in the paddock. And you put him in a car with a steering wheel in front of him, 4 wheels, and he's an absolute demon.
Yes.
It's chalk and cheese. He's like the Jekyll and Hyde of the British Superlight Championship. And there he is. Again, look, like you say, getting that inside wheel, just lifting there as he's absolutely wrestling it round Luna.
So the man that they just put a lap down, David Adams, he was our pole sitter on the reverse grid. But that car that he's in, that's got disabled controls on that. Now David driving that car with one hand and power steering, and still out there having a go and enjoying every minute of his racing. And a lot of downhill mountain biking and stuff like that, but came to one of our races and fancied a go at something, and this tickled his fancy, so he's out there finding his way and getting faster every time he goes out. But this is a good battle for the mid-pack. The 27 of Wilkes has got Derek Warren all over the back of him, and again, all of these guys, these are all S9 guys, I think. Macbeth only got 1.5 seconds over George Mills, but this battle, as they go up over the top of Coward Summit, is so you've got to be careful, because you're trying to find a way through the guy in front of you. You leave the door open behind.
Well, we're at about half race distance now, with fastest lap currently being awarded to the 11 of George Milnes, who currently sits in second place with a 39.083. So blisteringly quick laps around here, around this perimeter circuit. Macbeth doing a 39.397, and then you do then break into the 40s back there from third with Muirhead.
Changing position there. I think that was Derek Warren getting very, very squirrely coming on to the start-finish straight, and by the time he'd gathered all that up, he's dropped a position. So and that's Paul Smythe that might have made the pass there. So he's going to lose 2 places. It's at 22. John Kershaw comes through as well. So all of a sudden, the 93 Derek Warren, just by getting that rear end lit up coming out of Luna on the previous lap, has gone from challenging for 5th position. He's down to now down to 8th or 9th.
Yep, and
I think we've got to change at the front as well.
Yeah, I think we may have. So we'll have to watch our timing screen as they head round onto the start-finish straight, but I think you might be right there, Phil. I think it might be.
So we thought Macbeth was away with this one.
Mills there challenging for the lead, but it's still this battle there. There's the number 33 of Paul Smythe there in a very tight Superlight sandwich as they head now down towards Luna. And looking at our timing screen, it has been a change for the lead, with George Milnes now topping that, again with that fastest lap of 39.0, but both him and Macbeth's now settling into race pace of 40 seconds.
They're going to be catching these guys up soon. Our race leaders are going to be on the back of this big battle. They're all up over Coward Summit, so we'll just have a look in the distance. Our race leaders should be in the background there. So there they go. That's them going up the top of the hill. Race leaders across the top of Coward Summit. This is the battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth.
Yep, there they go. And he's again looking around the outside, but not quite close enough there. Is he able to line up a pass as they head down towards the start finish? We do only have 2 laps to go. There it is. He's pulled up alongside him. He's made the move. And he's made it stick now as they head up over Coward Summit.
Yeah, so there's Macbeth just going up the hill in the background. It's, I'll say, trying to catch. There he is. So there's Duncan Macbeth. He's in second place. And George Mills is there. He is. Mills in front of him. So that was the pass. Race leader then. And this is the battle. This is the battle for fourth. Our race leaders are going to be in shot at the back of this in a minute. So that's fourth, fifth and sixth. And then here is our race leader. There's the leader. There's second place. That's the 150 of Duncan Macbeth. As they're going to go down the start, finish straight and take the last lap. If that's the checkered flag. So
Did
Mills
you see Duncan Macbeth leaving black tyre marks around Luna? He was pushing it right to the very end.
Oh, that was our cameras then. Doing their best to keep up with that. We had 2 fantastic battles and we've only got 3 cameras, so really not the easiest thing to do, but no. It was a win, I would say, against the run of play, but it's not very often you see Duncan Macbeth nailed getting to the front and ending up finishing second. So Peter Muirhead, he came through for third, and then fourth place is this battle here, which is going to be Kershaw that is going to come across the line. He will take fourth. Jeff Wilkes will be fifth. We will need to recover that car then.
We'll just have a little recovery, get that car back to the paddock, so we can try and get that one back out a little bit later on.
Yeah, that was that was our opening Superlight race 1, and obviously we've got another two outings for them later on today. We'll be back there.
Also, that was our viewers' first time of seeing Superlights, really.
I've definitely commentated on them before on the stream, but it's probably been a couple of years. And not a full grid. We've got we normally have more of them than this, and I think that obviously it's not a championship. It's not a championship race, so a lot of guys who just will come up today and race tomorrow, but making their way back into the pits at Three Sisters. So next on track will be our senior mini bikes, I think.
Adult minis and super minis.
Adult minis and super minis. So this is the first of our second races of the day. How are we doing for time? We lost a little bit of time earlier on.
So we get that father and daughter battle again, hopefully, between Stephen and Ruby Booth.
Yes.
And again, I'm just peeping out of our windows. And
oh, don't do that.
It's just looking cloudy, to be honest. I don't think it's looking too bad out there. The flags are definitely waving through the paddock. And it's good to see a few people up over on the bank watching round Luna. I know it's always good to see when we come here during the summer that bank gets absolutely packed. And we do come back here later on this year. So let's just double check when that round is. Yep, so we're back here in July for the 11th and 12th of July. So if you are enjoying watching the racing that we've got here today, hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer for you all to come and watch. So that's one to add to your calendars. So that's the 11th and 12th of July, back here for round 5 of our British Supermoto and Superlight Championships. But round 2 is going to be held at Teesside in about a month's time, 2nd and 3rd of May.
2nd and 3rd of May it is. Maybank holiday weekend, and always a good time up there at Teesside. Another great circuit for the Superlights as our Automotive Solutions Adult Mini and Super Mini Race 2 gets on the line. We are absolutely bang on time by the looks of it as well, because this is scheduled to go off the line at 2:45, and that's what time it is now. We're just standing out our pickup to do the recovery of the car that was pushed off the front of the middle of the front row. And as soon as we've got him out of the way, we'll send the bikes out on circuit. Normally, once we get into our second blocks, we just wave them round onto the sight lap and save a little bit of time. It is a busy day here. Plenty of racing going on. And like I say, if you're in the area and you want to come down and watch the racing live tomorrow, then feel free to do so. It's not a lot of money on the gate. I think it's about £10 to get in.
Yep, I think it's about £10 entry.
Kids are free, I think. Again,
I'm fairly sure kids are free.
And it's a paddock that you can just wander around and talk to people, and there's no gate on to stop you looking at the bikes. There's our first race winner.
Yeah, and I'm sure if you were wandering around our paddock and you had any questions and you thought, I really like the look at that bike, anyone in this paddock will stand and chat with you.
Yeah, and sell you a
talk
bike.
You through it, try to sell you a bike and try to get someone else on either 2 or 4 wheels and in our championship.
And that does happen quite a lot. You see people, I come to watch a few last year, and I'm here now, and all of a sudden, you've turned into a racer without really realising it. And
such a fella, now I'm on a bike racing.
Yes, and look what happens. It escalates, and then before you know where you are, you're 4 bikes in, and your whole life's ruined.
Yeah, there's the old adage that racing motorbikes can never make you a millionaire unless you started as a billionaire.
Exactly that.
It's not happening.
You can make a small fortune out of racing as long as you start with a big one.
Yeah.
But look, it's a great paddock to be in, and all these guys and girls having a lot of fun this weekend. The weather at the moment is doing us a solid by being reasonably dry, and we just wait for that car to come.
Dave is behaving himself.
Yes.
That Storm Dave,
yes.
He's behaving himself for the time being.
Yeah, so that car then just towing off in the background, and as soon as he's cleared the circuit, we will be back underway, and it's going to be a... we've got the battle then, the battle of the booths. Is Ruby going to be able to do Dad over again in race 2? Joe Mills then took the win in race 1 on the number 1585cc KTM. And I can see, we'll just see them now. They will appear out of pit lane.
This will be the race I'll have to dart off and not see the end of, unfortunately.
Are you going to try? Are you going to try not to end up on the floor in this one?
I mean, I don't think that was my fault, but I was assisted.
Yes, you were assisted. But anyway, look.
I think I'm starting from 34th though, so that'll be a good crack.
So you're only going to go forward from there. But again, so that's part of the thing here with Supermoto, the way that the race format works and the fact that it isn't a motocross style start. If you have a mare in one of the races, you are automatically at a disadvantage in the following race. So a crash in the first race is far more catastrophic than
just
a crash.
Ask Alex Molina. Yes. He's going to have all the work to do in
so
his
he's going to start from 6.
race.
He'll be from the second row. So that isn't the end of the world. But having said that, had he not have crashed, he would have been starting from the front row. Yeah. He made it hard for himself. It was a good ride. I did not expect him to come through at the rate that he did. But he's on top form. He's also started doing some road racing on the bigger bikes as well. So he's broadening his horizons and his skill set.
He had a very good weekend at Snetterton.
Yes, I think he started one race on pit lane or something, from what I heard.
From what I've been told. So I also commentate at Oliver's Mount, and sometimes we also get the guest appearance of Bradley Hicks. Bradley's really into his road racing, and I actually had him messaging me over the warm-up round weekend going, just checking, is Alex at the warm-up? And I said, no, he's not actually. And he went, oh, so it is that Alex Mullaney that's gone and beaten everyone at Snetterton then? And I was like, yeah, that looks like our Alex. And he's flying.
And he started in this in the smaller classes.
He did, on an 85, and he definitely found his speed on the 85, taking, I believe, our Academy Championship. And then he was taken under the wing of Chris Hodgson, which, if anyone's going to show you how to go fast on a Supermoto bike, I don't think there's anyone better than Chris, really.
No, and like I say, he has been around for quite a long time. And because of that, we tend not to give him, or I certainly don't, give him the credit that he's still only 18 or 19 years old.
I know.
And you just think, well, he's been around ages. Anyway, these guys are off.
There they go.
And it's Ruby Booth that's got the whole shot. This time, is she going to get the speed down to it? She is. She drops it across the front of Joe Milnes. So Ruby leads into turn 1.
Yep, it's
now, she's not going to have the straight line speed on that 85, but she's definitely put somebody in between her and Dad Steve in there in third. It's Simon Lehane in fourth by the looks of it on the 97.
Yeah, but Ruby there out in front now and leading us back round towards Luna with Milnes in second and Dad Stephen Booth in third.
That KTM did seem a bit smoky on the sight lap. Whether it was running, and it looks okay now, but he kind of jumped away at the front and disappeared in the first one. You see, it is looking a bit smoky, isn't it? He doesn't seem to have the straight line. I mean, you would expect that he would absolutely fly past there in a straight line down there. But Ruby's doing what she needs to do.
Yep.
And of course, you get to a point in these races where you think, well, they haven't come by yet. They're not going to. You can't have your head on a swivel, keep looking around the back all the while. She will hear that other bike behind her and know that it is the two-stroke, no doubt.
Yep, just got to keep racing ahead of herself. There's no point looking behind. And like you say, she'll be able to hear the distinctive note of that 85. And Milnes taking a slightly wider line. Is that going to give him the run? Not enough.
It just doesn't seem to have the go down. You see, he looked slow down there in the first one. And I'm like, do you know what? Is it just the way he's coming at the camera? But the bike just doesn't seem like it has the straight line go that I would expect out of that. Now this time he looks like he's got it wound up and he's going to fight his way to the front. Whether Ruby's got anything, no. So that's it. He's whatever was holding him back, he's managed to find his way through at the end of the straight.
Yeah.
And as a result, he will now probably just inch away. And fourth place man, then Simon Lehane, is in much closer attendance this time than he was in race 1. And as a result of that, he's going to keep a bit of a pop of a flame. Oh, Simon Booth. Yeah, Stephen Booth then trying to dive down the inside of daughter Ruby into that left-hander. Obviously, lots of these corners at Three Sisters, because it's got 3 different layouts, tend to lose their names. But obviously Luna is always Luna, whichever way round we run the circuit. And I can't think I've ever ridden this backwards.
Once, I think. It's not very nice.
No, people say it's not. Sometimes you've got to change things up. We do come here a lot. But Luna the wrong way around just feels and looks wrong.
Yeah, it's not great fun heading towards the tyre wall in that direction, I'll be honest.
This is known as the cut-in through the centre there. And then obviously we've got the pitch straight. Coward Summit is the turn at the back that we're not using. And then all of these other corners is the pit corner here. And again, the difference in speed that you approach this to, whether you're going right and then left or going all the way around right to go back the other way, does make a difference to the approach. As like I say, Lehane is still there, and they've obviously gapped out the rest of the field, which is Hilton, Ratcliffe, Louth and Luke Wright. Not seeing Wadgie Smith out in this one.
No, he was out there on the CRF 150.
Maybe he had a little bit of a problem, which is why he kind of tumbled down the order a little.
Yeah.
And maybe they're sorting that bike out for the Charlie tomorrow. But this is the battle for second. Race leader now, look at that. That's just gone out. He's like 4 and a bit seconds in 2 laps. It shows you that Milnes was in a 48.7. So 2 seconds a lap faster, which is 2 seconds a lap in 2 laps. So that's going to be 4 seconds. It's not rocket surgery, that one.
No.
But as a result of that, it's this battle for second. And Lehane is still close enough to be picking up pieces. And I don't think that Ruby is blocking. But Lehane is just a hair quicker. There's about 0.3 of a second on the last lap. So he is gaining by about half a wheel a lap. But once you get to be really close, all of a sudden that last little bit, you find yourself there. And that's the point at which you take a quick deep breath and go, well, I'm here now.
I'm here, I'm going to have to try.
Yeah, and then you either end up falling off because you've lost your concentration because you thought you'd done the hard bit, and end up on the floor. But he's on a 150 Honda. which is obviously a motocross bike, whereas these obviously the other two. And titanium knee sliders there for Ruby. And she's obviously, how old is she now? Is she
16, I believe.
Okay,
16?
so yeah, so she's
16.
She's been doing this quite a few years, and is no novice. It'd be interesting to see how she would go on a big bike. I think I've seen her on the 300 a couple of times.
Yeah, she was on the old 300 that we all know and love.
Yes.
But
yes, even my mate owned that bike. That bike's been, that
my
bike,
old bike,
that bike
same
has
frame. It wasn't 350.
Many partners.
Oh, I love that bike.
And so yeah, I know that the guy that was, I think, was the guy that ended up building it back as a two-stroke. But yeah, she was out on that. But the transition for some of the girls from the small bike to the big bike is one that is pretty difficult. I know that we've seen that before. But you never rode did you ride an 85?
Nope.
No.
I had a 85 for motocross, which was actually Joel Todd's old 85. Yes. Never raced it, and my first experience on a Supermoto was actually my dad's 450 round here in his leathers.
Yes.
And then I got the bug.
Yes, and there you are, and all these years later.
Still making a nuisance of myself.
Poor and injured.
Well, I'm going to head out now anyway and go and get myself ready because it will be the C group coming up very shortly.
You timed it to perfection last time.
Very quick. These are a very short lap, so I need to make sure I've got time to get my boots back on because I can't race in Crocs.
You can't. Right, best of luck with that one then. So Danielle then making her way back down to the pits to get ready for her next race, which is straight on track after this one. But this battle for second place then, Ruby Booth. Lots of sparks out of the knee sliders of the 861. Oh, here he goes up the inside. No. Ruby definitely has the speed advantage. There's not a lot of difference in the actual look of the bikes. They're going to come up on a little bit of lap traffic. Is old age and treachery. Oh no, Ruby manages to cut up the inside. So the advantage there definitely going to Stephen Booth. Oh, Stephen Booth's going to round he's got to go the long way round, and this is going to give our fourth place man Simon Lehane a little bit of chance, is it? No, he gets shut out. So Lehane now a little bit of an advantage that he was hoping to have in amongst the lap traffic has disappeared. He's still close enough to be close. 7 laps in. I think these run 12 laps, so still a little bit left on the clock for this one. Through the cut-in then, and again this bit of the track you've right, left and right, and you feel like you can always go into it that little bit faster, and then as soon as you just get it wrong, the curbs are so big. If you clip the curb on the inside and the way in, it is it throws you off, and if you survive hitting the second curb, you're way out onto the final corner onto pit lane. It costs you loads of time. So I think now Lehane has to do something as Stephen Booth looks at the inside, but not close enough. Ruby's got like 5 mile an hour on him down the straight by the looks of it. So if I was him, I'd be fettling that bike a little less conservatively next time, or a little bit more conservative next time to try and even up the score. Maybe let her tyres down a bit or something. But race leader then, Milnes, 13 seconds off down the track, and as good as that is, we'll keep watching this because something's going to happen or not, and if it does, we certainly want to see it. Looks like again the sun just peeking through the clouds very, very briefly. Further down the field, Hilton, Roman Ratcliffe and Craig Louth having a decent battle. Still no sign of the last lap flag. as we said earlier on, both Danielle and I, you would be amazed at how fast these little bikes are through the turns. The guys that race these indoors on indoor kart circuits and stuff, and it is addictive. There's lots of places that you can easily ride these bikes as well. Lots of kart circuits that will let you on. Sometimes not as easy to get on with a Supermoto bike, which is why these become a little bit more popular and usable. And this is really the biggest place that you would want to be riding one. We did run around Cadwell Park, the final race of the championship, and they do put on some good races. The last lap flag is out then, so Joe Milne, he's away at the front. 13 seconds now. This is the battle for second between Ruby Booth, 861, and Dad Stephen on the 86. Makes it easy to swap bikes from one to the other, no doubt. And Lehane is there. He's right there. I think he just overran it a little bit into that corner. He is. He'll fancy. He's a lot closer than he was in the first one. He'll fancy himself to get a start, and he might be in with a shot here. But he's going to be our race winner then, Joe Milnes on the 15, the 85cc KTM rider, taking victory in our second adult Super Mini race of the day. And this is the battle for second coming to the line now. Any second, that 13 seconds for the one. They were falling off. No, Ruby takes it from Dad Stephen in third, and it's Simon Lehane, and then fifth should be Adam Hilton. They're a long way back, only just coming down pit lane, so they've got a long way to go yet. But that is our adult Super Mini, Mini and Super Mini race 2, brought to you by Automotive Solutions. The next race on the grid will be our second C Group race. So it was Ollie Granger and Simon Bentley that went up out of this C Group last time by. So we look at them there. There's the 103 of Jess Mitchell, and the 144. That's one of the brothers racing. So that's Ian and Simon. Ian and Sean Rogerson's team, brothers racing. There's about 6 of them under that awning now. All out there having a bit of fun of a Saturday and Sunday. And Jess Mitchell out there. Sister was here today. It's not normal to see the other of the Mitchell girls here at the races, but her boyfriend is out on this grid in the C Group. So Supermoto Race C, brought to you by Walker Group. That number 80, have a look, and that is Andrew Fulton. He's on an Evo. That is a really, really old LC4 based KTM by the look of it, with the headlights on the front of it. So race C, Danielle there on the 207, all the way down the back of the grid after that tumble in race 1. So I think it's going to be Sean Jones on pole for this one. We'll see. They'll get the wave round, and they'll get on track. Number 15 there of Tyler Clark, his first meeting on that 250 gas. So he's moved up from an 85. So he will another rider. I think he's not 13 or 14 years old, racing against the big boys and girls, and he will be very much as Tommy Sayer going through. So riders out on their warm-up lap. We'll just let them have a wander around. I'm going to grab a quick drink. So they are. That's the result from the previous race. So it's Milnes, Booth, Lehane, Hilton, and Ratcliffe was your results. Looks like we have a little bit of a delay on our timing, our mixing guys. We're a million miles away from it. Normally they're on site. I'm just getting some lag on our live timing at scraping, getting all that info. So they're going to get the wave round. And we'll come back and we will form up the grid for the second race of our Supermoto C, brought to you by Walker Group. Sean Jones then on the Cranked Up Racing Husqvarna. Could be a KTM. Nobody really knows. They're all the same. He will start from pole position from the 85 of Philip Rigg. Like I said, different bike for Philip Rigg. I think he got that towards the end of last season, but he was a guy that was starting rather towards the back of this C group when he first joined this championship, and he's now finding himself starting in the middle of the middle of the front row with a chance of moving up to the B group for the final race of the day. So that's a lot of progression, and always good to see. Tommy Sayer will be in third, and the other rider on the front row will be the 77 of Stephen Haig. And on the second row is the number 80, that Evo KTM of Andrew Fulton, with Jamie Wilson, Lewis Cowper and Jess Mitchell bringing out the back of row 3. Then it's going to be Jordan Grant, Jason Ramshaw, Liam Pearson, Edward Darlington, Rick Owen and Chris Bick. That's another rider that is new to me, Chris Bick. I've not seen him before. But busy old race, this one. We're down to 35 riders in this one this time by for the second race. So here we go then. Lights change. Great start from pole position then from Sean Jones. He will fancy himself to win this one, but we will see. Rigg there in third. Second place then it is Tommy Sayer on the Honda. So Sayer then having a decent start. That also looks like that might be the number 4 coming through of Jamie Wilson on the black. Looks like a KTM. In fact, he's already round the outside. Oh, a tumbler there. Not sure who that one was. But whoever it was, that might have been Rigg, actually. Just pushed his front wheel over the berm, and that's... so his aspirations of going up to the B group after my big build-up got as far as the second corner of the dirt section. So commentators curse on that one, unfortunately. So Jones then... If you haven't caught up with his YouTube channel, Cranked Up Racing on YouTube. Oh no, there's Rigg, so it was Rigg, he's still there. I'm not sure who that was. There's the 111. That's Jordan Grant, and again another new rider. So we'll get them across the line this time. So this is going to be the battle. These two are fighting to go up to the B group for the final race of the day a little bit later on. Jones has got his finger out off the start. Rigg is there in second, Sayer third, and then it's Steve Haig on the 77 fourth, Fulton fifth on the number 80, Wilson, Cowper on Jordan Grant, Jess Mitchell up to 7th, Ramshaw 8th, Liam Pearson 9th, and Ed Darlington then on that 85cc, or on that certainly Super Mini TM. You can see him there in the background. So through this off-road section, which is now becoming quite dry and tricky. Now the number 4 there, Jamie Wilson, he's holding a ridiculously tight line around the inside there on the flat, and you can see the wind blowing our camera around up there on the top of the hill. He's taking a ridiculously tight line. We've got to pass there. Sayer down the inside of Rigg. That was nice there. Rigg did not get out that turn fast enough, and Sayer dived past. Here's the number 4 coming as well, Wilson. So he's a man on the move. I'm not quite sure what bike is that he is on. It has twin pipes. There's no numbers on the side. There's also doesn't look like it's got any side panels on it either, so anybody's guess. But he's certainly going okay on it. Not sure whether it is one of our Evo bikes, but looking down our rider list, he doesn't actually appear in the qualifying numbers at all, so not quite sure what's going on there. There is the number 80 on the old LC4 KTM, so that is the kind of bike that we would have expected to see here in 2002, 2003, and to muscle that around this circuit, that is absolutely unbelievable, because that is a big heavy old thing. Don't get me wrong, it's fast, but it's big and it's heavy. But he's making himself a proper nuisance on that. And he's moved up. He's managed to find his way past it. Well, he was right onto the back of Rigg. Wilson is there. And he has. He's going to... Oh, no, that ain't on. That's a no-pass situation. But there he is. The number 80. Fastest lap. Liam Pearson in 7th. He's coming through this group. So the front two then, Sean Jones and Tommy Sayer, they are already away at the front. This battle then for third between Philip Rigg and the number 80 of Andy Fulton on the LC4 KTM. Looks like Pearson is coming through. Looks like he made another pass on the way into the right-hander, or the left-hander in the way into Luna. Let's have a look and see if we can see where. So Jess Mitchell 10th, no sign of Danielle. She's trying to fight her way back from 30-something on the grid. John Oakes in 12th, Tom Nutter 13th. There's the 150 at Pearson in the background. So the number 80 then. So this is where he is trying his hardest to do. Oh, then a big moment for Sayer in the off-road. And they're all closing in. Well, I don't know who Jamie Wilson is, but he's definitely a motocrosser. You can tell by the way he's in the off-road there. He's giving it his all. He's going to push his way down the inside of Sayer there. Oh, that was brave. But he got track position and pushed his way up the inside. So all of a sudden, he's up to second, and he's going to find himself chasing after now our race leader, Sean Jones, who's about 2 seconds up the track. As we look then, knee down style then of the number 80 round the outside of Philip Rigg. In fact, no, that's proper. That's a 150 of Liam Pearson. He's up to 6 and still our fastest man on track with a 1:16.45 last time by. He's trying to ride around the outside of Rigg. I think he's on a 250 as well. So he's going to get eaten alive down the straight by this LC4, and no mistake. Or maybe not. Oh, big move around the outside. He's got to try and get up the inside into this turn, and he does it. He's been making some good passes. And it's Darnton as well. He's in there in the action. There's lots of them coming through. This is a cracking race now. There's like 6 or 7 of them all after the same bit of track. Wilson is after our race leader. Oh, it looks like Pearson has stalled, so that's him done. So here's the battle for the lead. So there's the first and second. There's third. That's Sayer. And then it's Rigg and Fulton. Obviously, trying to shake some arm pump out there for the number 4. I have no idea what that bike is. It looks like it could be some old Husqvarna or something. It just certainly looks... to send out the pit ferrets and find out what's going on with that one. But whoever it is, we've got a rider off in the background. It certainly looks like it's got a twin header pipe on the front of that on one side. It could even be an old Vor, you know, but anyway, doesn't seem to have the straight line speed on Sean Jones at the moment. He's up to second. The battle for third and fourth, then it's still Sayer from Rigg from Fulton. Pearson dropped to 8th, and you'll probably drop even further than that now. Yeah, Pearson down to 11th. So Darnton, Nutter, Ramshaw, Mitchell. So Jess Mitchell, our Ladies' Cup champion, she's currently sitting there in 10th. And there's the pass for the lead, motored round the outside. The 8:41. Oh, big mistake there. So our race leader changed and he's run and hit. I want to look out the window. See him as a good boy. Yeah, no idea. But anyway, I need to go and do my homework. You always like to think that you've got round all the new boys, but there's one that's... Oh, it's a header pipe, so it's an expansion champ. Didn't look like a twin pipe and that, so it could be a Husky or a KTM of some description. But anyway, our race leader, Jamie Wilson, then, coming under pressure as they come down the back straight. There's the 714 of Andy Goodsall. He's had a bit of a tip-off in the off-road on the AWS Husqvarna. Sorry, AWG Husqvarna. Another man that's been around this paddock a long time. He's won a few of these as well in our C group in the past. Oh, there we go, another battle for the little... Oh, Jones is coming back. So Jones is having, you can just tell the motocross pedigree there of Wilson. But Jones is like, yeah, do you know what? Well, you new blokes turning up, ruining our fun. Doesn't quite get over the tabletop. And this is where the motocross pedigree comes, just being able to get those extra bits of lift over the jump to make them clean, just get the bike where it needs to be. But still a good ride for Jones, and these two boys are going to go up into the back of the B group for the final race of the day. I'm going to get into lap traffic, can't be far off for last lap time either. No, Kirk is still ensconced in his chair at the side of the track. And Jones is indeed closing in. They're going to come through. Get into a little bit of lap traffic. This is where it gets really, really difficult. Looks like James Wallace-Moores then. He's going a lap down on the 182. But first time out for him, ex-motocrosser. So he will be finding it is a big transition. You either hit the ground running and know what you're doing, or you just get on the bike and you have no clue what it's going to do. And it's really, really difficult. Andy Goodsall just moves out of the way for the race leaders. This is not his first rodeo, so we will know to get out of the way. Then 771 of Darrell Brett, just the same. And again, Brett on a very, very old KTM in our Evo class. Or load of back wheel patter then for our race leader. Jones is still bearing down, and that's a decent bike that Jones is on as well. So I would say of the equipment in the equipment state, Jones has definitely got a more sorted bike underneath him. He's had a couple of seasons on it now, and he's getting a good feeling with it. Still no sign of the last lap flag. Jones is pushing on. He's closing in on the brakes. He's not. Oh, that was from a long way back, and this is where the motocross boys struggle. They don't have the confidence on the front end on the brakes. I think if Jones can stay with him, he'll do him on the brakes into their next lap, or have a real good go. Right, change the line. So he's going to the inside. We've got one of the pit bike riders that's going to come into play there. We've got somebody down in the off-road. Not sure who that might be. Goodsall again, just stopped at the side of the track. Our pit bike rider then doing the right thing and moving out of the way. So Jones just not getting out, and he's losing 5 or 6 bike lengths there. If he could get over that jump, he doesn't have a bike, he doesn't have a motocross or road racing background. I think he just came to Supermoto as literally just like, I'm going to do Supermoto and that's it. And he's got the speed, but you can see the back end of that number 4 is absolutely pattering its head off. So he hasn't got the technique. He's banging it down through the gears and getting the rear end bouncing, not getting the slipper clutch effect that you would get. I guess he hasn't got a slipper clutch in it. So is Jones going to have a run? It might even be an old Honda, you know, looking at that. And here we come, Jones down the start-finish straight. Last lap flag this time by. And sure, Jones does him on the brakes. It's almost like I know what I'm on about. Oh, he's run wide. Is he going to let him go now? Obviously, they're going to go into the off-road section. They're going to meet traffic. Jones is going to have to go to the outside first, unless traffic tells him otherwise. There's nobody right in front of him. He goes wide, but he's going to have the inside round here, but he's going to be stuck behind the slower bike. He's going to change for the lead again. Oh, he did all the hard work and then just picked the wrong line, but I don't think whichever way he went there, he kicks a tyre out in front of him. I don't think that was deliberate. Whichever way he went there, Wilson was going to go the other way around. Wilson fastest 1:16.36, his fastest lap. And Wilson just making it. Now, is Jones going to be able to ride his way back onto the number 4? Yeah, it does look like an old Honda, doesn't it? Or an old Honda. Yeah, Jones just not quite close enough. But that was an entertaining battle while it was on. And they've gapped the rest of the field by about 5 seconds. It is going to be a race win then for Jamie Wilson. Jones is going to come across the line. A very close second. And he will be, I would say he'll be annoyed at letting that one go. But everybody likes a win when they can. Look at the win there, giving Kirk fits there with the checkered flag. So Andrew Fulton it is that takes third on that number 80. Edward Darnton gets himself up to 4th. Liam Pearson 5th. Then it's Philip Rigg on the 85. He comes across the line. Tommy Sayer 7th. He's in 6th. Tommy Sayer 7th. Jordan Grant on the 111. He is 8th. 9th is number 15 of Tyler Keel, and 10th is the 103 of Jess Mitchell. Right, so the next race out should be, and there it is, right on cue, our Walker Group Supermoto B. There is the 82 of James Wood on the DCR KTM. Some decent lads in this one. Very decent lads in this one. There will be people who think they should be in the A group in the front row of this race. And maybe on another date they might well have been, but look down then, there's our podium then for the race that's just finished. And everybody out on track then for our B group race number 2. Andrew Fulton then just trying to get himself round onto the podium. He's never going to lift that bike on the stand in a month of Sundays. There's Simon Burgess then on the number 53 Husky. And he's a guy that is deceptively fast. He has on good days and not so good days, but on his good days he can get himself into the A group and make a nuisance of himself. For a rider that doesn't have a massive racing pedigree behind him, he's certainly giving good value for money and one of the best mullets in the paddock to boot. And that looks like that, let's say the camera blowing around, that looks like that might be, is that Richard Sharp, or is that, no, that's the 211 of Chris Lambourne. Another one of the Trips Racing guys. In fact, no, that's the 271, so apologies. He's the newest member of that. I'm looking at Tyler Ward. That is, yeah, that was Prof's bike there, the 211. It is. You can tell the way it is, the way he's sitting on it. The camera shaking. Well, yeah, my failing eyesight on what is actually quite a nice size monitor here these days. We've got a decent TV in the booth, and all of you guys are watching at home. You're watching it on a TV that's like 4 times the size of the one that we've got to tell you what's going on. But we've not. We've got a nice unit here, courtesy of the guys on TNL Sports, who are bringing you these pictures for this first round of the 2026 British Supermoto Championship. And obviously you're watching us on TNL Sports. Please like and subscribe, press the bell and follow us on all of our social media across the weekend. I know Danielle does a lot of posting on there for you, for those of you that already follow us and do all of that. But obviously share out our feeds and subscribe it to. I think it helps our algorithm and obviously helps our views, and all of that stuff goes to make this a little bit more easy to do financially if we're getting more eyes on it. And obviously the live stream is very much one of those things that nothing beats being at the track. I'm looking at one of the Bathmate boys there with some sticker tyres on, so you cannot beat being live at the circuit. You see so much more, but if you can't be here, then TNL Sports and the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship stream is the place to be. And we will be bringing you action from every round of this championship this year on this channel, either on the Saturday or the Sunday, depending on stream availability. Lots of events that we cover here at TNL Sports. You can hear the wind in the background on the cameras. It is a bit blowy. Say Storm Dave doing its best. But here we go then, race 2 then, the Walker Group B Group. Race 2, and it is going to be Burgess that starts on pole from Lambourne. Like I say, that camera has got a proper wobble on over the far side. There's a little bit of tree cover behind them, but not much. Hey, Dealey there, he's started from 4th, so that's decent for him. He's not been doing this that long. And I know he's an ex-motocross guy. He works for SC Sport Homes. Away they go, good start from Burgess. Prof gets swallowed up a little bit. Everybody hard on the brakes into turn 1. Jake Sayer getting a little bit cut off as they went in. It's Dealey round the outside. He's going to slop into 3rd. There's a few bar banging going in there. So Burgess it is in 3rd. Is that Scott Wright? Looks like Scott Wright it is that took the whole shot. He was the man that won the junior championship back in 2010. And been off and serving in the military, and now back able to come and race every weekend, and he's there on that 450 KTM. He is the man that leads halfway round this first lap from Burgess, then Dealey, then it looks like it's the 211 of Chris Lambourne on the Trips Racing at KTM, and then it looked like it might be the 58 of Craig Forshaw on the Automotive Solutions Honda as they come past pit lane for the first time. When it's Sayer, then it looks like it is the 82 of James Wood on the DCR Triumph. Yeah, it's on DCR KTM. Sandy Mitchell who's on the DCR Triumph. They all look the same. Down into turn 1 then, and Scott Wright then leads Burgess all over at the back of him. Prof Chris Lambourne then up to 3rd, so he's made a pass on that lap. And this is all getting really tight, so Dealey pushed to the outside there, and Lambourne then round the outside of Burgess. That was a nice pass. So Lambourne, a decent motocrosser. Never seen him ride a full-size motocross bike. He sticks to riding 125s. For somebody who is an absolute giant like he is a joy to behold. But he can get that 450 round. But it is the 33 of Scott Wright's 323 of Scott Wright. Got 33 on the numbers for some reason. But there he is, 323 on the back of Scott Wright. Leads them onto the Rogerson Straight. And there is Forshaw all over the back of Sayer. It was a gap between Burgess and Lambourne of a second, but he's already dispatched him, and he's now already trying to find a way up the inside of Scott Wright. Is he going to try and make a move at the end of the back straight? Not close enough out of Luna. James Wood over the back of Jake Sayer. Oh, he's gone round the outside. That's a move. That is Prof. So Chris Lambourne takes the lead, a real nice move. Obviously, you've got to remember that the line here at this cut, and Burgess is through as well. So Wright's gone from leading to 3rd in literally 2 corners, and without actually doing anything wrong, just line choice. He has a look over his shoulder, and he's got Sayer and Forshaw bearing down on him. Wood is there as well. He's coming. Then it's Dealey, and then it's Sean Rogerson and Michael Craig, and Dave Spafford, the number 10, rounding out the top, the 117 rounding out the top 10. But Prof Chris Lambourne then fights his way to the front of this second of our B Group races, sponsored by his team boss Chris Walker of Walker Group. And again, it's one of those things, how hard do you want to battle? Is Burgess going to want to force the issue, or is he going to have a look over his shoulder and go, yeah, we've broke the top, we've broke those guys? Or back end on that Husqvarna looking like it was on the move. Well, Lambourne holds the lead into there. Dive down the inside. I think Sayer has made his way past Wright as they got into turn 1 in the background. Yes, he has. So again, Jake Sayer, another young rider who's found his way from C Group up. And here we go. Oh, Burgess is going to try and force his way over the top of Lambourne there. Lambourne's going to have to send him the long way round on the next lap, I think, because if Burgess is going to be half a bike nearer as they go into that off-road loop next time, I think he's got the makings of a pass. when Lambourne blew by him, I think it caught him a little bit unawares, and he's regrouped. They come down past pit lane. You can hear the wind in the background. It is blowing quite a hoolie. The camera guys and girls doing a great job of keeping everything on board. Let's see what little bit of cover we've got here. Meaning that we're getting a lot of wind noise through the trees. So this is where we saw Burgess. Now Burgess is Burgess has gone to the so it's gone the other way this time. So Lambourne has gone to the inside and sent Burgess the long way round, and Burgess is going to pass him. Burgess, no, there's nothing between them, and here comes Sayer. So it's going to be a six-wheeler as they come off the off-road. The 16 of Jake Sayer then closing in on the back of Burgess. So what he's going to try and do on the next lap is be close enough to go whichever way Burgess doesn't, and try and punt his way onto the back of the 211 of Chris Lambourne. A small mistake from Burgess there as they came out of that chicane. And there's a little bit of daylight for Chris Lambourne. Into Luna. And this is where Burgess just seems to be a little bit quicker, knee down style. And this is where he's steering that number 53 Husqvarna with the rear wheel, and he's closing down on Lambourne as they come into turn one. Always easier to chase than it is to be the chased, and he's right there. So this is the Paul Sayer road. Sayer just went a little bit deep there, so he's going to no, he hasn't. So he's decided he's not close enough. He's going to we're going to get a two for here. Lambourne not looking across. He'll see Burgess, he's kind of there in his peripheral vision, but no, he's going to get to that jump first. This track is riding really well. A look over the shoulder there, and I hope Lambourne doesn't think that he's got a decent gap. Forshaw is now up to fourth. He's put Scott Wright down to fifth, but still a decent ride for Scott Wright. James Wood on the DCI KTM, he is there in sixth. Michael Craig seventh. Sean Rogerson, then one of our event sponsors for this live stream, he is there in eighth. And Duncan Wright 9th, and Dealey has now dropped to 10th on that Steve Hillier Racing Corporation Yamaha. They're nice looking bikes. They're all pretty well turned out. So not expecting to see Kirk leave his chair for a few more laps yet. So our race leader then, Chris Lambourne, just starting to get away at the front of this one, and Sayer is now all over the back of Burgess. No pass there, so he's got to go the opposite direction. Whichever way Burgess goes, he's got to go the other way. Yeah, that's not going to get it won. Like I say, at this point, if he has a moment and falls off, you're just going to be part of his crash. Scott Wright has not given up on getting back past Craig Forshaw. In fact, he's managed it in the off-road. So Wright is back up to fourth in the background there. So this top five then could go any way. There's the 3:23, our early race leader. A nicer run through there this time for Burgess though, and he has got a little bit of daylight now over Jake Sayer, so he's definitely got something, and it ebbs and flows. Now Sayer was close enough to make a pass half a lap ago, and now he's 40 metres behind, which is obviously not what he would want to see. So Lambourne then out of Luna. Still a couple of laps to go in this one. Oh, Lambourne blows the turn there. All of a sudden Burgess is going to halve the gap. I can't see Prof letting this one go, but as the race wears on, early season nerves and fitness start to play a part, and Prof going back to the outside line. A little bit of a bobble.
Hello, I'm back.
Good. Well, you're missing. You're missing a great race here. This battle at the front between Chris Lambourne and Simon Burgess, with Jake Sayer in the background, has been going on now for pretty much all of the race. They dispatched early race leader Scott Wright, who's currently battling Craig Forshaw for fourth.
Yeah.
But it's backwards and forwards. You managed to stay up on.
Just about.
That's good.
Just about.
We'll catch up on that after this one.
Absolutely. So it is Jake Sayer that's currently got the fastest lap with a 1:10.9. Like you say, it is the battle between these two guys at the front. So these are both in the transfer position to be able to promote themselves to our A race for the final race of the day today. And that is the 2-1-2 of Chris Lambourne with a best lap currently of a 1:11.4. And Simon Burgess on 53 with a 1:11.3 is his current fastest lap. But like you say, the three of them out in front, and we've got 5 laps to go.
Yep, and it's a decent length race, this one. And that's definitely, I think, that's going to make a difference. Sayer is closing in. I was saying earlier on, Danielle, before you came up here, there was a time when if Sayer had not followed Burgess into this inside line, he'd got the chance to make a bit. Oh, Burgess, now there you go. So now Sayer's made the pass, but he could have been part of that accident. So that was a stall from Simon Burgess. He could have just run straight in the back of him there. I
think he just popped his front wheel over that inside berm, and it's not very high. It is very easily done.
So I'm not sure whether he actually hit the ground or not, but Burgess, I think, is now back behind Craig Forshaw, so that is him done. So there is the race leader. Chris Lambourne on the 2:11 trips racing at KTM. Makes his way through the pit turn, and now we'll see if Sayer can close that gap. Sayer was about 2.5 seconds adrift of the man on the KTM. There's nobody there in third now. That battle, that looks to go back to Craig Forshaw in third. He was fourth across the line last time, so Burgess is going to fall down the order. He'll be annoyed about that. Look out the window, not seen him come past yet either. So still no last lap flag.
Yeah, I think we just had Scott Wright flash up on the screen there as well. So he's still showing on our timing screen is now up to fourth. So Burgess now dropping down the order to fifth. And then, now he's showing it
yellow flag
Wood.
in the background, so who's that that's gone down? But Sayer is definitely getting a move on here.
Oh, there's Burgess.
Oh, and there's Prof. No, Prof put it on the ground. So, race was almost won, and he's thrown it on the floor. There goes Craig Forshaw.
Yeah, and Scott Wright there.
And Scott Wright as well. So, Chris Lambourne under pressure. And he throws it on the floor. It's so easy done. It is so easy done up there. There's James Wood on the KTM. So, all of a sudden, it all changed at the front.
As I was saying earlier, that as you're coming off that off-road section, it was cutting in really nicely, and it was like a clay line. It's now getting full of those rocks. It is filling in with sort of the marbles that we saw on the outside. So Prof there will have just lost the front on those marbles. Really, really easily done.
I did give him a bit of stick in the break about, are we going to see you have 3 front row starts in the B group and not make it up to the A's? And it looks like that's going to be how it is. Right, that's Scott Wright coming across the line. Like I say, with our leader crashing. Last lap flag is out, so Jake Sayer on the number 311 Honda. He is the man that is in the lead, and he's gone. He's going to be in the off-road section. There's Sayer in the off-road now. Our camera has lost him because obviously with him, our race leader disappearing. That's
Michael Craig.
That is Michael Craig. That's the 167. So our race leader then should be coming down pit straight.
So. Jake Sayer has managed to sort of bag a win here.
Yes, he has,
after some misfortunes from his other riders.
Yeah, so it's that's thrown us a little bit of a curveball there because our race leader going down and all the changes at the front.
There's Craig Forshaw. He's in second on our timing screen, and there's Scott Wright. So here is the 323 of Scott Wright coming from the motocross background, and did also used to race in the junior championships for the British Supermoto a number of years back, and decided to make a return in the last couple of seasons, which is really nice to see. Local to me, often see them at Preston Docks as well. But Jake Sayer has taken the checkered flag, taking a race win in our National Group B with Craig Forshaw in second. Then it will be that 323 of Scott Wright coming across the line to take third place, and then we should hopefully see Chris Lambourne in fourth.
Yeah, so Lambourne will be a bit annoyed about that. He'll be starting from front row again alongside Scott Wright, James Wood and Michael Craig in the final one. But a good win for Jake Sayer, coming from 5th or 6th at the start, moved his way forward. Craig Forshaw again. He's usually he's usually an A group level rider, and he is, but he's had a bit of trouble finding his way there the last few rounds. of the championship, just getting caught up in other people's accidents and stupid little things like that. So good to see him make it onto the back of the A Group race for the final race of the day a little bit later on. So it's going to be the win for the 311 of Jake Sayer and second for 58 Craig Forshaw. Then Scott Wright, Chris Lambourne, 82 of James Ward, 167 of Michael Craig, the Scotsman, then he's in 6th. Sean Rogerson in 7th. 8th is Duncan Wright. 9th is Carl Casement, the man from the Isle of Man. And 10th is the 151 of Blaine Pearson. And that is our B Group Race 2 in the books.
Yep, so here are our A Group riders. So most of these are in our S1 class. We'll have a few S2 Clubman riders mixed in there as well. There's the 42 of Oliver Holmes on board the Fat and Fast KTM. He had a really good warm-up round here just a fortnight ago, and he's definitely transferring that through to round 1 and the start of this championship. I believe he finished around sort of 8th, 10th in that last one. There's the 94 of Lee Williams on that high-tech coatings Husqvarna, and there is Kyle Eccleston on the Bathmate. I think it's a KTM?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a KTM. So the number 100 in there, Alex Mullaney, he was the man, red plate holder, as the under-21 champion as well. He was the man that put it on the floor in the second corner, just trying to find his way up the inside of Ryan Kringle. And Supermoto 8 Race 2 brought to you by Walker Group then. He made it look like a good recovery ride to get back to 6th, but it was, and I'm not going to lie, a surprise win for the number 11 of Max Ingham, the man from the Isle of Man, who nobody knew anything about until the warm-up meeting earlier this year. But the former British Supersport racer, motocross rider and all-round enduro bloke, at 24 years of age, came and showed everybody a clean pair of heels in race 1. Now, obviously, he's ridden that bike a little bit. It's not the highest of spec, but it's okay. It's decent. Got a little bit of chassis work done. I don't think the engine's got a lot. It's also, I think it's a 2022, so it's not in the flush of youth, just well prepared and well sorted out. And obviously, he has a lot of tarmac experience. So, whilst I am not shocked that he knows what he's doing, I was shocked that he led the field away, but we did see a little bit of a broken start at the beginning with that tip off from Alex Mullaney at the beginning. So the man on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, he needs to keep that bike on the island for the first couple of laps at least. Also impressive was the 21 of Ryan Kringle. He came through at pace after not getting the greatest of first laps on that TM at UK Leeds TM. The man replacing Chris Hodgson in that team for 2026, although we will see Hodgie out at selected races throughout the year. Also Jake Smith then on the number 33 Trips Racing KTM, another man that's an ex-champion of the class, and he is here in the race after just doing a couple of rounds last year as well as the 145 of Luke Armitage. He came up from the B Group with a win in race 1. There is there's the number 11 coming to the grid, putting on his start device. So the guys lock the front of these bikes down to stop the bike wheeling away from the start. You see the motocross boys pull these things down so the mudguard is virtually on top of the tyre.
Yep.
So 11 comes to the pole position. There is the 217 of Richard Sharp on the Trips KTM. He was a close second until he wasn't. The gap went out a little bit at the end, and he just said, no, just haven't quite got the speed. And he got away. The guys leaning the bikes over there just to keep the oil in the clutch. So when they dump the clutch, put them in gear. Richard Blankman there, number 54, the Fat and Fast KTM. And it is Ryan Kringle on the outside of row 1. Then it's Lee Williams, Jamie Duncan, Jamie Kringle, and I'm not quite sure.
Oh.
Right. So we've got a little bit of a thing there. So our race leader, he was expecting that he was going to get a warm-up lap, and he's just rode off. There's always one, isn't there?
It was mentioned at Riders Briefing.
Yes, so I'm not quite sure whether he's going to get sent to the back or not. No, he isn't. They're going to let him turn it round. I think Cup. If they're expecting that that's going to be what it is. So we'll see what happens when they get off the line. Away they go. Is Richard Sharp going to drop it across the front of him? No, he isn't.
Good.
That's a great start from pole.
Yeah.
Kringle round the outside, getting contact there. Oh, look at that. Lee Williams up the inside. So Sharpie's there in second. Lee Williams round the outside. He takes second place. Sharpie back to third. Then it's going to be, there's Mullaney round the outside. So a good start by the number 100, Alex Mullaney. He's going to come up to third. Is he going to get through this off-road section clean? There's a yellow flag in the background. Somebody
got
down
a rider down. That was one of our Trips UK riders. Can't see who that
might have been
is.
Chris Walker or Paul Groom, or big stab at the ground there for Mullaney.
Alex spinning up there and almost dropping it on the exit of our off-road section, but it is still the 11 of Max Ingham out in front now and putting together a bit of a Supermoto masterclass so far today. And there is the 94 of Lee Williams. He's now having a stab at it. And then Alex Mullaney redeeming himself from race one up to third place, with Ryan Kringle, after a little bit of contact on the opening stages, now settling into fourth place.
Well, something went on there that I missed, because all of a sudden Richard Sharp is not in the top four, and he was. And here comes Kringle up the inside of Alex Mullaney. So there's a massive gap there. So did somebody have a bit of a moment that was that rider going down on the inside? Oh, Kringle down the inside of Mullaney, but there was no room at the end. And meanwhile, Willow is oblivious to what's going on. Here goes Kringle round the outside. That was
very nice.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try and jump to the inside now.
Yeah.
So Mullaney then around the outside berm.
Oh, Mullaney making a bit of a meal of it there, to be honest.
He's
not looking comfortable. This isn't the Alex Mullaney we're used to seeing.
But he's spending a lot of time road racing now, and that is definitely where he looks like he's going to be heading. There's Blakeman on the back of second place man in the first race, Richard Sharp. So if Kringle can find his way past the number 94 of Lee Williams, who, let's be honest, was riding really well towards the end of last year, had a couple of tip-offs and stuff, and his championship position really didn't belie the speed that he had. If Kringle can get by, I think he's got a chance of running down Max Ingham, because he's got some serious speed on that TM. And there he goes up the inside.
Yeah, nice pass there up the inside round Luna, and now he's got a nice drag down to the first corner. And at least he's got that pass done early in this race, because that now gives him every opportunity to chase down the youngster Max Ingham. So he's currently setting the pace with a 106.7, and that is about a tenth of a second off Ryan Kringle. So Kringle is the man to now try and put the hammer down, and can he chase? We've seen Kringle with an extremely aggressive riding style. I think it's fair to say he did some cracking riding when we saw him at Teesside last season.
Yes.
He was definitely one to watch. Lee Williams now, he's coming under pressure from Alex Mullaney.
Yes, so obviously looking back at what we've seen before, this is not the first time that we've seen a man from the Isle of Man turn up and everybody go, who is he? David Pearson.
Yeah, we remember David Pearson.
He turned up here first round, I think 2023, I think, and he was a man to beat. Turned up and won everything.
Cat amongst pigeons.
Yeah, and Max Ingham doing exactly the same. So Willow then being dropped off the back. That was where the pass was last lap. So Kringle absolutely on a rip. 1 minute 5, so 0.7 of a second faster than our race leader Max Ingham that time by, for the man on the TM Leeds UK bike. Williams then coming under pressure then from Mullaney. Then it's Richard Sharp. Then it's Blakeman. And those guys have started to put a bit of a break. Then it's Jamie Kringle, Oliver Holmes, Jamie Duncan in 9th, and Dean Hillier on the SHRC Yamaha in 10th. Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Williams, just trying to get out that corner nice and tight. And Kringle in the background, he's closing down on Ingham at a rate of knots.
He is. He's pulled the pin a bit, and he's now doing a 105.1, which is about 0.7 of a second quicker than Max Ingham was on that last lap. That is a big chunk of time for Kringle to have found.
But this is the battle for third. And Williams then coming under pressure from Alex Mullaney, who you would have thought maybe would have found a way through. But that bike of Willow's is pretty quick, and obviously Willow, road racing for 10 years. That was very, very tight. He is no mug. Mullaney's not going to...
Are we missing Richard Sharp? Oh, no, there he is. There he is.
No, there's a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, there was a slight gap, and then it was Richard Blakeman, so I was just panicking we'd lost one of our trip riders there.
Sharpie around the inside. He's working hard for this one. Now, is he going to manage to fight? And obviously, Richard Sharp, a really fast rider in the off-road. He's just going to run out of real estate at the top end of the track, but they're all there, keeping this this going in. Meanwhile, this is the battle at the front, and props to our camera crew for going back to this one, because Ryan Kringle has closed that gap down considerably on the last couple of laps, so he is going to be all over the back of Max Ingham. These guys have travelled over together. They've got about 4 vans and 3 campers between them, so somebody must have a good sponsorship from the very company. But the road racer style of both of these boys, but fair to say that the bike of Kringle is considerably faster.
And he's all over the back of him now, coming down around Luna. Is he going to have a little look up the inside? I don't think he's close enough on this lap, but that's really promising now as they head towards the off-road.
Yes. Meanwhile, the battle for third. Still Lee Williams, the next man across the line. No, Mulaney's found his way past, so Mulaney up to third. But this is the battle at the front.
Ingham clearing that first tabletop really, really nicely.
He's got a decent motocross background. Speaking to him this morning when I had to go find out who the hell he was, bless him. But yeah, I knew him as a super sport rider, and obviously seen him in the seen his name on the BSB roster, but didn't realise that obviously he had a good motocross background as a kid in the Isle of Man, and then also did some enduro stuff as well. Although he's not road raced for a couple of 3 years, budgetary restraints, he can come and do this at a reasonable level. Had a play at it and really enjoyed it, so he's here for the duration this year. And at the moment, Kringle's not got close enough to put a wheel on him.
This is the closest we've seen anyone get to Max Ingham though so far this year, and I know we're in the very early stages of what will be a long championship, but if this is what's to come, I think it's going to be an exciting one. So Ingham covering the inside, knee down style on board that Husqvarna, and I think I'd like to say that I think Kringle's probably just eyeing him up a little bit there. Looked a lot cleaner over the tabletop that time, did the number 21 of Ryan Kringle. Last time he didn't quite clear it, but spinning the back wheel up on that TM Leeds 450 through the off-road, but like I say, looking really aggressive and racy here. And then up over the tabletop, nice and clean.
Yeah, I know Davide Mastro has put a lot of effort into this. They've been to Italy doing some testing and a lot of stuff. So and Kringle's a man, obviously an Isle of Man TT rider, knows his way around a motorcycle and what he needs. But Ingham is showing him the way to go at the moment. He's not close enough. Just noticed in the background, Richard Sharp managed to find his way past the number 94 of Lee Willow Williams. So he is now up to 4th, with Williams 5th and Blakeman in 6th. Jamie Kringle 7th, Ollie Holmes 8th, Jamie Duncan 9th, and Dean Hillier in 10th. And it's Chris Walker. He had to start from the back of the grid because he had an off. So that's a decent ride for him. But this is the battle of the Manxmen. And, well, we'll find out whether he's foxing or not, because he'll either blast past him with a couple of laps to go, or he won't even get a look in. And I still think that he's too close to call. Richard Sharp still on the big mistake then from Kringle there. That's cost him a couple
Ingham
of eyelids.
Looking really, really smooth through that off-road section. Absolutely inch perfect there. And like you say, a mistake there for Kringle as he headed through. And you can see it's just opened up that gap massively. Yeah,
so the bike that the number 11 bike is it's not as good as the TM that he's chasing him, but I think he's got a nicer setup through the off-road. The TM is definitely the best bike on the tarmac, bar none, and they are. But it's the ability for that Husky to get through the off-road. Ingham is really good in the off-road as well, and that's where he's making it count. And basically, Kringle's having to hang off the thing everywhere else just to try and stay in touch. And that gap has gone out from a couple of bike lengths across the line. Last time it was 0.1. It's almost a second now. We're 1.6.
Over a second.
So 3 to go according to our lap chart. So if Kringle's got to do anything, he needs to be closing in quick, smart, and I just don't see that he's got the time to find his way back to our race leader and make a pass of any description. There's Mulaney in the background on the Automotive Solutions Husky. A look over the shoulder from the number 11 to see what kind of...
does get it squared up at TM as he comes off the off-road. But worth noting, it's now going to be Ingham that's going to have to deal with our back markers as he heads round. We just saw Darrell Pennington there just in shot, so he will be the rider that will have to try and navigate that first, and he did a good job of that in race 1. All these riders extremely experienced Supermoto riders, and
he's coming. He is closing, isn't he? It's one of these things. We saw Richard Sharp do it in the first one. Do you know what? Oh, I'm second. I'll take second, thanks. Kringle's not taking second. He knows. No. He knows it to win this championship. He's got to beat this bloke every race, and that's something that when you have the realisation that you cannot settle for second behind this man, this is what you get. You've got to race him. You can't take the points. As it stands at the minute, it was like, I can't remember where he finished in the first one.
Flat landed off that tabletop there from Ingham, so he's really sending it.
Yeah, that is a big send in that off-road. And like I say, he's getting comfortable with the how the slicks work in the dirt. We saw...
I think he's got it.
I think he's got it, yeah. He's like, well, he's learning.
No,
he's beating the best guys in the country at this at the moment. And with his background, and let's just look, we've had road racers come here before and show us this kind of thing. It's not out of the realms of possibility. As Pennington, hopefully he's going to sit out the way he does. So good there from Darryl. Out there on his Evo KTM, so obviously had a problem with his Husky this morning. So I think it's going to be last lap this time by, and or has he just chosen?
I think he's just chosen to.
Oh,
I think it's the Evo class today. So get out there on that old Evo.
Right, here we go then. He's back on him after the gap going. Oh, I thought he went down. Then it was just a shake on the camera. No last lap flag this time by.
3 to go. It's showing on our timing.
He's run right. He's absolutely charged it down there. So he tried to make something happen. So so what we've got on our
2 to go.
Yeah, what we've got on our timing on the side of the screen and what's on the
we've got a yellow flag in the off-road by the looks of things.
Oh, and they're coming on a lot of traffic here.
Yeah.
So Bennett's the man that's been down.
There is Luke Armitage, one of our riders that moved up from the
Bennett gets out of the way. Oh, this is going to be and this is one of the reasons why we cut the groups at the level that we do, because when you suddenly get these guys into the traffic, it suddenly gets... Kringle's gone down the outside of him.
So close.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that you can almost count on happening in these situations. And Ryan Kringle has not ever been afraid to stick a shoulder in where it comes.
So Ingham's now through on Armitage, and then that is Neil Meelan there with the 101.
Yeah, and he's going to get up the inside of him.
Kringle's trying for a run down the outside, maybe.
And we're going to get the last lap flag this time. Oh, yes, we are. So last lap. They come down into this is it. It's going to be all or nothing. Kringle's going to have to make something happen. And he is the new Richard Blakeman when it comes to stuff like that. He will stick his shoulder in. Oh, big mistake. So he's going to go to the outside.
So there's not really anywhere these riders in the off-road can go. It is quite one-liney. Once you've picked your line, you can't be swapping and changing. It is a case of these riders can't really move. Heading up towards the tabletops, that is... Is that Dan Billum there moving out of the way?
Dan Billum getting out of the way. It was our clubman champion last year. So this is it then, race leader into here on the final time. It's going to be... this is going to be really tight. A run to the line. Is Ingham going to be able to hold on to it? They've got one more rider to catch. Are they going to get there? Past the pit turn for the final time. And here he comes. Kringle's going to try and chuck it up the inside. There's no room. Into the Rogerson straight now. Ingham got one more corner to try and hold on. They're going to catch. It looks like that might be Chris Walker. Kringle chucks it up the inside. What a pass. Is he going to run wide? That was absolutely unbelievable. And Kringle's done it.
No, he's not happy, isn't Ingham?
Not
happy.
You'd have to say that that was a big move then from Ryan Kringle. He shaped that up. He chased him down.
Yeah.
It's going to be a frosty paddock.
I think it might be.
Yeah. Look, that was a great race. And fair play to Ryan Kringle there. He got himself in a position to do it and made the lunge. And...
I'll just see if I can nip down. I know I don't have a mic, but I'll see if I can grab a few words from them. Won't be a minute.
Okay, so that was a cracking race. Kringle then flying up the inside as they went into Luna on the final lap. Ingham just getting his eye taken by the back marker, ending up second. Mulaney third, Sharp fourth, Blakeman fifth, Lee Williams in sixth, Ollie Holmes in seventh, Jamie Kringle in eighth, ninth place Jamie Duncan, and 10th place Dean Hillier. Well, that was a decent race, that was. Great battle at the front, and the Manxman then having a bit of a dust-up. It will still be Max Ingham, I think, that holds battle or holds sway as they go into the final race as far as the points are concerned. I will lie if I tell you that I know how all that's calculated these days, because it always seems to never quite be how you think it is. But it's a year-long championship, and there's multiple classes out on track as we look at our junior mini bikes in the holding area. We'll be straight into those in a second. But that was a great race, and a good victory then for Ryan Kringle. He made a mistake, got caught behind the lappers and dropped 2.5 seconds, and fired past pretty quickly. The TM Moto Leeds boys will be over the moon with that first race victory of their campaign with their new full-time rider. And we'll say first race this morning, he looked a little bit out of sorts, got caught up in that incident with Alex Mullaney, which cost him a lot of time, and as a result of that did not get to the front of the pack. Mullaney finished 9 seconds down, which he will need to go away and do a little bit of work to maybe find out if there's any pace there. He just did not look quite on the pace in the off-road. Right, so we'll let these guys go out and do our sight lap, and we will be back with our Junior Mini, Super Mini Race 2, brought to you by Automotive Solutions. So we've got a rider with a bike problem down there on the start. He's already pushed off to the side. But it is going to be the 71 of Brad Curtis that sits on pole position for this second of our Junior Mini and Super Mini races from Sebastian Gieslowski. Those guys both on the Mini GP bikes. And then Archie Reynolds and Edward Darlington, who finished 3rd and 4th. And then on row 2 it will be Byron Johnson on the 37. The 88 of Ollie O'Gorman, the 10 of Cole Reynolds, and the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe. Not quite sure what happened to Jackson Bennett in that one, and I'm not sure that that's not him on the back. So I'm wondering if he had a machine problem in race 1, and that's why he went missing. So not seeing Jackson Bennett on the back of the grid.
Just grabbed a quick word with Max Ingham and Ryan Kringle and Alex Mullaney on the podium. Max wasn't actually upset with Ryan and the backmarker situation. The backmarker closed back on him after Kringle. Right. So he was a bit like, did you not see me? Or so okay. that was what that one was. He doesn't blame the backmarker for the pass, so no. Okay. It's not bothered the race result. It was a great pass. But here is our Junior Minis and Super Minis underway for race 2.
And our pole sitter getting absolutely swamped off the start. So it's Gieslowski that takes the whole shot from the 41 TM UK of Edward Darlington. And then Archie Reynolds in there in 3rd. So Curtis getting absolutely swamped. He's back there in 5th. You'll need a telescope to see the front from there. But he was the class of the field in this one. But again, it just shows you you're a fluffed start away from being buried in the pack in this class. And obviously a very, very short lap, 40-odd seconds. They'll do about 1 million laps, and they'll come across a lot of slower riders through the course of this race. So it's important to get away while you can, and Gieslowski doing just that, leading across the line at the end of lap 1 by almost 0.8 of a second from Edward Darlington in 2nd. And obviously these guys, I think the Mini GP and the Supermoto, I think they're different classes anyway, Danielle, aren't they?
Yes, so we have got a mixed class here for this grid. But Darlington looking a little bit more himself now, up to 2nd. Is he able to keep these Mini GP riders at bay? So he's chasing down Gieslowski, and those two had a great race last year at Cadwell Park for our final round of the 2025 championship. So those riders definitely familiar with each other. And we'll just have to see, is Darlington now getting to grips with this new TM85? He is looking comfortable on it.
Yeah, so I'd say it's a problem for Edward Darlington. he now has a level of support that means that he gets to go and race in Europe on a different bike, and he comes home and rides another bike, and it's difficult for kids of this age to be that adaptable. Last year we saw him pretty much riding the same thing. When he was a dot, I mean, he's grown a lot. He's only 14 now, and he's certainly shot up a little bit, but he was like a foot shorter than his twin sister. And on the 65 that he used to ride, he absolutely ripped, and it wasn't that far down on top end speed. When he went to an 85, again, the bike was pretty much what it was all season. He rode really well. Now he's on a proper team. He's got good assistance with the bikes, and he's got a lot of stuff that's suddenly available to him that he's got to try and make the most of. He already looks a lot racier in this second one than he did in the first one. He's put a decent gap into third position. Byron Johnson was in third. He's now back to fourth because Curtis has gone. It looks like we've lost Archie Reynolds somewhere. He's actually down in 9th or 10th. So the man who was up at the sharp end in the first one, finishing fourth, he's nowhere to be seen at the front of this one, down in 11th at the moment. Well, there's your race leader then, Sebastian Kozlowski on the number 64. Ollie O'Gorman now up to 5th. So we've also Curtis at 3rd. Yeah, O'Gorman up to 5th. Cole Reynolds in 6th. So the younger of the Reynolds brothers, young Cole, he was my vote for Young Rider of the Year, actually, because I was being very impressed with how he's gone.
Absolutely, he's rode really well.
Considering, obviously, I commentate on all of these races through the year, and it's very much. We've got a 3-rider battle. Oh, look at that round the outside. That was a proper pass there. Is he going to get back down the inside of him? No, he's not. Talking to Ed Darnton's dad, Scott, in the paddock, he was just saying he's still a little bit too nice. And he certainly doesn't look like any kind of motorbike racer. He's far too angelic. He has a bit of a look over his shoulders. But at his age, that level of ruthlessness, is it something that you want to be putting yourself in those conditions? But just like that, Curtis has found his way back to the front, almost just rode through the two of those in a few corners and got himself back to the lead. So whatever issue he had at the start, he's managed to fight his way through. A little bit of bit tight there, and then past there. So it looks like, in fact, it does look like Darnton has managed to find his way past Kozlowski then. So again, he was very, very nippy through the slower traffic, and all of a sudden the TM rider is back up to second, but behind Curtis instead of being behind Kozlowski. So that's a decent move. He'll be pleased with that. Byron Johnson on the 37, he's in fourth, but he's tailed off by about 3 seconds. He'll probably just come into shot in the second. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, so he's having a decent ride as well. Another guy that's not been particularly visible all the time in this championship, but another guy that's just chipping away. And there he is, right on cue.
I think it'll be the case where when it gets towards the end of this championship, these will be the riders that will be going, oh, look how much they've come on. Those riders in the mid-pack. And I'm sure they'll be getting there. And
look at all the riders that we've lost out of this championship. Archie Sims? 73.
73. Ollie Sims. Archie Reynolds. Archie Ormrod.
Archie Ormrod.
He's now on 300.
All gone road racing.
Yep.
And look, from my point of view, this is what this championship's all about.
Yeah.
Developing talent at a young age, in a place where money doesn't buy you speed.
Nope.
And they've gone on to do decent things. Like Ollie Sims, he was road racing for doing both. And obviously he's got to a point now where I'm sure that budgetary restrictions have just gone, do you know what? We're not going to gain anything by coming and doing more Supermoto. We just need to do more road racing, and that's what we're going to do. And it's great to see. And the same with Archie Ormrod. They've got a decent level of support in the championships they're running, but they all came through this championship.
Absolutely they did. And they definitely cut their teeth in this championship, learnt a lot of racecraft, and developed not only their speed, but also sort of track etiquette. It's not just about being fast and having raw speed, it's about being able to put that together and think, right, 3 corners ahead, I'm going to try and overtake him on this corner, so that means I need to set it up.
Yeah,
that doesn't come overnight. That takes a lot of experience, and these proper young racers are developing that here. So yeah, you might see a great pass where someone does just have a nice lunge down the outside, or you might see that they're lining it up round Luna, knowing that they can try and carry that speed into turn 1. And it's really, really challenging to sort of learn that, but this championship's a great opportunity for these riders. And like you say, if that means we end up losing a few riders to road racing, then I think that's a fair price to pay.
And obviously, we've got a lot of riders that have come through this, this route. Christian Iddens, an ex-Supermoto guy, he's doing really well. We had Sam Warren going into British Superbike as well. Keith Farmer, and lots of riders have been and done it. Obviously, Lee Williams, another guy that
Malachi Mitchell-Thomas
again.
Absolutely cracking young rider.
Yeah, and of course, the number 100 of Alex Mullaney cutting his teeth in road racing, riding at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago, as you said. So it's a good stepping stone. And whilst yes, there is a world championship at this sport at a decent level.
We've got a stationary yellow.
Yes, I'm not sure what that's for. Is that for a bit of wet on the track? I don't think so. They are moving on to other things, and at the moment Brad Curtis is moving on to a 3 and a bit second lead over Ed Darnton, who has definitely, like I say, just stepped it up a little bit in this one. He'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable on that bike, and I won't say they're so short a track time, but obviously he hasn't had the luxury. There's only so much testing that you can do here. Yeah. Certainly the weather in this country means that if you come to Three Sisters and it's wet and cold and snotty, you are learning zero that's going to make you faster in the dry. You might learn to be a bit better rider in the wet, but let's be honest, we all got enough practice at riding in the wet round here. So he's as long as he keeps moving forward. Another one, Blake Wilson, another rider that sees up there in our A group and kind of off our radar a little bit now, but he is very much up in the sharp end of this championship in the main class, and as a result of that, he is he started off in this class and he was riding this and riding in B's and C groups. He's now up into our A championship, and acquitted himself quite well on that Cove 8. And like I say, he was in this championship this time last year. But race leader then, Brad Curtis on the 71. 3.5 seconds. We'll see our second place man there in the background, or did we? There seems to be a big gap there that I would have expected Edward Darnton to have been in. Kozlowski has absolutely fallen off. What's the lap times doing?
His last lap was a 146.9 and Ed Darnton's was a 147.7, so not a million miles.
Got a little bit of mental rain maybe, or are they just...
I'll be honest, the wind was getting up.
Yes, are they just getting...
Heading round Luna, you do feel like you're getting battered about a little bit.
Is the wind in your face or at your back going down the straight?
To the side.
Oh, okay, so that's almost
bobbing
as bad.
You to the side.
Yeah, okay, so... that would explain. So 5 seconds is the gap, so we're not going to see Ed Darnton in the back of the shot of Brad Curtis, simply because 5 seconds is an awful long way to go, and not really a lot of battling going on in this one now, unfortunately.
No,
it's blown itself, just like the weather, it's blown itself out a little bit. That was close. I mean, committed, and again, sometimes you've just got to go, no, I'm just going to have to go for the gap and hope it's still there when I get there. And we're with a 6 second lead now, and Darnton has put a massive amount of time into Sebastian Kozlowski, who's obviously gone, well, I haven't got anything for these two in front, so we'll save it for the last one.
Yep, so it is showing us 2 laps to go, so we should see the last lap flag now as he heads round towards start-finish. Just having a little look, is that Archie Reynolds is coming up to lap?
Yeah, there's a good battle there between Cole Reynolds, Ollie O'Gorman and Caelan Ratcliffe. But,
we've got Cole Reynolds in 5th and older brother Archie in 9th.
And maybe he had a bike problem.
Yeah, there he is. The bright yellow boots.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's had a bit of an issue in this one. Yeah, look over the shoulder. We've seen that the race leader's heading up.
But no doubt he'll get back to the truck and Paul will just go, where? Because there's no pressure on any of these kids. They put nice bikes underneath them and just let's go out and ride and enjoy themselves. And for whatever reason, he's not feeling the love for it today. You'd have to say that there's likely that is going to be a bike issue, and that is a race win. Second one of the day for Brad Curtis, and he will take a comfortable victory from Edward Darnton.
Yep, is that Seb Gonzalowski there, just nipping round one of our back markers there. That's the 183 of Jackson Nuttall. He was one of our, I think it was one of our junior mini bike champions from last season.
He was, yeah. So
he's now out there on an 85.
And they all move up.
85.
Yeah, Downton then in second. Sebastian Gonzalowski crosses the line third. Byron Johnson fourth. Cole Reynolds in fifth. Ollie O'Gorman in sixth. And then it'll be Caelan Ratcliffe, Zach Richards, Archie Reynolds, who just managed to stay on the lead lap, and 10th place Josh Walker. So the Trips KTM McMahon, he manages 10th. Yes, well, it's not warm like it was, is it?
It's very much breezy out there.
So there's our race winner then. The number 71 of Brad Curtis.
Oh, there is 41 of Edward Darnton behind him there with that TM Leeds 85.
And so again, all of these guys, look at them there with the nice little sets of leathers on and everything. They're proper pros, aren't they? But look, they're riding at a good level, and the fact that they can come here and do this, and like saying 10 years' time, these guys might be, they could be in World Superbikes, but they might not, and you don't know. But what we do know is that you don't get to be something in motorbike racing without coming and doing these kind of things and learning your craft. So that was our second of our junior mini and super minis, and like I say, the victory there going to the number 71 of Brad Curtis.
One thing I will mention is I think Andy Wright has been out there with his sweeping brush. I think he might be out there now, sweeping off the loose stones as you head up the first tabletop into the off-road. So just doing a little bit of track maintenance to try and mitigate the chance of sort of tucking the front as you head up that tabletop, which is really nice of him. I feel like the roaming reporter today.
Yes, it's a little bit of a different thing. We've not got our roving camera today, unfortunately, but we've still got the shots that we need. Next out on track is going to be the second of our Superlight races of the day. So we will bring them, and there you is. There's your man with your brush, just as you said.
There he is.
Oh, you're looking out the window. I can see him. Yeah.
Well, I saw the track was nice and prepped when I went round for the warm-up lap. I was like, oh, this is lovely. So there is our Superlight sat there waiting to head out for another race. As we said, these are not championship races, but they are putting on a good show for us today. And it was a great battle that we saw with Duncan Wright. We saw Peter Muirhead out there up front. So I'm sure they'll do it all again for us. Yeah,
Duncan Macbeth taking the win from, or no, taking the lead from the back of the grid, but then ultimately being pipped for the win as everybody makes their way out. Not sure how many of them we are going to have out on track this time, but most of them not. So just using this as a test event for their main championship race tomorrow. There's Peter Muirhead, Mark Bates. Now, like I say, I keep threatening to try and get a run in one of these, but everybody who's driven one has told me that they are the most difficult things. They're so hard to drive, and when you see all the guys that drive these, there isn't one of them that looks like a racing driver. They just look normal blokes who just muscle these things around. It is quite amazing to see, and same as the guys that race quads, and obviously we used to have a quad class here back in the day.
We did back in the day. There was the quads that we used to run, and I'll be honest, they were absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying to watch. It was incredible.
Yes, but as with a lot of motorsport at the moment, the general numbers being what they are, the quad boys tend to stick to motocross, and they do have their own championship. They've got their own the Norsport run quad meetings, and they're also doing. There's a lot of stuff going on with the side-by-side community as well, so they're all kind of joining forces a little bit. So the quad guys tending to stay away from the tarmac these days. So. And here we are then, race 2 of our Superlights will come to the grid, and we'll see who we have.
I think it is another reverse grid.
Yes, and it certainly doesn't look like there's 12 of them out there like there was in the first one, so maybe a few of them giving best to keep their powder dry for tomorrow, as it was.
Yeah, but they are now getting themselves lined up on the grid. So over there on the start finish today, we've got, I believe it's Andy Hayes and Kirk, who's our starting regular. So just getting these guys all lined up and in position.
There is Macbeth at the back of the grid. So he's lining himself up for a massive swoop round the outside at Coward Summit. So this is going to be win or tie a wall, I think. But obviously he is in the S10, which is obviously he's got a lot more power than some of the guys in front of him are running in the S6 category. I'm not sure how many of the boys that are...
So they're off now and heading up Coward Summit. It is definitely some of the fastest we run here in the British Supermoto Championship, and running that on a Supermoto bike. We did it here for the warm-up round, and it was definitely very racy heading up there. You don't actually brake, per se. You sort of bit of a tap of the rear brake and try and settle the bike, but...
Nice pass for the lead then. John Kershaw it is that finds his way to the front, I think, in the 22. It is indeed. So Kershaw then in that... is it Monster Energy livery? I think you can't really see on it. I think it is, yes. So the number 22 of Kershaw it is that's going to lead them across the line for the first time. Round the back straight. And so I think the wind playing havoc with our camera up there on the top of the hill. So we've got the long shot over Coward Summit. There goes the number 8 of Muirhead around the outside.
It's a very fast.
And here comes Macbeth down the inside. Is he going to get there on the brakes? No, he isn't. And the thing about Macbeth is, although he's got miles, he's got speed for fun on these guys, he doesn't try and force it to fit. He just takes what offers him. These boys, you know, they race hard but fair, and they all pit up together and help each other out. And they race each other hard on the track, but there's no. I don't think there's any of these relationships end up in the dumpster for up the inside.
Yeah, that was Muirhead again.
Peter Muirhead. I have no idea what he does for a living, but if somebody told me he was a postmaster or something, he does not look like a racing driver.
Honestly, it is Jacqueline Hyde. Every single time I see him out in a car.
Oh, big understeer moment there. And just as quick as he gets past Derek Warren, he's got to do it all over again, and now he's got the 150 of Duncan Macbeth. A race leader goes by there, so that's the 22 of John Kershaw. He's got a 4-second odd lead, and these guys are just stacking up a little bit behind Derek Warren. Here they go down the straight, so he's going to try and push up the inside. Is Macbeth going to try? And yes, he does. He was given the room.
One there.
Yeah, he gave him the room, though, to be fair, and that's a lot tighter than you think it is at the end of that straight. It's very, very fast. And now Macbeth has got to try and find a way past Peter Muirhead. I can't even remember who it was who won the first one of these, but I don't even think, is he out there in this one? Was it Muirhead that won the first one?
I don't think so.
No,
Let me double check.
Yeah, I don't have the results on my... we used to get paper results, but we're across the other side of the thing from the...
Yeah, they've just forgotten about us.
Yeah.
That's what it is. We've just been forgotten about, left to our own devices, just to wing it.
No, we've got all that stuff on MyLaps, speedhivemylaps.com.
It was Milnes.
It was George Milnes.
It was George Milnes that took race 1.
And is he out there in this one? I haven't seen him.
So, George Milnes, let's have a look at our timing screen. He's currently sat there in 5th.
He's in 5th, so you can never explain this, because sometimes guys just come out and win, and then they'll get the next race and it just doesn't work for them. They don't get a good start or whatever. But having said that, he came through and he passed Macbeth, so yeah. There they come. Muirhead still. Like I say, there's not really an easy way to pass here for Macbeth. He's going to try and make a route around the outside. I don't think so. Like I say, these guys will be racing here tomorrow. If you fancy making your way to Three Sisters, no live stream tomorrow, unfortunately, but there is live racing action here on the circuit. All a very reasonable sum of a tenner. There's a nice car park and a cafe, and it's a great place to bring the kids to introduce them to Supermoto and Superlight racing.
Well, it's normally a cheap day out until they decide they want to go, and then it becomes an expensive day out.
That cheap day out that turned into like mortgaging your house and buying a truck and all of the things that we've all done. But yeah, it's a nice little place to come and watch, and if the weather's nice, there's nowhere better. And obviously if the weather's not nice, it's kind of like the end of the world sometimes here. It has its own little microclimate. But our race leader is still away at the front. We're thinking it's Muirhead. It's not. It's Kershaw. Kershaw's 6 seconds. This is the battle for second.
Yeah, this is the battle for second.
This. I'm just look to it. Hang on a minute.
Macbeth there trying to dive up the inside, just not quite close enough. And the number 8
I think Duncan Macbeth is getting held up now by the number 8 of Peter Muirhead. Not in a Muirhead is blocking him kind of way, but you can't drive through these guys. The performance of these is pretty even. So Macbeth is going to have to try and get a run here down the start straight, and I just don't think that he has the speed at this moment in time. Muirhead moves across, doesn't give him the room, and Kershaw 6.8 seconds away at the front.
You say that, but Peter Muirhead is currently still doing the fastest lap on track with a 40.1 as his best lap and doing a 40.3, so he's really doing everything he should be doing.
Yep.
He's just some incredibly close racing there. So the 150 of Duncan Macbeth, he's going to have to sort of force the issue if he wants to try and make a pass here on the 8 of Peter Muirhead. But I think the actual opportunity to try and chase down John Kershaw is going out the window with only 4 laps to go.
Yeah, looks like quite a few. Mark Bates, the man who sponsored this class, this live stream for this class, not out in this one. So that's a bit of it. Like I say, when track time is at such a premium, and obviously unless they've got problems, in which case they're going to sort them out today. So they're all good for tomorrow. Just shaking down the cars and obviously putting hours on these engines for no gain. But Macbeth is definitely not able to find any way at all at the moment. He's right up close. As they come down onto the back straight, now definitely is he going to have a poke down the inside this time? Oh, that would have been brave. The inside rear wheel then of Muirhead lifting off the ground in that number 8. His mirrors will be full of that pinky purpley cerise coloured car. It was a new car a couple of years ago, I think that was. It looked very, very nice the first time he came. Oh, here he goes.
He's really pushing, so he was pretty much over the curb then, trying to use all the track to try and find a way through.
He lost the rear. He lost the rear on the way in there. Whether that was like just having to get on the brakes extra hard, but he lost the rear and almost ran into the back. This is it. He's got the run on him this time. He's up the inside. Is he going to... Oh, he's still shut the door on Peter Muirhead. He's an axe murderer. That was hard as. But Beth was like, oh, he's got to give him me this time. No, he didn't. No. He kept his foot in.
Yep.
And look, this is what racing's all about. You don't just move out of the way. And I will say that number 8 car seems to be better planted on the track. Now,
he's alongside. Extended it a long way round.
Down the inside this time. No. Oh, contact. Oh, well, we saw it nearly happen last time. I'm not quite sure how that will go down. Macbeth is... As Macbeth going to...
Hopefully Muirhead can get that car going again. It looks like he has done there, just in the back of shot. And there is the last lap flag. So that was a fairly brutal move there for second place in this Superlight race.
There's the race leader, number 22. Spoiling it for everybody, John Kershaw. I think that Peter Muirhead and Duncan Macbeth, I think that Macbeth slowed down there to see if Muirhead was going to get going okay again. I just think it was just one of those... Well, one of those things that was bound to happen, and it did, but it was just... It wasn't...
there was nothing malicious.
There was
it was just
no
trying
frustration
to race.
in that at all.
Muirhead is back up and running. There he is, chasing down Duncan Macbeth, and I'm sure he won't be chuffed, but that was still a very, very good race. So they're coming round now, and this will be the checkered flag for these guys. So drifting round Luna in the 150 there of Duncan Macbeth.
So Macbeth will take second, Muirhead. So we'll just see what. So if Muirhead just gives him like the flat out and runs him into the barrier at the top of the hill, we'll know that how that was taken. But I don't think that there was anything other than just spirited racing. There's your race leader, the number 22, John Kershaw, coming in to take victory in what turned out to be a 21-second margin, which is almost unheard of in Superlight racing. And there he is. Right, next rider's back, coming back to the grid, and all of a sudden, we are into our final group of races of the day. We'll have a look and see. So how are we doing for time?
So the time now is 4:30, and our adult minis and super minis are bang on time. Shh! This is unheard of. What's going on?
So here we are then, our adult super minis coming back to the line. There is the 861 of Ruby Booth. Macbeth then, well, we'll see if there's any issues. He's just going to drive through in the paddock there. Now they all seem okay, don't they? Look, it's not their first rodeo. These boys all know what they're doing. And
as long as it's not caused any issues for tomorrow's racing, he managed to continue and carry on driving, sorry.
So we've got how many we've got? We've got 5 races to go. So we will be finishing with our so we've got 3 adults, so that is...
we haven't got another Superlight session by the looks of our calendar.
No, Superlights are done.
They're done for today, so we will be rounding
they did get
out.
2 sessions earlier on, don't forget, so they have had plenty of track time. So we've got Adults Mini and Super Mini coming up next at 4:30, then it's going to be Solos Group C, their final race of the day, Group B, their final race of the day, Group A, the final race of the day, and then the Junior Mini and Super Mini. I don't know how long we're going to be on the stream for, what our time constraints are, but anyway, we will be getting all of our racing hopefully done and dusted. That's our riders leave for the final time then. So the smoky KTM
So these riders just head straight out into their warm-up lap. They don't get gridded up now for the second 2 races. So we're just waiting for them to make their way around. This is just their sighting lap. For them to make a note if there's been any changes on the track. When it's been an all tarmac circuit, that's usually not the case. And the weather has remained pretty good so far. We won't talk about that. We won't jinx Dave. But here they are, coming round to take up their position. So we've got Andy Hayes there in the middle with that red flag. I believe that's who that is. They're over on the start. So it is the 15 of Joe Milnes on pole with Ruby Booth, Stephen Booth and Simon Lehane rounding out that front row.
Yeah, the wind is getting a little bit blustery. I would normally be stood next to that grey building today in the freezing cold. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I'd be sat inside because I'm just not that stupid. I do like to be outside. You can see a little bit more, but we are over in the main pit buildings today. So here we go then, their final race of the day, and away they go, and this isn't even, this has Lehane made a good start. They're going down to the first turn. So Lehane has got off the line and he's there in second. Stephen Booth has gone around the outside. Ruby's back to 4th. So has Stephen Booth got anything for Joe Milnes as they come across through the cutting for the first time? It does not look like anybody got a particularly good start. They all seemed a little bit lethargic as the flag or as the lights changed. But it is the 75 then, the 15 of Joe Milnes that leads them through the pit bend for the first time, with Stephen Booth finally getting the better of daughter Ruby and beating her to the first turn. So it will be interesting to see whether the man on the 86 has the speed to live with our race leader. I would suggest that he's probably going to struggle, but he needs to be hanging on to second. Lehane has finally got a better start and he's not sitting there in the background as Ruby Booth tries to come down the inside into turn 1. Does not make it. A little bit of a mistake there. Lehane just got too deep into the second part of that corner and had to stand on the rear brake.
That's allowed Ruby Booth now to try and close that gap as they head round back towards the pit lane. And she is all over the back. So this is the first time I feel like we've had a split between both dad and daughter in this one.
The elastic is finally broken. And of course, that's a rider that I've been kind of, and obviously from our point of view here when we're doing the live stream commentary, we can only talk about what's on the screen. We've got a window that we can look out of, which you kind of do to try and give you a clue what's happening out there if there's something amiss. But Andy Hayes is a man that we've not seen today because obviously instead of riding, he's waving the flag. So he's normally usually in the middle of our B group pack, and he's the man that's kind of come into the organisational side of this British Supermoto and Superlight Championship to just take a bit of the load off our race director, Dave Dearden, and he's the man that after racing at Crofts at Oliver's Mount Circuit about 10 years ago now runs the gap. So if that's the ultimate look what you could have won, he went there. I saw a memory this week where he was saying about here's me driving, I'm about to start doing some laps around the circuit in a car for my first race there, and now he runs the joint. So if ever there was a man that stepped up and said I could do that, he's ended up running the place. So and he's one of the men down there doing the job that your dad normally does.
He is,
and he's downstairs doing the job that Robin normally does. So
he is. We've all had a bit of a
shuffle
role change for the 2026 season.
So here's the battle then, and Ruby is still trying very hard to find her way past Simon Lehane, and Dad Stephen is not getting away.
He's really not. So Lehane there, definitely in the mix, and he looks like he maybe found a little bit more speed than what he's had so far in the day. It's looking a little bit more comfortable on that CRF 150 as we watch him. Just not quite close enough to Stephen Booth to be able to make a nuisance of himself, but Ruby Booth is just chipping away.
For the amount of money that you can spend on these 150 Hondas, I was watching a thing on YouTube a couple of days ago from one of the guys that raced one of he's down the inside. Oh, well, that was a pass I didn't see coming.
Yeah.
So Lehane has definitely, he's got a bit racing. All of a sudden, Ruby Booth is going to be like, I'm back on this.
I think that 150 definitely had the legs as they headed down that straight, so he's used that to his advantage and taking a dive up the inside. But can he pull away? That's what we need to see. Well,
look over the back, over the shoulder. Ruby's going to have a dive down the inside, thinks better of it. But yeah, I was just watching a video of a guy who raced these 150 Hondas for the Geico Honda team in the States, and he said that these bikes were $60,000. And that's 10 years ago. Now, obviously, that isn't $60,000, but you can still chuck a fair bit of money at them, but they are a really, really cheap way of getting into supermoto racing, especially if you're a grown man and you want something that kind of fits, whereas the mini bikes are so uncomfortable to ride. Ruby down the inside again, not quite got the room.
Well, I am going to love you and leave you, Phil. Alan's back.
You're on.
I'm going to go ride a bike.
Yes. So you're on. Yeah, so as Danielle will go back and get changed out of her Crocs and put her boots on, and she will be out for her final race of the day, which is the Secret race. Here goes Ruby down the inside of Dad. No, not quite. A little bit of smoke on the overrun from the 86 of Stephen Booth. I wonder what the conversation is on the way home. I would imagine that neither of them speak. Ruby's on a phone all the way home, and Dad's just trying not to fall asleep. That'd be what it'd be for us. But this is a good race here, and props to Simon Lehane because he's chipped away all day, and whilst Joe Mills has disappeared at the front on that 85cc KTM, Lehane has kind of worked his way past these two on the mini bikes, on the pit bikes, which he's not managed at all so far today in the previous two races. So he'll feel that his performance in the last one is one that it's always nice when you have a good last race. No matter how good the first two are, if you end up with a bad last race, it always sends you home with a bit of a big bottom lip. But Lehane has definitely upped his game in this one. Fastest lap of a 49.6. So he is the fastest of these three, which obviously it's not rocket surgery because he's in front of them both, but he is just putting in a little bit more speed every time, and it's just enough to keep those away from snapping at his heels. Having said that, he's going to get traffic in a second, and he's got to make sure he gets the right side of him, and he does. And like I say, these slower, younger riders, they have a rider's briefing that basically just says don't do anything silly. And Ruby dies. Oh, that was almost perfect. So she decided she was going to go down the inside and have a bit of a run. Oh, a little bit of a splutter then, did I hear? I did. I thought I heard a splutter from Stephen Booth's bike there as he came out onto the Rogerson straight, and Ruby dived by, and it does sound like maybe an exhaust blowing or something. I mean, they sound awful anyway. But, yeah, look, the speed has gone. He's definitely lost a bit of performance there. So Lehane has pulled away. And whilst all these mini bikes are, they look quite simple and straightforward, they still are in a fairly high state of tune. Here is our race leader, the number 15. Now, am I right? Now, all of a sudden, this is closing up, because last time across the line, the gap from Milnes to Lehane was 1.1 seconds. So, all of a sudden, our race leader has caught a cold. Well, there he is. We've not seen a last lap flag yet, I don't think. No, we haven't. So, Milnes had run and hidden, and then all of a sudden, well, there he is. Maybe he's just fallen asleep at the wheel, or maybe he's just made a big mistake somewhere and ended up running off circuit. Maybe he's had a bit of a moment with one of the slower riders. But Lehane looks over his shoulder. You need to be looking forward, mate. You're having a great race here. And of course, you see these guys in the paddock. Now, that I have no idea. He could be, I don't know, 17 or 18, or he could be 45. I have absolutely no idea. But the beauty of motorcycle sport is that when you put the helmet on, you all become equals, irrespective of your age. And it's one of the great things of any bike racing, that the respect that you get for making the step from being a spectator to being a performer at any level changes your whole outlook on how all of it goes down. So 3 seconds the gap, so that gap's gone back out. 2 seconds on that lap, so definitely a mistake for Joe Milnes, which we did not see on camera. And the brief "I could win this" moment for Simon Lehane evaporates as quickly as it was dangled in front of him. But he might have seen it happen. He might have been, oh, hang on a minute, he's been off the track. I've got a bit of a shot at this. So there's Lehane, Ruby Booth, Steve Booth now. He's off the back of that group by about another second and a half. It has to be almost close to last lap time. No, Kirk's still ensconced in his little pit chair on the side of the track. Looks like there's a little bit of movement there, so there'll be a knock on the window from Laura Hodgson, or a crack on the radio to say last lap next time by, please. Laura, Wendy and Harriet over the other side. In fact, there's a thing. I've not seen Harriet this week, and another half Dan. So he's another one that's not here. So maybe they are away for Easter. It's amazing how you think about people and go, oh, I'll not see them this weekend. So another part of our small and compact crew here at the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship, who make this all happen on a race weekend. Kirk's come to his feet, but not brandishing a flag yet. But here's our race leader. It's at 4.4. So Milnes, whatever problem he had, he's managed to regroup, and you can see the dirt dragged onto the track there. This Three Sisters circuit gets so much use. They run drifts. Believe it or not, they used to have a Formula One car that you could drive around here, which makes me just... words cannot describe. I've driven around here in a car and it feels like you're on the grass on both sides at the same time. I've driven a kart around here, but they do supercar experience days and all sorts. It is really a nice little jewel in the crown for the north west of England here, and like I say, just on the outskirts of Wigan at Ashton in Makerfield, at a mile off the M6 at junction 25. A nice run up, last lap flag out, acknowledgement foot there from Joe Milnes to say yes, thank you for that. I wanted it 4 laps ago. Where were you? And that is always the case when you're leading the race. Whenever you're leading, the last lap flag cannot come out soon enough, and if you're about 6th and trying to push through, it comes out 6 laps earlier than you want. But Milnes has had a decent day today. He's took victory in all 3 races. That does look a really nice bike as well. And like I say, just basically a KTM 85 with a set of 12-inch wheels in it, a set of sticky tyres. Come racing. It's not expensive. That will cost less than a medium spec mountain bike. and you don't have to pedal it yourself. So checkered flag then from Kirk, race win number 3 for Joe Milnes. It should be a second place for Simon Lahane. There he comes. Ruby then was close at the end, but not close enough. And then has Stephen Booth managed to hang on to take that 4th position. That bike going off song. Is it electrical fault or something? It's still running, so he obviously didn't notice it had a little bit of smoke popping out the back of it on the overrun. He's managed to get that over the line. You can hear the camera tower rattling. Oh, this is going to be fun. Tomorrow, oh, there we go. Who's that coming across the line? Yeah, Booth's come across the line. And there'll be Adam Hill and Craig Louth. Roman Ratcliffe and Les Noble and Luke Wright were laps in that one. So Les Noble, number 66, comes across the line. And Luke Wright will be our final finisher. So that is the final race of our Adult Mini and Super Mini Race 3. Here is the grid for our final Supermoto C Race 3, brought to you by Walker Group. There is Philip Rigg. Well, looking at those flags there, they've finally perked up a little bit, but obviously our camera position on the corner of that building, I'm watching that camera out the window and it's flapping around like hell, but the flags were there and they ain't even moving. And I know we've got a few seconds delay. Oh, the number 80, I'd forgotten about him. He was a star in the last one. He definitely earned his money on that big KTM. Where can we see the number 80 of Andrew Fulton on that Evo take? I don't know, he's going to take victory in the Evo class because Darryl Pennington, he's in the Evo class on... He's in the A class on an Evo bike, so he's going to be the winner of that one. But a hat tip to the number 80 of Andrew Fulton, who almost certainly will turn up at the next round on Jamie Wrigglesworth's 450 Husqvarna that's for sale, because he'll just find out about it and he'll go and buy it. But turning up on that bike at this track and racing, even 10 years ago, nobody would have gone, oh, you can't race one of them round here now. And here he is, making that, well, he's getting the bike round there pretty good, and he can obviously ride. There was a guy that used to race an old 404 CCM. Oh yeah, look, Andrew Fulton starting on pole from Ed Darlington and Liam Pearson, Philip Rigg in on row 2, Tommy Sayer and Jordan Grant, and it's Tyler Keel, Jess Mitchell, Jason Ramshaw, Chris Bick, Andy Mayo, Tom Nutter, John Oates, Danny Walk and Rick Owen. So lots and lots of new names in the paddock. I think we've got about 20 riders that certainly I've not seen before. And obviously you lose a few every year. A few people move on to something else. And then we've got, Cowper, Billham, Haig, Farron Young, Steve Winter, Danielle there in 21st, Steve Smith, John Reed, Matt Granger, Charlie Smith, Craig Louth, Darryl Brett, Lee Rudd, James Wallace Moores. And that's another one of the Mitchell dynasty, so to speak. So it has been dull and overcast. We had that one race where the clouds just started to spill just a little bit, and as a result we were kind of all a little bit, oh, what's going to happen? And we had a wet race declared. It's been the only one of the day, and as a result we've motored through pretty well. Yeah, that rattle there, we have like a plastic cover on the tops of the cameras rather than it screws on. It doesn't half rattle, especially when it's getting windy like that. But yeah, it is going to be the number 80 then of Andrew Fulton that will start from pole. And Edward Darlington on the 85cc TM next to him. So you really are in a situation where it's almost kind of, well, what are we going to do with this? Who's going to lead into the first turn? Although I didn't see Darlington on the sight lap. Is he just going to turn up at the last minute and drop in there? I don't think he is. He might be giving it a miss, keeping his powder dry for his final race of the day, which is obviously the Junior Mini and Super Mini, which is what his main priority is. and obviously while everybody wants to get as much track time as they can, there is a point in which certainly starting from the front row on this one may not be the ideal situation. Can't see him there on the front row. That looks like that's Steve Smith coming into position. Last few riders, and let's say we'll be down to 34 in this one. Obviously there's a few gaps, a few people in the wrong place. Yeah, big gap there where Darlington would have been, but there's again he will have used that for a bit of track test time, but they'll be keeping their powder dry for the... Oh no, there's Darlington coming out of pit lane now, so he's got a bit of a problem. They're waiting for the final bite. He'll come round. Yeah, he's just going around the Rogerson Straight. You just see him there in the corner of the shot. So for whatever reason, he's got an issue. They're still sorting out the riders, and he's already into... he's going to come round and slot in to his position on the front row of the grid. He'll weave through and find himself... I'm still trying to sort out a few guys a bit further back, and he'll weave his way through to the front row of the grid, and the TMUK rider there on the front row. So, that'll get his blood flowing a little bit. So let's see who can do what. Liam Pearson there on the front row with Philip Rigg. Andy Hayes points to the lights. Here we go. Their final race of the day. Away they go, and it's going to be. It looks like it's Tommy Sayer from the second row of the grid. And it's Pearson that leads then. Oh, and here comes Darlington up the inside. Oh, that was tight. So Darlington up the inside, but it is going to be the 150 that leads them round. Oh, and he stalled it. So he's just gone into that corner and tried to bang around the inside. He's got it going again. It looked like it went second kick. So Darlington really lucky there to get that thing fired straight back up. He's managed to recover to... a miraculous fifth, because that could have been absolutely catastrophic. Oh, carnage in the off-road section. All sorts of people stuck. Was there anybody on the floor underneath that? I don't know whether there was or not. I do hope that Danielle hasn't found a way onto the floor again. No doubt she'll have got caught up in that at some point. But here's our race leader then, Liam Pearson. Knee down, he comes round. In the lead it is Fulton in second. Third place it looks like it's the 85 of Philip Rigg as they come down the Rogerson Straight for the first time. So Pearson was coming through in this one pretty quickly in the second race, and then he made a mistake in the off-road and stalled and put himself back to about 10th, fought back through to 5th or 6th, which got him that front row start in the final race of the day. And there he is, the 150. So Pearson from Fulton, and then 3 seconds back to Tommy Sayer, then it's Darlington, then it's Rigg, then it's Tyler Keel, well Fulton is he has no right being that fast on that bike through the off-road. Oh, and he's got the lead. Plopper just stalled it there, so Liam Pearson just in that little bit of tricky off-road. Looks like Darlington is up to third past Tommy Sayer. Well, this will be interesting. Won't anybody tell me that you need a 20 grand bike to come Supermoto racing again? That old LC4, that's got to be 2005, 2006, I would have thought. He gets the power down, these big old KTM LC4 engines. Awful lot of horsepower and not a lot else. But it's all we had. And he's riding it. Hell. He's got the straight line speed on Pearson, obviously, with the capacity advantage down the straight. Like I say, I'm pretty sure that bike that Pearson is on is either a 250, possibly a 350. Certainly nothing bigger. So Darlington 2 seconds behind these guys. Can he close in? He was on the move a little bit in the level. There he is in the background. Look, so the youngster is there or thereabouts, and he's definitely quicker in the off-road. So there is a very smooth line on the inside of those ruts, which if you can get on it and be gentle, it may not be any faster, but it's certainly a lot less risk of bouncing around and having your front wheel disappear over the top of that berm. Pearson clears the tabletop really nicely, but Fulton, with his knee down style, has already started to got his lights taped up. Oh, look at the forks dive on the brakes. So Darlington still 2 seconds adrift as they came across the line last time of our race leader, and our second place man Pearson then just dropping backwards a little bit from the man at the front on the number 80. And it's Sayer, Rigg, 111 to Jordan Grant, and Tyler Keel, Tom Nutter, Jason Ramshaw, and Jess Mitchell again in 10th, just in front of our old team boss of John Oakes, who's up there 11th on his bathmate KTM. Already starting to get into traffic's trouble for Graham Anderson, who making his debut. And again, anybody who can get out on track for the first time, better a racer for a day than a spectator for life. That's a full send. I can feel that bottoming out as he landed that. That was definitely a big old jump on that. So Pearson is closing in. Darlington not so much. I'm not sure whether he's even. I think he might even be on road tyres. I don't even think he's got slicks on that. So yeah, Pearson is starting to get a little bit racy, and they're going to get into traffic. And is the smaller, more nimble bike going to be a little bit easier to deal with in the off-road as they come round? And yeah, Pearson has suddenly started to draw into the back. It was a second and a half over the line last time. It's going to be about 0.4 as they go into turn one. It is 0.432. I should do this for a living. So the battle for the lead is back on. After looking like it was all over and done with, all of a sudden we've got a three-rider battle. Darlington is making... well, I would have said that you don't want to follow these boys, but he's already ended up on the floor nearly by going onto that inside line. It just might be a little bit tight for that bike, and although it's a small bike, the bigger bikes you can kind of get it. All of the berms and all of the ruts are designed for the bigger bikes and the way that they produce them, and sometimes the smaller bike, even though you think it'd turn tight, it turns too tight and you end up trying to turn outside the rut. So he followed. Fastest lap from Pearson last time I was a 15.5, so he took 0.4 of a second out of our race leader, but just as the gap looked like it was closing up, it looks like it's gone out a little bit again, because Fulton is very fast in the off-road. Darlington takes a look over his shoulder, but there's nobody there. Tom Nutter 6.5 seconds back in 4th position. Then it's Tommy Sayer, Philip Rigg, and the 111 of Jordan Grant. In fact, it's 4 ones of Jordan Grant. Who's it? Now there's a number, 4-digit numbers, whatever is the world coming to. We'll be having decimal points in them next. And they're going to be getting into, again, the slower end of this race. And the thing is, all of these guys out there in this one, and girls of course, they'll be getting back to the pits, and no matter how good or bad their race has gone, they'll have a massive smile on the face, because they're all doing something that there's Darryl Brett just moving out of the way, but he's losing a position into that. That's the 59 there. So that's a pair of Dan Billam's leathers, but that's definitely not Dan Billam that's in him. So I think that's his brother Simon, who is I think he's a first-time racer as well. So and then they're going to come up on the back of, is that James Wallace Moores? I think it might be. And again, another first time rider it is, so he's out there in on an ex James Wood KTM, or it could be a Husqvarna, in what is almost a pair of Andy, certainly a pair of Andy Mitchell's leathers, because everybody has to wear them. It's part of the ritual. He goes a lap down, moves out of the way. But our race leader then, still the number 80 of Andrew Fulton on the LC4 KTM. We've got a yellow flag going into the off-road. Not sure who that is that's gone down. That's one of our younger riders on an 85. There's a tipped off. Not quite sure who that is. That might be Ollie O'Gorman. I'm not sure if he's out there in this one or not. Doesn't appear on our thing. And they're into very heavy lap traffic then, the 692. Trying to scroll down our timing and find out who that is. But all of a sudden, Pearson, again, all over the back of our race leader, showing 5 to go. And there goes Pearson up the inside. Has he got the speed? Oh, he's falling a lean on him. Oh, that was a brave pass. Yeah, that was a pass for the win. That was the I need the points pass. There is a very real possibility that that bike is older than Pearson is. Very, very possible. So props to Andy Fulton for leading this one for pretty much the whole of the race. But Pearson, the youngster on the KTM, the very, very bright KTM, managed to fire his way past it at the end of that one. He's not given this up yet. What's going on there? Oh, a few riders getting out of the way. Was that Jackson Bennett out there on Dad's 450 because his 85 has gone pop? Maybe it was. Nicely through there. That's where the change of direction. The smaller, lighter bike through that left, right, left, or right, left, right, even kink means that Liam Pearson can just make light work of it, whereas that big heavy KTM, a lot of bike to flick from side to side. And they come down into Luna. If we didn't get the last lap flag this time, by we are. So that last lap flag that Pearson didn't want to see at all about 3 laps ago because he wanted to win, now comes out at the just the time he needed it. Pearson then just under a second. He's just got to negotiate this off-road section for the final time, which obviously easier said than done. Fulton's having to go around the outside. He's going to catch a pit, but Fulton's going to have this. He's going to ride around the outside of him. Is he? Oh, he's done him. He's passed up the inside here before. Didn't manage to make it happen. That was a proper make it fit movement from Fulton. Darlington's still there in the background, and they've got all sorts of backmarker traffic. I think, that was a really nice move. Oh, Fulton manages to get through. They've got one more backmarker in there as well. Not sure that is the 782. That's Matthew Granger. That's the brother of Ollie, I think, who won the first one of these and went up to the Bs. Well, that nice little bit of riding from Liam Pearson there, putting a back marker between himself and Andrew Fulton, is going to gift him the victory, providing he stays on round Luna for the final time. And there it is, the checkered flag. Kirk doing his normal duties and bringing these boys home. So win for Liam Pearson from Andrew Fulton, then it's Ed Darlington in third, Tom Nutter fourth, the quadruple one of Jordan Grant, fifth, decent ride from him. Tommy Sayer sixth, Philip Rigg dropped to seventh, but been impressed with him today. Tyler Kearley in eighth, Jason Ramshaw ninth, John Oates comes through to 10th, and Chris Bick in 11th. Jess Mitchell ending up 13th. So she will be our Ladies' Cup winner for the day. B Group then already in the holding area for their final race of the day. And just like that, we've got two and a wee bit races to go. There's Jason Laycock, the 159. He's a man that started off as a regular C Group runner. That number 4, he's got Olin's forks and all sorts of stuff on that. So I'm gonna try and have a look out the window and see what that is as he goes by, because my curiosity gets the better of me in these situations. So Supermoto B Race 3, brought to you by Walker Group. Yeah, I still can't see even from here. I'm a blind fool. He's going to ride past me in a second, and I will have my moment in the sun. Green flag up then, so these guys are going to start making their way out. Scott Wright then. Yeah, I think it's a Honda. Right, anyway. Satisfying my own curiosity, he will be going from the back of the grid anyway, so I doubt whether he will figure in the results. If he does, I'll be very surprised. So Scott Wright, the man who led the last one of these until he didn't. Again, like I said before, real good rider as a youngster, and then obviously spent a lot of time in the military, and didn't... I think he retired from racing. I think he raced again 2011, and then obviously disappeared from the sport and came back 2 seasons ago, I think, rode a couple of races. Was here for a few races last year, so good to see him back here again. Is he going to convert the... also, Jake Sayer and Craig Forshaw were the main that went up last time. There's the 150... sorry, there's the... Now, is that Pekka that's riding now? I need to find out that, because that's... yeah, it's the 151. That should be the bike of Blaine Pearson. So he's out there. So it is Blaine, but whether it's Pekka on Blaine's bike or whatever, we'll find out. As soon as I see him goodbye, I'll know. The rest of them making their way past pit lane for the final time. Always a nervous time, warm-up lap, make sure the bikes are right. So that is number 10. So that's Pekka there on the 10. So the other one is Blaine Pearson in a pair of, in Pekka's leathers there in second. So that is Blaine Pearson then on the 151, who just watched his son win the C Group race there. So again, another father and son affair. So there's the 151 and number 10 on the back of the leather. So that was what was confusing me a little bit. So it's going to be, I think it's Scott Wright. No, we saw Chris Lambourne tip off. Oh, I didn't get a chance to go and murder him about that in between the break. And but obviously I will do that at some point over the weekend. It is the way of the paddock when somebody falls off when they're in the lead. But as Daniel said, there's a lot of rocks and everything getting kicked up into that area of the track. So very, very easily done. And there is the one, the 211 of Chris Lambourne, who's going to come through and get what is... I don't know what you'd call it really, but 3 front row starts in the B group and not managing to make the cut. He's always going to be a little bit of a stinger. But he was leading until he tipped off. And we've got a rider there stuck in the off-road. Oh, that's Sean Jones. So he was the man that came up from the... so whatever issue he's got, the bike has finally fired up. Has it fired up? They're going to be holding him on the line. Is he going to ride back the quick weight? So come out of the off-road section and I can't see him. No, he's just... Yes, he is. He's going. Just going to be waiting for him to come to the grid. Last few riders... and he comes down past pit lane. I can hear him. I'm not sure it is Sean Jones now. Actually, as he's seen him go by. Yes, it is. So yeah, so we've got a gap on the middle of the front row. Who is missing out of that? Is that James Wood? No, Woody's there in the middle of row 2. So we should have Scott Wright, Chris Lambourne, James Wright, Michael Craig. Michael Craig is there, so I think Woody is in the wrong place on the grid. Woody should be on the front row. So he is not in the right place on the grid. So that is why we've got a gap on the front row. Woody should be there in between the 211 and the 167, and he isn't. So there's somebody missing off the second row. And I'm not sure who that is, but they're away anyway. And here they go down to the first turn. And it is going to be Scott Wright who just blows the turn a little bit. Duncan Wright up the inside on the 111 on the TM. It's Lambourne again that's going to make the move into the off-road for the first time and take the lead. Duncan Wright there in third. And Scott Wright up the inside as well. Who's that there in fourth? Is that... That's not going to be Paul Grimm because he's in the A group, so that would be not him. It did look like a trip. So I know it was the 167 of Michael Craig, and I think he's just been overtaken by. That may have been one of the Rogerson boys. That might have been the 303 of Sean Rogerson. So one of the men that's stumping up to help this live stream. The SHR Excavations rider, the Brothers Racing team. But it is Scott Wright then that leads them past pit lane on the end of the first lap. The wind, if you're wondering why we've got some cameras that are a little bit better than others, the wind is playing havoc with our wireless signal a little bit. that crystal clear one from the one that's in front of us. Oh, big pass from Lambourne up the inside. Wright's going to come back at him down the start straight. Oh, that was a brave move from Scott right there. He has a look over his shoulder because he blew the turn. And now all of a sudden he's got Duncan Wright on his back. And it isn't. It's Sean Rogerson. So Rogerson down the inside. Oh, that was a pass. Is that Rogerson? I'm not sure whether that is or not, to be honest. Who is that on that? Let's see if we can get a number. 291. That's Carl Casement, I think. It is. I think that's Carl Casement. That's another one of them pesky Manx men. Indeed it is. So Carl Casement is the man on a mission. He had a lot of problems this morning. Had electrical problems with that bike. Couldn't get the battery to stay charged. It was popping and banging and farting and missing and giving him and anybody around him on track at the same time a ton of problems. But all of a sudden he is up to speed and bearing down quickly on the back of the 211 of Chris Lambourne on the Trips Racing KTM. As they come across the line to complete another lap, and Casement then he's going to have a run down. Oh, he absolutely flew by. He's not a very big lad, and he obviously Prof being a veritable giant. That was he was sat in the wind there, and Casement just popped out. Oh, lovely over the tabletop, fully cleared that. Duncan Wright in a third. Now, this is the best I've seen Duncan Wright go on this TM. He was a decent rider before he got on that bike and on the KTM, and he got on that TM last year, and it took him a while to get used to it, but now he looks like he's found something that works for him.
He has. He looked really comfortable on it last time I've seen it. I think he's been on it a couple of seasons now. But yeah, like you say, it looks like he has found something this round. So he's up there in third, isn't he? Yeah,
it's a difficult bike to if you haven't got all your ducks in a row to get it to do exactly what you want, but when it does, it is the piece of kit to be on. So Casement then out the front. How did that go for you? Were you
I think that was a bit better.
No, okay,
lap times don't show it, but I felt happier, so we'll take that.
Yep, and like I say, conditions then, it's quite cold out there again. Not a lot of heat in the track, all therefore the tyres.
Still very, very breezy, yes, I will say. Yes. Very, very windy out there.
We can see that in the flags, and we can hear it on the feedback through the mics as well. A lot of wind noise. But Casement is that leads from Lambourne, from Duncan Wright. Scott Wright then 3-2-3 in third. Michael Craig, another Scotsman then, he's there in fifth. Then it's Reynolds, James Wood, Blaine Pearson, Aid Dealey and Sean Rogerson.
I feel like we haven't seen Blaine Pearson all day.
Yeah, we saw him on the warm-up lap, but he's wearing a set of Pecker's leathers, so that was what threw me.
That's what it is.
Yes. So we've had double Pecker and no Blaine Pearson. So yeah, but that's what threw me off.
I think it's fair to say we don't need two Peckers.
No. Yeah, so Chris Lambourne taking a long look over his shoulder there, and he's got 3 seconds back to Duncan Wright. So the excitement at the front of this one, that's Sean Jones obviously had a problem on the sight lap and whether he's gone down again. But our race leader then, Carl Casement, the man from the Isle of Man, he had all sorts of grief with that this morning. He was trying to get batteries to work and all sorts of things, and he was certainly off where he expected to be. But he's now fought his way to the front. He's come from the back of the grid in this one in the previous two races, worked his way up to 6th or 7th, I think, and then had a good start, got his way to the front. And he is away with this one. We'll have a look and see if we can see any battles further down the field. Scott Wright, Michael Craig and Paul Reynolds in a little bit of a tussle.
Sean Rogerson and Aid Dealey, there's nothing between those two guys either. So Casement, I feel like a rider that we've not really mentioned very much so far today, but he seems to have, like you say, got that bike running as it should be doing, and he's up there. Is that an XLSP bike I see? It looks like it. It looks like a one of the very factory KTMs from back in the day.
I don't think so. I think it's fairly stock. There didn't look like there was a lot.
It's got DVRs on it and a decent pair of orange triple clamps, depending on whether they're 4, maybe they're slightly wider ones. But yeah.
Yeah, getting a close-up look at it, there was certainly nothing on it other than the pipes that would lead to believe that it was anything particularly special. And all of those lads are all saying that, yeah, there's not a lot done to the bikes. Though everybody says that, I suppose. There's nothing worse than saying I spent a fortune on it and then being no faster. So there is always that bit of a balance. But no, I don't think it's anything particularly special. We'll see if we can pick up any of the battles a little bit further down the field. See what we've got then. So Duncan Wright got 4 seconds. Yeah.
So looking through that off-road, just as I say, I've just got back. That is turning into a little bit of a hole on the exit of the dirt, so people are actually braving a wider line through there, rather than using getting a little bit deep inside rut. So I'm sure that's going to take quite a bit of hammer in this next race as well.
Yeah, the track does. It comes to you and then disappears a little bit, doesn't it? And as a result, some of the lines that were the line to be on during the day, by the time the end of the day comes, they're gone. So there's the gap. Look, Chris. This is the battle then. So this is Scott Wright and Duncan Wright. This is the battle for third. So these two guys, and then in the background we've also got Michael Craig. So the two Scotsmen then either side of young Scott Wright. He's probably got to be 35 now. And like I say, Duncan Wright then it's taken him a while to get to. And obviously, Michael Craig will not want to let his fellow countrymen beat him to the flag. And there's another battle going on behind him with Paul Reynolds and Blaine Pearson, so those guys are starting to close in a little bit as well. But yes, Michael Craig then the 167, had some good battles with him back in the day. And here we go, Duncan Wright round the inside. Is he going to have a run up to the... Oh, it's got tight there, and Wright just...
Yep.
Scott Wright. Oh, Scott Wright's took the front.
Scott's took the front, and Duncan Wright doing well to avoid him there.
Oh,
that's sent Paul Reynolds round the outside as well.
Oh, that's knocked the wind out of him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I say, he was fine until he wasn't. So Duncan Wright then, the pressure that he applied, Scott Wright grabbed a big handful of front brake, maybe, just hit the stones, maybe.
Yeah.
And as a result, he's ended up on the floor, and...
I think he's come into that tabletop a little bit hotter than he would have liked to on the head down.
Yeah.
Especially with him trying to keep sort of Duncan Wright behind him.
Well, yeah, and... well, that was unfortunate. So now Michael Craig has got a clear run at the 111 of Duncan Wright. They're doing 113's. Race leader Carl Casement, fastest lap of the race at a 110.6. So he's running hid at the front. 3 second advantage over Chris Lambourne, which is why we're showing you what this was a battle until Scott Wright put himself on the floor in the same place that Chris Lambourne did in the previous race. But Craig now starting to close in. There is the second place man Lambourne going out of shot. And here comes Paul Reynolds and also the 151 of Blaine Pearson. A Dealey in the background as well. And Sean Rogerson. So there's a lot of bikes in shot here. As Craig is getting closed down then by the number 10, Paul Reynolds, the man from Automotive Solutions.
Yeah, that transition there, when we were having a little bit of mental rain earlier, I'd say it was definitely greasy, but it's been absolutely fine for the remainder of the afternoon. And it looks like Dave's holding out for us.
Yes.
With just one more Supermoto race to go, and then we will see our juniors back out on track as well. But, like you say, it looks like they're all settled into this one now, and it is showing on our timing screen as 2 laps to go, and Kyle Casement out in front, doing a 110.6, but settled into this race now with a 112.2, especially with that 3 second advantage that he's currently sitting comfortably with.
Yeah, Blaine Pearson then having a look down the inside of Paul Reynolds as they get to the end of the start-finish straight. Those guys all riding out of the Automotive Solutions awning, which has probably got half the pits in it. And they had a comedy moment trying to put it up yesterday. Hadn't put it up for a year. Nobody could remember where anything went. It was a real to me to you moment, but they got it sorted out. But Blaine Pearson having a run around the outside here and trying to find a way past his team boss. They're closing in on Michael Craig and Duncan Wright. A Dealey on the SHRC Yamaha. He's the next rider along, and he's another guy that's moved his way forward. I know he's got a bit of motocross experience and a little bit of Supermoto from last year, but he's a guy that's starting to find himself on the tarmac a little bit. So you've got the number 10 being followed by the number 10, so you can see why I was confused.
I can.
So we can see what happened then. So Pecker's got himself a new colour scheme, and Blaine's gone, yeah, I'll have some of them, thank you. Because obviously he's got to keep...
The leather and the helmet combination on the KTM, it was looking like we were having Keith Edwards making a reappearance.
Yes.
He was a big fan favourite in our championship.
Last lap flag is out then. So our race leader then, Carl Case, with 3 seconds to the good. We'll try and pick him up at some point on the final lap, but we'll see if anything happens here, because it's all to play for. We're starting to close in. Michael Craig's still not giving up on putting a pass on Duncan Wright. He goes to the outside. Pearson, then he's putting the pressure on Paul Reynolds. Oh no, he's there.
Oh, he's close.
We've seen people go, no, they're all through there safely. It's so easy to stall just as you open the throttle as well. Dealey coming under pressure from Rogerson in the background. None of these boys are wanting to give this up, but it is the final lap, and our race leader should be making his way down into Luna. There he is, right on cue. Absolutely bang up job. Race win for Carl Caseman. He takes victory. Chris Lambourne will take second, and the battle for third will come to the line, and it's got to be Duncan Wright. He kind of lost it from there.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened. They've all ended up on the floor in Luna. Oh, it was tight.
No, I think that was a back marker.
Oh, right, okay.
That was the 44.
Ah, right, that was the other
TM.
It was the other TM, so it was Duncan Wright.
Yep, yeah, Duncan did get that third place. Oh, you had me panicking.
Yeah, so Duncan Wright comes across the line in third, Michael Craig fourth, Paul Reynolds fifth, Blaine Pearson in sixth, A. Dealey seventh, the 303 of Sean Rogerson in 8th, James Wood in 9th, and 10th will be another new name, certainly to me, the 27 of Austin Johnson. So
yeah, I think we saw him towards the end of last year.
Yeah.
He definitely made some appearances. Not sure he was this high up in the Bs though, so good ride from him in the making a top 10 in our National Championship B group. Again, another rider that we haven't seen out here in our British Championship is Yanislav Stoyanov. He finished in 13th place, again, as I mentioned, coming down from Scotland. Seb Geslowski up in 15th in the Bs.
Jamie Wilson came through from the C group last time. He managed 14th, so that's a decent ride for him.
Very good ride.
Yep. Well, we've got our main final race of the day is in the holding area, the final Supermoto A group. All to play for. There they are. There's our race, our top three. Carl Casement, then the Prof, 211 Chris Lambourne, and in the background the 111 of Duncan Wright on the DJW TM. And like I say, you'll see that. I think Casement is fit. We would class him as a youngster. There's Prof. Obviously, there's a few highlights there.
Prof looking pretty chuffed there.
Yeah, he was happy with
nice
that.
To see.
And so he knows that he would have gone. And there's Duncan Wright,
there they are, sweeping the off-road.
Yeah,
it makes a massive difference.
Yes, it does, and obviously those stones it just takes away that, especially on the first lap.
Yep.
It just makes so much difference to rider safety. So top marks to all of our British Supermoto and Superlight crew here this weekend, all of our marshals and everybody here at Three Sisters for always, as always, making us so welcome. And all of a sudden, a day that felt like it was going to last forever is over in a flash, and it is always the way.
Walker by.
Group, yeah, Supermoto A race 3 and waved through. I wonder if how much stick Max Ingham got for just disappearing when the bloke walked off the grid. Obviously, so you went and had a chat with them after the race. So here we go then. Ryan Kringle, Max Ingham, Alex Mullaney and Richard Sharp on the front row. Then it's Blakeman, Williams, Ollie Holmes. Great ride from him.
Yep.
And Jamie Kringle in 8th. 9th, third row will be Jamie Duncan, number 7. Chris Walker, Harley Sharp and Jay Smith. And then Dean Hillier, Andy Mitchell, Kyle Eccleston will be on row 5.
I'm fairly sure Kyle has got Cara Laycock at home cheering him on, because I know she was wanting the live stream link, so hopefully she's sat watching and cheering him on. He's having a really good ride today, so
yeah, he's been normally
very consistent.
Yeah, normally we have a lot of drama with Kyle, because like I say, he's another guy that always misses the cut by 1 and then has a drama in the heat, drama in the first race and has to come from the back of the grid and then wins the last B final by a mile. But here he is, he's been up in the A's all day, justifiably so, good speed.
Just chipping away at it.
And it's a deeper field today, let's be fair, it's a deep field and he's there. Decent. There is our 2024 champion, Jay Smith. The number 1 still on the back of his leathers. I'd still have it on if I'd Yeah, I've still got a pair with something like that on. So Alex Mullaney, he was, he had a fantastic ride in the first one after falling off, but he didn't have anything for our front two.
Yep.
So is Kringle going to be able to convert that pole position into a start and a runaway at the beginning? Is Ingham going to have what it takes to beat him to the first turn and hold him off?
I'm just checking. Are we setting up for a reverse grid?
No.
I just want to make sure.
No, I do not believe we are. That's not a Saturday thing, is it?
No, we're all right. That's good.
Yeah.
Just waiting for those front riders to come through. Jamie Duncan had a little bit of I think it's fair to say, a mare in race 2. Couldn't get on with the bike, so it looks like he's back on the old one. So he'll be looking to improve on his 9th place in race 2. And then teammate Oliver Holmes in 7th. Cracking ride from him. So see if he can
Pizza boy done good.
put it together.
That was the only thing that was missing last night in the pits. Was a bit of Ollie Holmes pizza. It's the best pizza in the world.
He was too busy doing everyone's graphics.
He was, to be fair. But if you'd have got his together beforehand and done it all, he could have just made us all pizza.
That is...
Anyway, he is...
We all agree on that.
Look, again, a good result for him. Second row start in this final race of the day. Lee Willow Williams is in there as well. He's there on the front row. And also, we've got Blakeman in there as well. We'll go back to the front row start. So there we are. So it's Richard Sharp. Kringle on pole. Then it's Ingham and Alex Mullaney and Richard Sharp on the outside. So right, let's watch Richard Sharp dropping it across the front of them all into turn 1. Away they go. He didn't get the drop.
No,
it's going to be Kringle. It's not going to be Kringle. It is going to be Ingham. Ingham gets the lead. Is Sharpie around the outside of Kringle? Not going to make it happen. Mullaney has a little bit more patience this time. Yeah, he was unlucky last time. He was focused on the bloke next to him, and the guy in front of him just didn't have the speed in the turn. Oh, and Alex he's gone wide. He's crossed over. I don't think that there's going to be no. I know that was something that they didn't want you to do, but he's just bounced out of that rut on the inside in the bumps. There was no advantage taken. It cost him a place.
Yep,
so
he lost a place to Kringle there.
Kringle misses a gear coming out onto the off-road there. So our newcomer to the series, Max Ingham, for the 3rd time this weekend, race leader from the start. Mullaney right in behind Kringle though this time, so he didn't get the run that he needed in race 2. He'll need to stay in behind him. He needs to keep his powder dry and get those tyres warm before he pushes on too hard. We've seen him go to ground a lot of times in the early running of these championship races. And then have to charge from the back, and he just needs to go. Those 3 are gone, look.
I have to say, Ian looking incredibly smooth. So, I know we've said that Kringle can be quite an aggressive rider, so can Alex Mullaney.
Yes.
Ian looks like he's out on a Sunday jolly.
I know, he does.
It's lovely to watch.
And he looks not quite perfect out that jump. Sharpie's there in 4th.
And it looks like, looking at our timing screen, we've had a rider down. So, I think that is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. His day going from bad to worse. So he's dropped down off our timing screen now.
Got a yellow flag. He's gone down in the on the exit of.
I think we may have a few riders stuck on pit lane as well. So them riders just getting themselves out of the way, which is what that yellow flag was for.
Right, everybody safely through by the look of it. So Kringle there in 2nd. And JD's just walking in. So. I don't know what happened there, but he's done. So that was a big moment there. Kringle took the front there. He did so well to stay on that. I don't think it was skill, but he was so lucky to stop on that. I don't know whether he got his knee into the ground and held it up. And here comes Mullaney. He's back onto the back of this battle for the lead.
They do seem to close in just a little bit here. It might be that concertina effect, but closing in as they head into the off-road. But all taking that outside to inside line here through the off-road section, which seems to be the preferred line.
Yeah, Ingham is
riders.
Far faster than the other 2 in the off-road, but and Richard Sharp's still close enough to be close.
Yep.
So I think our overall for the day at the moment, as it stands, is going to be Max Ingham, Ryan Kringle, and Richard Sharp. But it's too hard to work the points out.
We've gone back to the old points scheme now, so I believe it's 35 for a win.
You can tell me how that works then, and we'll sort it out. But Jamie Duncan's bike there on the grass, so he's had a walk in. So Mullaney looking better And look, he's a great. And let's look. I always said we're not giving him the credit that he deserves for a man of his age. He's 18 or 19 years old now. I could really do with finding that out, couldn't I? But yeah, he's still a youngster, and he's been in the front end of this championship now for pretty much 3 seasons.
Yep.
And so he comes, he has a go, and he's starting to. He's ridden himself in. And he's feeling that he's got something. They've dropped off Richard Sharp in 4th.
They have. Now, I think if Alex Mullaney gets the opportunity, he'll be going for a dive up at Kringle. Kringle's racing ahead of him, as he should be doing, trying to chase down Ingham.
Yeah,
but I think Mullaney is sort of sizing this one up a little bit.
He needs to get close enough. He's not close enough yet. And the man on the TM UK entry is not... Oh, he is again. Yeah. This was the pass for the win last time.
Not close enough that time. Ingham knew he was there, though.
Yeah, and he was going to have a dive at the inside. No, he's not. So is Mullaney going to have a run down the straight? I don't think he's got the speed. Well, there's not a lot wrong with that Husky for straight line speed.
Oh, 2 for 1.
2 for 1. That was a good pass by Mullaney there. There was room.
Mullaney shuts the door on him as they head into the off-road section. So
look, you can just see the off-road skill. Of Ingham there, can't you? He's just bounced it in and he's like, you think you're doing that to me, mate? You're not. There wasn't enough room for that. And all of a sudden, Max Ingham for doing... Oh, Mullaney, how did he nearly crashed an instalments then? How did he stay on that?
Clip the back wheel there of Kringle on the exit of the off-road, but managing to stay on.
This is going to give Ryan Kringle the overall victory, I think, at the moment, because all of a sudden Ingham back to 3rd is not what he wanted. But is Alex Mullaney going to have anything for the man? The TM leads by, look at them here, pass through pit lane. This is what we come to see. The top men at the front have dropped everybody else. Richard Sharp off the back. He's having a good battle with Richard Blakeman, but we are not going to take our eyes off this battle at the front.
That last lap, all 3 of our front runners all did their fastest lap, but it was Alex Mullaney.
He's down! He's lost the rear. Mullaney's down. Oh, come on, man. You're all right. Get it back up. We've seen Alex push so hard, and he just lost the rear. We've got no replay, unfortunately, but he just lost the rear there. I was looking across at the times, and he just pushed and pushed.
It shows just how hard these guys are pushing.
Oh, he was lucky. That could have been a really, really big crash.
There's Richard Sharp and Lee Williams there in the off-road section. So at the moment he came through across the line to 7th. So now this is a recovery ride for Alex Mullaney. He needs to try and get some of those places back.
Right, so
there he is coming out of the off-road.
Richard Blakeman, he's up to 3rd. So somewhere along the line he's found his way past our the 217 of Richard Sharp.
That'd be 2/3 for Richard Blakeman. That can be a good day.
That could put him on the podium.
Yeah.
So Kringle then from Ingham, 2 seconds is the lead. The man on the TM looking back. In fact, that's Kyle, isn't it? That's Kyle Eccleston looking back at our race leader. He's getting the blue flag and he's giving the I know you're coming, mate. Just let yourself bite. So Eccleston has ended up on the floor. So Kringle then is he spoilt it for everybody. And he run away at the front. That was a good race until it kind of petered out.
6 laps to go.
Oh yeah, I know.
6 laps to go.
Can happen,
Come on.
I know.
Don't write him off too soon.
So there's Blakeman. So he's got a decent amount of room now in front of Richard Sharp. He's not going to catch. He's not going to catch Max Ingham. And does Ingham look like he's coming back at him a little bit?
Yeah, he's chipping away there. So that's nice to see. So I don't think Ingham's just going to settle.
So where was Kringle in the first one? Was he 3rd?
So let me have a little look for you. Let's have a look at our race 1. So race 1, Ryan Kringle was 4th. So it was Ingham, Sharp, Blakeman, Kringle. So a 4th, a 1st, and...
Well, it's 4-1-1, isn't it? So it's going to be tight. It's going to be to 2. Is a 4-1-1 going to be to 1-2-2? How many fingers and toes you got? You got your Crocs on.
You don't want me getting my feet out in here. Promise you.
But Alex Mullaney, again, he just refuses to lose. He could have taken the easy route. Now he's obviously, the British Championship is his main focus. That's the racing tomorrow. There's Blakeman still in the background. He's still having a decent run. 3 seconds back to Richard Sharp. Willow there.
Dean Hillier getting nice and out of the way.
Yeah, so Hillier's obviously had a problem. I was suggesting maybe they're coming together with maybe with Kyle Eccleston. Yeah, so the 21 then not had as much to do in this one. He obviously had to put the pass on his Max colleague, Max Ingham, but he's got himself to the front fairly quickly, and as a result, he's had a pretty easy run. He's not been fighting. We saw a last lap dive for the win in that corner there in race 2, and that will give Kringle look over his shoulder. What else we got? Jay Smith. He's currently running in 8th. Mulaney up to 6th. So, look, while not a disaster, not the date that the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna man will have wanted to have.
Steady away for Lee Williams, though, in 5th. He's had a very consistent day and he's showing very good speed. So we saw him battling near the front in race 2, and he's settled in there to a 5th place. Richard Blakeman fairly lonely now in 3rd. It's about 2 seconds back to Richard Sharp in 4th. So
this is not over at the front, you know. Kringle's just looking a little bit, not ragged, he just looks like he's a bit concerned. He didn't have a nice run out of the off-road.
And Ingham's there.
And Ingham's there. He's on, he's not going to...
we haven't really seen Ingham have to do an overtake, because it was an overtake on the last lap, last corner in the race 2. So this will be really interesting.
How long do we have left? Still blue flags only at the side of the circuit. Kringle will be praying for that one. And he's still there, isn't he? It's close. Now they come into the off, and they've got traffic. So last time it was Kringle that took advantage of the lappers to try to mug him for the win.
Yep.
And this time, feet off the rest as well. Blue flags are waving. Our marshals are doing a great job doing that. I love the look over the shoulder, and Ingham is still there.
Ingham looking really smooth on the exit of that off-road, just letting the bike move under him, just spinning the back tyre up, clean it off, and he's away.
I didn't know how he was going to take to this TM, to be honest, but it looks like he's got himself where he needs to be pretty much straight away.
Yep.
If you're fast enough to win, you ain't far off. It's a competitive field.
I do want to snip that patch off on his leathers, though, that's flapping about.
In the wind, yeah.
Oh, dear me, I did.
Yeah, glad it's not just me then. So they're coming up. So it's Armitage on the 145 that's going to be...
Definitely not as close going into Luna.
No, it's not, is it?
Armitage, and then there's Darrell Pennington as well. These riders will have known there's a blue flag, but there's not really anywhere they can get too far out of the way here.
No. Well, they should have moved over, really. They know better than that. But they haven't got... They
might not know he's there.
They can't see. Yeah, you need to... If the leader's coming through. Yeah, so that's... he's obviously got stuck behind them for a couple of corners, and I think that's going to have done it. But look, that's the look of the draw. It's racing.
Yeah.
If they've looked over the shoulder and they've not seen the number 11, if you haven't seen the guy, you haven't seen the guy.
Nope.
But again, more traffic coming
up. And I'll be honest... These riders out there getting lapped, they know who's out there. Max is a new face as well.
Exactly.
They just might not know.
But
which is understandable, it'll all come with time.
But do you know what? Other than guys that have obviously had an issue, normally do we see this level of lapping? I don't think we do. So Kringle then already into the rest of the traffic. Like I say, he's got a...
It helps, we've got quite big grids today, which is really, it's what we like to see. But we've got full grids the whole way through,
I did say that, but I will say there's a last lap flag out this time by then for our race leader, Ryan Kringle. I did say earlier on today, though, that when I looked at where the splits were, I thought they were just about bang on.
Yeah.
With the riders that we've got here on the grid, the splits work, so they're going to put past... Oh, hey, look, this is getting tight again.
23 riders in the A's. It's good to see it.
Yeah.
It is what we like to see.
Yeah, he's gone the wrong way there, though. He should have followed Kringle through the back markers. Prof and Grom, as he's just stuck to his line.
Yeah, so at the minute we're lapping up to about 15th.
Yes.
We're coming up on Billum and Peter Bennett, so that's 14th. So it's a good ride, but like you say, that is just the split. I think we've got the right riders in the right groups today.
Yes, definitely. Peter Bennett's finished on the podium. So Peter Bennett is not a slow rider. But these boys have got their way at the front. All Billum chops across the front of him. He just done, but he's not had a flag, so how would he know he's there? He's got the shout there.
He's looked.
Yeah, he's got the shout. That's fair enough. He's looked up. And Kringle comes across the line then, takes victory, and that's going to be overall win for him at round 1 of our British Supermoto and Superlight Championship, our Saturday Championship, our National Series. And that's pretty impressive stuff. First time out on that TM Leeds TM UK bike. He'll be happy with that.
Lovely wheelie there across the mountain as well.
Max Ingham takes an excellent second position. Overalls for the main class, I think that it's either going to be Richard Blakeman or Richard Sharp will finish in third. Mullaney comes across the line in fifth. He manages to pass Lee Williams on the last lap. Jamie Kringle will come across the line in seventh. Chris Walker. So I said to him, we've got to know where you are for speed. Chris, you should be all right out there. He's had some work done on that bike. He comes across the line eighth. Jay Smith, the 2024 champion, he comes across the line in ninth. Oliver Holmes in 10th. We lost Harley Sharp on that last lap. We did. Blake Wilson comes across the line in 11th place. His best lap of a 1:08. So Blake Wilson a 1:09.2. So he's about 4 seconds off on that Cove 8. That is a really good debut for him on that 450. But there is the man of the moment, the TSV TM Leeds bike of Ryan Kringle. Got enough energy to help his mate lift it on, or he's just something's hot. He's grabbed hold of the disc. And there is his. He's got dot leathers on. Look, there's again devoid of trouble. So whether he's done some work for them in the past, I don't know. And Richard Blakeman, he'll be happy with that, I think. I don't know if Mr. Blakeman can hear me down there, but the 54 giving the thumbs up. An excellent ride for him to third place, and that may even get him on the podium today. As they pose the two Manxmen waiting for them to take their helmets off. There is Ryan Kringle, and there is the new man in the series. Max Ingham has come in and made a proper statement and taken what we think is going to be second overall on his full British Championship and National Supermoto Championship debut. And Richard Blakeman, he's a veteran of the sport now, been doing this a long time. So we'll just quickly run through the results then. Kringle from Ingham, then it's Blakeman, Sharp, Alex Mullaney, fastest lap of the race with a 1:05 flat. And then Lee Williams in sixth, and just like that the timing screen disappears, and it is our final race of the day, Junior Mini and Super Mini, as they push in the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. So final race of the day. Thank you for all of you that have stuck with us for our coverage here from the first round at Three Sisters. Like I say, racing here all day tomorrow. No live stream, unfortunately, but they will be racing on circuit here if you want to come along and have a look. Here is our grid then. Brad Curtis, Ed Darnton, Sebastian Gazlowski and Byron Johnson will be on row 1. Row 2 will be the 5 of Cole Reynolds, the 88 of Ollie O'Gorman, Caelan Ratcliffe and Zach Richards, and then Archie Reynolds, Josh Walker, Jackson Nuttall and Theo Lupton. And then on the final row of the grid, Hayden Owen, Lucy Craig and Oliver Hillary. No idea what happened to Archie Reynolds in that one.
No, me neither.
One of them things I feel we ought to find out. But of course, we're up here all day, stuck away in our little hutch, and there's lots of things that go on we know nothing about.
Well, one thing I did find out was why Jamie Duncan decided to leave his bike on the track. Snapped chain, unfortunately.
Okay, well that's just one of those things that just happens. Yep.
It is, unfortunately. I know they've had the new swing arm in that bike, but yeah, it is unfortunately one of those things. But that's 2 third places for Richard Blakeman as well today, so that's a good ride from him.
I think that might put him on the podium, We will wait and see. So he said we felt decent. Look, we've said this year it's going to be different. There's no Chris Hodgson. There's lots of guys who think they can win this. And I think we found out today that there's people in it that we didn't even consider can win this. So it's going to be a long year. There's 2 championships to be played for. Today we've seen the National Championship Series. Tomorrow is the first round of the full British Championship. It could all go completely differently. Obviously I'm not going to be here to see it, but I will be following it.
I'll keep you updated. Yeah, I'll let you know.
You keep me updated. Are you going to be on the mic tomorrow over the other side?
I think I am.
Excellent.
I have been roped into that.
Okay, so if you can keep me up to date on that, that would be cool. But if you're in the area tomorrow, it's certainly worth coming and having a look. We've had a great day's racing here today, and we are going to finish it off with our final race of the day, which is our final Junior Mini and Super Mini race. We've got 3 Supermoto bikes on the... no, Gazlowski is out on his Supermoto.
Yeah, he swapped over.
He swapped bikes. He's got 2 because he rides that in the C group, doesn't he? He doesn't ride he can't ride his Mini GP bike in that because Supermoto. He can only ride it in this one. So Andy points out the lights and that's a quick drop. And the way they go, and it is Darnton that's going to get the run. No, it isn't. It's Gazlowski. Gazlowski chucks it into turn 1. Oh, he goes in so hard.
Yeah.
And makes a great start. So is Gazlowski's Supermoto prowess going to be as much as his Mini GP stuff? So Gazlowski took the lead in the first one. He's already off and starting to take a bit of a lead. The 37 Byron Johnson is there in third. And then the rest of the riders coming through. Oh, big pass around the... Oh, what a pass.
Oh.
So there's so much grip out on the outside of the track there. And Brad Curtis just went, I'm having all of the grip.
Another one there as well. Another pass there on the 41 of Edward Darnton.
He's just a little bit careful on the opening lap. Look, it's cold as out there. And there's not a lot of... Like I say, not a lot of warmth in the tyres on these small bikes. You don't want to be chucking it up the track on the opening lap. He's at the beginning of a very, very long and important season, and lobbing it up the track on the opening lap is not something that he needs to be doing. So he comes across the line in fourth. Archie Reynolds makes a better start. He is there in fifth. Ollie O'Gorman 6th. Cole Reynolds 7th. Zach Richards in 8th. Josh Walker in a good 9th. He's a man that knows how to turn the throttle when the mood takes him.
Yeah.
So he's there in 9th, and Jason Cedras in 10th. This is the battle for the lead, and it is Sebastian Gazlowski and Brad Curtis. We've seen that Curtis has got the message of Gazlowski when Gazlowski's on the Mini GP bike, but is he going to... He has a look over his shoulder, and it's amazing how Gazlowski looks small. He's just, he's just let him have that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think there was much really he had to offer.
He was up the inside. You could see he was there. There's not a lot to be gained from trying to lay it across the front of him and taking them both down. So normal services was doing. Brad Curtis fastest lap last time, 45.3. And he takes the lead into turn 1.
So 11 laps to go, but let's not forget these are only sort of 45, 46 second laps for these front runners. So I'm sure he's now just going to get his head down, chip away at this. We're just coming up on a couple of our back markers. There is Lucy Craig. Again, as I mentioned earlier, she's one of our riders that's come down from the Scottish Supermoto Championship. And her dad out racing as well. We saw him a little bit earlier on, Michael Craig.
Yep, he's out there in the B group. And like I say, it's a family sport, this, and the kids can come and have a go and just enjoy the experience with no pressure to race. Dad's racing, whether I do any good or not, don't matter. They have a roll round, they feel like races for the day. It gives them a whole different perspective on life. I don't know many people who've been involved in motorcycle racing who haven't strived to make as much as they can out of everything that they do. It just gives you that little bit of drive.
Yeah.
And Miss Manny's certainly getting a bit of drive, looking a long way up the track there. Brad Curtis, Byron Johnson in third. Should still be Ed Darnton in fourth. There's about 3 seconds adrift. So maybe they've made some changes to that bike between races. It certainly looked on the pace in the last one, but it has got colder. And if you haven't got the feeling, then you ain't got the feeling.
Now, I don't know about the 85s, but I will say I rode on the TM300s, and I'm sure you've got a lot more experience with riding TMs. The chassis is quite unforgiving in a way. When it's set up right, it's great. If it's not got that feeling in that setup, they're quite unforgiving. And if you've got you set up in a way that was working great at one tap temperature, but just not quite for another,
they're very knife edge. They're a little bit less forgiving. When you get them right, nothing is better. They are just a little bit harder to get that sweet spot. And like I say, they might just be using today to do a little bit of training. This is like the short circuit stuff. You know, he's going to do Supermoto in Europe, doing the Supermoto European Championship, so maybe they're just using it as a bit of extra testing for the bike here. So, but like I say, if he's had a bit of a moment because he feels that the heat isn't in the tyres, as a decent young rider, he will figure it out. Impressed with Ollie O'Gorman today in 6th. His dad was joking that he was the fast one of the brothers in the pits this morning. Nice to finally make his acquaintance after following his young lad through the ranks, through a friend of mine who's helped support him right from the very beginning. So Yeah, Ollie O'Gorman there.
Getting sent really wide there by the back markers, but taking it in his stride.
Yeah, he's certainly done a decent job. And again, we talked about the racecraft that these guys have got. And sometimes you just like, well, I'm just going to give him plenty of room and I'll drift it around the outside and she'll be fine. And his pass around the outside onto the Rogerson straight on the opening laps was just unbelievable. But he knows that outside where all that tarmac is out there, it's really, really grippy because nobody goes out there.
Yep.
And as long as there's not too much debris on the track, and obviously we don't think the car thing that we had here on Friday was not a drift meeting, so it was just cars doing a track day, so they didn't really leave lots and lots of rubber all over the place. I think the track's been in really good condition today for grip and debris and stuff like that, which we all have to deal with. The tarmac, there's a few places where there's a little patter bump there that you just saw the front bounce on. There's a few places where, you know what, you really need just a little... You just need to be a little bit careful because it might be a bit shiny from the karts. But generally, the tarmac around here is pretty good for the amount of use that it gets.
There's definitely circuits that we go to that the circuit isn't as forgiving. And I'll be honest, like I said earlier, since this track has been resurfaced, I think it's made a world of difference.
It's been 4 or 5 years since it's been resurfaced. I rode it here after it had been resurfaced and was absolutely mortified because all of the places where I knew where the grip was had gone. So the little bit of old-timer knowledge that I'd kind of kept in my back pocket for when the conditions were a certain way, it just didn't seem to work. So they're Josh Walker just getting over the last time, but he's still there in 10th, Josh, so he's doing okay.
He's having a good ride. He was having a good little battle, I think it was with... Jensen Cedras a little bit earlier. Saw them just sort of peeking out of the window. And
yes, so they are very much in the battle. So Ollie O'Gorman's still 6th, but it's Curtis Kozlowski, then 3 seconds adrift. Then it's Byron Johnson, Ed Darlington, Archie Reynolds, Ollie O'Gorman, Zach Richards. The 10th of Cole Reynolds in 8th, Jensen Cedras in 9th, and Josh Walker in 10th.
Yeah, just saw there in the back of the shot on the head down Rogerson straight, there was Seb Kozlowski. He is just over 3 seconds adrift now, unfortunately. So that has allowed Brad Curtis to sneak off at the front. On screen there, that's the number 10 of Cole Reynolds, the younger of our Reynolds brothers, with brother Archie currently sitting in 5th. There he is.
Oh, a bit racy through there. Not sure who that was. That was Zach Richards and Cole Richards, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was Zach Richards there.
So many riders of different abilities here. It's difficult to capture who is doing what.
So that is Seb Kozlowski, and I think he may be coming up on a back marker there.
Yes, he is. There's our race leader already into turn 1. It's showing 3 to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say it. We've got through the day without the heavens opening. We've got the main races done. We had a little bit of a shower earlier on. And for an opening day here at Three Sisters, it has delivered all sorts of shocks and surprises across quite a few classes. But our main thing is that we've got a new man at the front end of the championship in the A group that we've not seen before, and that is certainly going to make it interesting. Everybody else is going to have to step it up. There's a few guys have maybe not had the days that they were hoping for, but they will know that it is a long season and they will have to be on their best behaviour and get results, eke results out where they're sometimes not always expected. That is a nice bit of the track through there. I've ridden that a couple of times, and it's like, it's really nice, that. But the thing is, there's lots and lots of nice bits on this track, but you never get to use all of them at the same time because the layouts that we use are so diverse that you're using different bits of the track going in different directions, especially through the centre bit, through the cutting. But this the bit that never changes and the corner that goes on forever, and my leg is aching just watching him ride round Luna. Last lap flag then for our race leader Brad Curtis. This turn here, getting it into here right and getting through this left-right flick, or right-left flick, sorry, it really is just nice.
It's been a bit of a different day doing the off-road and then into the tabletop the way we have, because quite typically, I don't know if you remember, but we normally would use that first little bit of off-road we haven't touched today, and it sort of gives you a better drive up towards the tabletop. Today it's been quite challenging for riders, even me, to be able to try and clear that today, because you just didn't have that run up to be able to get the momentum.
Yeah.
But
So, final corner then, final race of the day, 3 for 3 for Brad Curtis. He is going to be our Junior Mini and Super Mini winner for the day, brought to you by Automotive Solutions, and he takes a very well-deserved third win. Sebastian Kozlowski will come across the line in second. Is Archie Reynolds. No, that's Cole. That's Cole on the 10, and he's there on the back of Zach Richards, yeah. And they're going to have a run to the line. And grabbing for gears on that TM.
yeah, I think the pair are quite evenly matched.
Oh, they're going to come up on a bit of traffic as well. They're coming up on the back of Ollie O'Gorman as well. Oh.
Yeah,
so there's
just
O'Gorman. So Ollie's going to go across the line. He's going to cross the line 6th. And then Zach Richards, Cole Reynolds, Jason Cedrus was already a lap down, as was Josh Walker. That is your top 10. And that is it. Okay, we'll wave the checkered flag for the final time, and no doubt retire to somewhere warm, because, oh God, all of our marshals and officials out there, and cameramen and women, thank you so much for all your efforts today here. A very blustery but dry Three Sisters.
It's been dry.
It's
we had
been
a
dry.
greasy bit earlier, but it's been dry.
It's been a great day. Here's our results then. Supermoto B, Brad Curtis wins from Sebastian Kozlowski. 3rd, Byron Johnson. 4th, Ed Darnton. 5th, Archie Reynolds. 6th, Ollie O'Gorman. 7th, Zach Richards. And 8th, Cole Reynolds. That is it.
That is it. That is day one in the books for the 2026 season.
It is. So obviously we've got racing here tomorrow. And if you can't make it here tomorrow, the second round is the 2nd and 3rd of May at Teesside Autodrome. Again, another great facility as we see these young men take their helmets off. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship here from Three Sisters for the opening day of action. And like I say, don't forget to like and subscribe to TNL Sports on YouTube and follow us on all of our Facebook and our socials. So, yes, Danielle, I will see you hopefully at the next round.
Yeah,
and,
fingers crossed.
Yeah, and we will look forward to seeing you all for round 2 of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship here on TNL Sports.